Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe, and let's dive into today's story. 351 If I want him to die, he must die. Martial saints come. 4. The general trend became more obvious. At the third level of the emptiness state, Sheng could clearly perceive that countless lively light spots poured into his body. Mostly due to the 22 immortal cells in his body. The rest are integrated into the star immortal body. The bulk of the blood pills at the heart's mouth absorbed the least, but it was still growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the trend of humanity that affects the general trend of the world, the feedback and gift of natural cosmic energy. Sheng was thoughtful. He scanned his surroundings and saw countless frenzied and excited faces. At this point he was in the real spotlight. It is the admiration of these people that makes him the center of this blue sea and blue sky, and an existence similar to the protagonist. Let countless cosmic natural energy milk swallows return to their nests. If I could always have this general trend, be in the center of the world, and enjoy the infusion of natural cosmic energy. How terrifying would the speed of immortal cells be? Sheng's heart was pounding, and a bold idea popped up in his mind. Then, think again. The 3 existing 9-level martial saints in the Dragon Kingdom are praised and worshipped by hundreds of millions of people all the time. How much benefit should I get? Sheng suddenly realized. He is currently in a world where martial arts have been around for 300 years, although the inheritance of the 983 martial arts is not strong. But like Tan's Hongyu, Zhaoji, and others, their strength may not be much weaker than the 9th-level martial saints who have been martial arts for 10,000 years in the dream space world. Because in this era, they are one of the few powerhouses standing at the top of the world. Like a god in the world, he enjoys the trend of civilization alone. Thinking about it this way, the strength of Jidao martial saint may be higher than Sheng expected. But Sheng didn't feel flustered and frightened, but became excited. That's good. How can I show that I am stronger when my opponent is not strong? Only by achieving extreme adversity can I prove that I am stronger than Wang He and Duan Yifeng. Only then can I get rid of their shadows, break free from the shackles on my body, and completely walk out of my way. At this time, Sheng's expression changed, and he suddenly raised his head to look in a certain direction. He saw 32 figures coming across the waves, each with a faint killing intent lingering on their faces. Sheng's eyes lit up. Coming! Well done! All the 4 elephants and 28 mansions in Jidao Martial Arts Hall are here, so Zhaoji must be nearby. Sheng's spiritual power radiated to the surroundings, sweeping every inch of sky, ocean. He was looking for traces of the existence of Jidao Wushan. He is eager for this battle. He can't wait to try how hard the bones of a martial saint level powerhouse are. If you can crush a 9th level martial saint to death, then you must. It's so cool. The 4 elephants of the extreme Dao walk on the sea surface, as if walking on flat ground, at an astonishingly fast speed, far exceeding that of ordinary water speedboats. 28 knights followed closely behind the 4 of them, like a shadow. In the distance where there are many warships, the shouts of mountains and tsunami can be heard. Even if it is more than 10 kilometers away, one can feel the enthusiasm that almost makes the sea boil. The young man with knife-like brows squinted his eyes and stared in that direction for a while, then said in surprise, "That kid seems to have just won the first place in this military exercise, and has become an idol of the new generation of martial arts in the military. With his strength, it is really not difficult to do this." The woman with a determined face replied. The middle-aged man with an honest face looked slightly condensed, and looked at the man in the lead who looked like an old farmer. If we kill him under such circumstances, maybe, the entire army will mobilize and attack him. Just so. The man who looked like an old farmer said lightly, "Don't kill Sheng when he is most shining, and don't kill him when the military department thinks that there is the most hope for the birth of a 9th-level powerhouse. How can I solve the pain of the adult who has been waiting for more than 100 years and the pain of missing an heir? The three of them nodded thoughtfully. At this time, more than a dozen drones and helicopters flew in the sky. There seemed to be eyes on them. The old farmer glanced at it casually, didn't take it seriously, and said lightly, "Go, wait to do it, remember to make a quick decision." "Don't worry, Qinglong. Our 4 elephants join forces." Behind him, the knife-browed youth grinned and stretched out a finger. "Just one breath is enough." The roar of mountains and tsunamis in the sea lasted for several minutes before it gradually subsided. Countless gazes converged on a figure, making it radiant like a scorching sun in the sky. The 5 military marshals on the deck of the highest battleship all looked radiant. At this time, there is no competition or non-competition between the major military regions. The military department itself used dozens of top generals to achieve a 9th-level martial artist. There is no better deal in the world than this. At this time, someone hurried onto the deck and whispered something in the ear of an officer. The general came forward, and the news was uploaded layer by layer. Soon, the faces of the 5 military marshals all showed surprise. The 4 phenomena of the extreme path and the 28 mansions. What are they doing here? While the eyes of the 5 marshals flickered, 32 figures appeared on the sea level. Coming here at a jaw-dropping speed. A total of 32 7th-level Grandmasters and 8th-level Great Masters appeared together, and the scene was still spectacular. Immediately attracted the attention of the sergeants and officers in the field. Soon, the 2 appeared in the center of the sea area. The leader was an old man with dark skin and wrinkled hands and cheeks. If it weren't for the terrifying qi and blood emanating from his body, his temperament would be extraordinary. Anyone who saw him would probably think that this was some old farmer who had just walked out of the field. Blue Dragon. A military marshal stepped forward, squinted his eyes to look at the old farmer on the sea, and said, "Today, the whole army of our military department is performing martial arts. What are you guys from the Jidao Martial Arts Hall doing here?" Jidao Qinglong was expressionless, and said lightly, "I am ordered by the Jidao Martial Saint to come and take the head of Liu Sheng, the demon star of the army." The voice of Jidao Qinglong was not loud, but it was easily spread on the sea surface, and it was clearly heard by almost everyone in this sea area. The sea is not turbulent, but everyone's heart is full of huge waves. Including the 5 military marshals, several people stepped forward, and 2 feet-long sharp lights shot out from their eyes. Except Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng's expression was as calm as ever. He lowered his head slightly, and his spiritual power traveled every inch of his body, every inch of flesh and blood, every inch of meridians. He is looking. Find a perfect state that is most suitable for killing. Killing the 2 scumbags in Jidao Martial Art Museum is still not forgiving, right? On the tallest battleship, one after another Tongtian spirit soared into the sky. That is the majesty of a martial-level powerhouse. Is it true that there is no one in our army? With the blessing of the huge army, the aura emanating from the 5 military commanders was continuously inflated. It even stirred up the wind and clouds, and even the sky was a bit dark. The calm sea surface began to have steep waves, as if it was about to start to get angry. Facing this astonishing power, Jidao Qinglong had a calm expression on his face. Wrong. If I just killed 2 scumbags in Jidao Martial Arts Hall, then naturally I won't be held accountable. But this demon star, Mrs. Wu Sheng, and the unborn son of Wu Sheng. Then it would have to take the lives of people to pay for it. As soon as Jidao Qinglong finished speaking, the faces of the people present were shocked and moved, and they all looked at a certain figure. Killing Wu Sheng's wife, Wu Sheng's heir. How courageous it is to dare to do such an outrageous thing. True and false? Even the eyes of the 5 military marshals were full of surprise and uncertainty, and their brows were tightly frowned. Only Liu Sheng had a strange light in his eyes. It turns out that Lian Su's belly still has the blood of a martial arts saint, no wonder. The reason for the error prediction of the fire resource prediction in the dream space has been found. He guessed that when he killed Lian Su happened to be pregnant not long ago. Maybe only a few days, or even a few hours, a few minutes? He didn't find it, nor did he have any existing information and data for the dream space to collect. Therefore, there is a huge deviation between the predicted results and the reality. If I knew Lian Su was pregnant in advance, would I still kill her? Sheng asked himself. This is a pointless question because things have already happened. But Sheng thinks he would probably still do it. After all, I'm not a saint. He thought calmly, and wiped away any ripples that had emerged from the lake in his heart. At this time, a military marshal said coldly with a straight face. What evidence do you have to prove that the person was killed by Sheng? Our military department will naturally discuss this matter with Jidao Wushan himself, before the matter is investigated clearly. Nobody wants to touch a hair of Sheng. The marshal had just finished speaking. Standing on the sea level, the Jidao Qinglong knelt down suddenly, with a deep respect on his face, and whispered in his mouth, "Congratulations, my lord." The other 4 elephants, as well as the 28 mansions of the extreme path, also knelt down 4.9 times. "Congratulations, my lord." Everyone was taken aback. Before they could react. Then I felt that all the sounds between the heaven and the earth were quiet, the light in the sky was bright, and even the undulating sea level suddenly calmed down. Quiet like a blue mirror. Immediately afterwards, a golden figure with a glow all over his body came out of the air for no reason. A voice resounded between the sea and the sky. "I am here, what do you want to discuss with me?" The golden figure couldn't see his face clearly, he could only see his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a kind of aura of being the only one in the sky and the earth from all over his body. It seems that this figure is the only one in the world. His eyes fell on Sheng, and he said lightly, "What I said is evidence. I want him to die. He has to die." In an instant, over the sea area, the general trend belonging to the military headquarters suddenly collapsed. Countless people, including the marshals of the 5 military regions. All of them looked dazed. After a short period of astonishment, some low-level sergeants who had recovered from their shock fell to their knees in fear. Then more people, clattering. Shout out in unison. "Welcome Marshal Saint! Extreme Marshal Saint, come!" 352 I am so excited that my body can end number 039, stop trembling. Moing. 1. Before the first year of Budo, science and technology prospered. At that time, it was the world of hot weapons. A master of ancient martial arts with a high level of cultivation, he smashes boulders with his hands and flies over eaves and walls. No matter how powerful it is no match for a small bullet. Human beings admire the power of science. Technology has helped human beings accomplish many unimaginable great feats, going to the sky and entering the earth, which is something that human beings simply cannot do by themselves. At that time, power was higher than fist. But cracks appeared in the sky and the earth, and terrifying alien beasts appeared in this world, and the thermal weapons that human beings are proud of gradually lost their effectiveness in front of the alien beasts. The limit of the human body has been broken, and the development trajectory of civilization has shifted. Fist into the temple. Fist is power. Powerful warriors keep catching up with the height of science and technology, creating one feat after another that seemed unimaginable before. A martial arts expert can guard a city, a state, a domain, or even a country with the power of one person. They have taken some of the places that should have belonged to idols. Let people's reverence and belief have a real and specific goal. There are also people who have reached the extreme in martial arts, master all kinds of incredible supernatural powers, break everything, compete with the sky, reflect myths into reality, and become true gods walking in the world. The god of the world in the new era is Wu Sheng. This is not an exaggeration. In fact, in many places in the world, the 9th-level martial saint who is the protector of the nation will be invited into the temple. Be worshipped by ordinary people and enjoy the offerings of incense. Even within the group of warriors, the name of warrior saint is praised by tens of millions of people. Like the sun and the moon in the sky, it is high above the sky, and the light shines everywhere, guiding future generations to move forward. And now, on the coast of Ningyi in Longguo, a martial arts saint, the god of the world, descended. The power belonging to the 9th-level martial saint shrouded this vast sea area. The wind stopped and the water stopped, and the sea was as calm as a mirror. All the rays of light between heaven and earth were attracted by that golden human figure. He naturally became the center of heaven and earth. Countless soldiers and generals knelt down involuntarily, like ordinary people kneeling before worshipping gods in temples. The marshals of the 5 military regions and many generals also slowly landed on one knee. Bow your head and salute. It seems that there is a huge mountain of 10,000 feet on the back. In the past, they could compete with the extreme Qinglong without giving an inch. Now after the arrival of the Ji-Dao martial saint, that breath was directly scattered, swallowed back, and blocked in the chest. The closer one's martial arts strength is to that level, the more one can feel its majesty and fearfulness. It seems that the more you explore the starry sky, the more you are shocked by the vastness and breadth of the universe. The military department can deal with Wu Sheng, fight for power, and even make Wu Sheng give in. But that depends on the general trend of the entire Dragon Kingdom and the entire nation. It relies on the overall tilt of emphasis. It doesn't mean that the military department can really compete with Wu Sheng and wrestle with each other. This is like, ordinary people can be unscrupulous on the internet, typing on the keyboard and spraying ZF. With the crowd outraged and the public opinion raging, ZF might really give in, or even bow his head. But you let a senior official of the ZF suddenly find your home along the network cable to see how many people are still unbroken, and dare to straighten their backs and point at each other's noses and yell. There is a reason. This is almost the feeling of the high-level military department at this time. Originally thought that it was just the 4 images of the extreme way and the 28 constellations to mobilize the crowd. Who would have thought that the extreme martial saint would actually also came? Ji-Dao Wu Sheng descended, and countless generals, officers, and soldiers knelt down on many warships and military headquarters. An inexplicable general trend enveloped this sea area, and everyone seemed to be pressed by a stone on their chest, making them unable to breathe. But one person did not kneel. Did not salute. That figure stood on the martial arts arena built of alloy plates. The rest of the people all exited, leaving only him Ziran. He stood alone in the center of the ring, with his head slightly lowered, and his body seemed to be trembling slightly. The golden figure whose face cannot be seen clearly stood in the sky with his hands behind his back, staring at this figure indifferently. He stared at it for a while, then said lightly, "Timid." On the deck of the tallest battleship, a military marshal suddenly raised his head, and blurted out emotionally, "Wu." But he just uttered a word. The golden figure in the sky turned to look at him. There was a gaze projected on the face that could not be seen clearly. It fell on the marshal of the army who spoke. The latter groaned as if struck by lightning, and leaned back slightly. "Then take a deep breath. Bow your head. No more words." "Well, sure." Ji-Dao Sixiang, Urbasu, and others who were kneeling on the surface of the sea responded in unison, then stood up on the surface of the sea and walked towards the martial arts arena. 32 people walked on the sea level, unabashedly releasing the cold killing intent all over their bodies. The low-level sergeants looked blank, but the faces of the high-level generals turned ugly. On the deck of the highest battleship, many generals and commanders of the military department watched this scene. Some people looked numb, some people's eyes were about to burst, and their hands were clenched tightly into fists. The 5 marshals were expressionless, but the deck on which they knelt on one knee continued to sag and collapse. There is fire in their eyes. I was holding a breath in my heart, I couldn't spit it out, and I couldn't swallow it. Blending with the fire, it almost makes the chest burst. An unprecedented peerless general in the military, the proud son of the prosperous age. For more than 200 years, the most promising genius to become a martial artist is now like a death row prisoner standing on the execution ground quietly waiting for the executioner to arrive. It's just because of a word from the 9th level martial saint, so, damn it. But they could only watch helplessly. He watched helplessly that the long-awaited and greatest hope of the military department was about to be extinguished. This is why the military department wants to train a 9th level student at all costs. There is no real top powerhouse, once someone tears the face and turns the table. What 3,000 masters, hundreds of masters? What general, what marshal? Everything can only be reduced to a joke. The 5 military marshals must have looked at 10 o'clock and became numb. The 4 elephants of the extreme Dao walk on the sea surface without any haste. Now that the adults have already appeared on the stage in person, let the military department bow their heads. Then they will naturally have to show their extreme majesty. I think too highly of him. The young man with knife-like eyebrows looked at the figure standing not far away with his head bowed, his body trembling uncontrollably, with a slight smile on his face. His guts have shattered him, and he doesn't even need a breath. The woman walking beside him said lightly, "My lord is here." Even the entire military department has to kneel, and the 5 marshals have to bow their heads. He was trembling with fear, which was normal. A group of people quickly approached the alloy martial arts arena. At this time, the figure standing on the deck suddenly stopped trembling. He raised his right hand and lightly grasped the golden handle of Cha's back. The footsteps of the 4 elephants of the extreme path all stopped together. Then it's back to normal right away. He still wants to resist? Interesting. The knife-browed youth grinned, and the speed of his feet accelerated a little. There was a cold killing intent in his eyes, his body stretched, and he made a sound like metal and iron. The blue dragon of the extreme way like an old farmer opened his mouth to remind, quick battle and quick decision, don't lose the majesty of the extreme way. Rest assured. The young man with sword eyebrows walks calmly, and exudes a powerful aura of self-confidence in his gestures. Not more than 3 breaths. If even an opponent whose body is trembling from fright and whose courage is shattered cannot be easily dealt with, then he is in vain called the White Tiger, one of the 4 elephants of the extreme Dao. The moment the sword-brow youth stepped onto the alloy martial arts arena, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. "I'm not trembling with fear." The knife-browed young man was stunned. He saw the target he was about to kill slowly looking up towards him. It was completely different from the pale, flustered, fearful and hopeless one he had expected. What he saw was a handsome face with raised mouth corners and bright eyes. Those eyes that were as bright as stars were filled with excitement, and excitement that was about to overflow. And there are indescribable. Looking forward to it. The knife-browed youth was stunned. Then he heard the other party say to him with a smile, "I was so excited that my body couldn't stop trembling." Next second, Sheng's figure melted into the air like a bubble. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged from the heart of the knife-browed youth. 820. A feeling of terror that he hadn't experienced for a long time suddenly came to his body, making his scalp numb and the hairs all over his body standing on end. The martial arts instinct of the saber-browed youth drove him to subconsciously take a defensive posture. But when he just raised his hands, suddenly, I realized that my body was inexplicably falling forward. He suddenly lowered his head, and suddenly saw half of his body firmly standing on the ring. That was half of his body. The sharp pain was long overdue. The pupils of the saber-browed youth constricted, and his expression changed abruptly. Only then did he see that there was a golden streak passing through his body just now. And this light has already spanned 1,000 meters at this time, arriving at the positions of the other 4 elephants and others. He saw a rare look of fear on the face of Jidao Qinglong's eternally unchanged old farmer. The 3 of them evaded in all directions. It's a pity that it's a bit late. Polar vermilion bird is similar to himself, and the whole person is smoothly separated from the chest up and down. Jidao Suanwu crossed his hands, and almost pure black light shot out from his body. But it goes out quickly. He stared blankly at the hands that fell off from his forearms, and his head suddenly rolled off. There was still a strong expression of disbelief on his face. Probably because he was surprised that the defense he had always been proud of was so fragile at this time. Jidao Qinglong was the only one among the three who survived the death. Jin Guang only took away his calf, and a large amount of blood splashed out. This scene actually only happened in a split second. The golden light quickly passed by the three of them, and then rushed straight into the crowd of 28 constellations behind them. Then the knife-browed youth saw a large number of stumps, broken arms and heads flying up, and the blood spurted out. This scene reminded him inexplicably of the scene of harvesting wheat in autumn. The sickle was raised, and the wheat fell in rows. Then, he can no longer see it. There was a domineering cold killing intent along the wound on his waist, completely destroying his last consciousness. The world fell into darkness. The plot of the marshal kneeling down was slightly corrected, mainly because he wanted to highlight the strength of Wu Sheng, which was a bit ill-considered. 353 All right, I and number 039, am going to start slaughtering saints next. 2. If you wait until Jidao Marshal Saint personally takes action, and then try to kill someone, I'm afraid there will be no chance. So hurry up. Must be fast. Liu Sheng has few reservations. The third form of wishing wheel sword style, four-realm sword technique, killing way, new moon god style, Shiquan martial arts. In the body, 22 immortal cells shine brightly. The stellar vein map is fully lit. Qualitatively changed aura, engulfed in the heinous killing intent inherited from Gu Xian. It spurts out along the edge of the inner wheel knife. Turned into a pure to the extreme golden knife light, sweeping. This knife contained nearly 80% of Liu Sheng's strength. Like an iron law. Act by law. The difference between life and death is clear. The so-called four elephants of the extreme Dao, their individual strength is even stronger than the fourth demon god pillar of the Black Demon Society that Liu Sheng killed before. Under this knife, he followed the piece of paper that was under the knife. Split up one after another. There is only one person living in the four elephants of the extreme Dao. The 28 mansions of the pole. All to pieces. When Liu Sheng appeared from the other side of the sea holding the inner wheel knife. On the sea behind him. It's full of floating corpses. Countless limbs and broken arms are floating above the sea surface, and a large number of blood-colored pearls are rippling with the blue waves. A dead silent Shura field. If you look down vertically from a high altitude, you can see that there is a red halo spreading rapidly on the blue sea. Grandmaster Dazong is tyrannical, and his vitality far exceeds that of ordinary people. It stands to reason that he shouldn't die so thoroughly. But the killing intent contained in Liu Sheng's knife was too strong and pure. The moment the knife light cut into their bodies, the killing intent had completely destroyed the vitality in their bodies. The Jidao Qinglong at this time is the best example. Jidao Qinglong stood on one foot on the surface of the sea, his face as dark as an old farmer was now pale, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his eyes were full of incredible horror. Blood flowed from the wound on his broken foot and dripped into the sea. The super-top martial arts strength of Dazong can't even control the muscles to stop the bleeding. It is conceivable how terrifying the killing intent contained in Liu Sheng's knife is. From Liu Sheng's attack, to the near destruction of Jidao Xixiang and 28 mansions. In the middle, it only took a few short breaths. Those soldiers, generals, etc. who were watching. Just a second ago, I was still feeling aggrieved, angry, unwilling, and sad because the peerless son of Tianjiao in their military department was about to fall. Can't bear to see the brave champion of the three armies splash the blood of the stars into the sky. In the next second, he froze. The result was completely different from what they expected. Wielding the butcher knife, it was Liu Sheng who killed the heads rolling. The 4 images of the extreme path plus the 28 mansions of the extreme path are almost dead. The people in the military department were all stunned, blinking their eyes, wondering if they had read it wrong. The generals on the deck, as well as the 5 marshals, stood up abruptly from the ground as if they were frightened. Staring blankly at the calm and indifferent figure in the center of the sea, he could hardly believe his eyes. It doesn't matter what Wu Sheng is on the side. Even the pale golden figure standing high in the sky with its hands behind its back took half a step forward. Although I can't see his face clearly, but everyone can clearly feel it. This high above, overlooking all sentient beings, the Supreme Martial Saint. At this time, there was also a moment of absence. Liu Sheng didn't care so much, his eyes instantly locked on the only remaining azure dragon. The opportunity is fleeting. Wait for Jidao Wushan to react. Think about killing them all. Up. Liu Sheng's figure dissipated like light and shadow bubbles. Jidao Qinglong felt something in his heart, and a horrified look appeared on his face. He stepped hard on the sea with one foot. The berserk force stepped on the surface of the sea forcibly into a huge crater more than 10 meters deep, and the water splashed. The figure of Jidao Qinglong soared into the sky like a cannonball, towards the position of Jidao Wushan. He shouted, "My lord, save me!" 2 pillars of light visible to the naked eye suddenly shot out from the face of the golden humanoid in the sky. A voice like Tianwei echoed between the sea and the sky. "Shuzi, how dare you!" The golden human figure is like electricity and light, flickering towards the direction of the fleeing azure dragon. Each flicker spans a distance of more than 10 kilometers. After a few blinks, it was already in front of Jidao Qinglong. The golden human figure and the extreme green dragon are like 2 streamers eager to meet, quickly approaching. But just when the 2 were about to meet, the distance between them was only a few thousand meters. The figure of Jidao Qinglong suddenly froze. His pupils narrowed slightly, and he fixedly looked at the golden human figure that was close at hand. His lips trembled slightly, and he struggled to utter a few words, "Big people, save." The words are not finished. A line of bright red blood emerged from his neck. Then a figure quietly appeared behind him. "Reach out a hand and gently grab his hair. Mention it up." Puff! The blood fountain sprang up. Liu Sheng held a knife in one hand, and held the head of Jidao Qinglong in the other hand, holding it high. Facing the golden figure that had stopped flashing and was motionless in the air, he grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. "Zhao Ji, your dog, has been killed by me. Zhao Ji, I have killed all your dogs." The words, which were slightly ridiculed in a relaxed manner, echoed between the sea and the sky. All the people in the military department were stiff, staring blankly at the figure with its head held high, as if countless electric currents rolled over their bodies. Even the body couldn't stop shaking slightly. 2 words popped up in their minds. Crazy. The golden figure stood high in the sky, and his hands were no longer behind his back. He quietly looked at Jidao Qinglong's face that was frozen in astonishment, shock, fear, and deep confusion before he died. "Why am I dying? Lord Jidao Martial Saint is present, why should I die? Why can't even Wu Sheng save me? Why?" His eyes finally fell on Liu Sheng. "Very good." The golden figure opened its mouth slowly. His outline quickly became clear at this moment. The originally indistinct body shape gradually changed into facial features, clothes. Just a few seconds later, a figure with a handsome appearance, like a boy, appeared in front of Liu Sheng. In addition to the body is still a touch of gold. All the details are blurred. He is almost the same as a normal person. Liu Sheng's eyes lit up, he clicked his tongue and said, "Is this the projection of your will condensed by being praised by billions of people and enjoying the incense in the world? Martial arts." Liu Sheng can also project will, so he is quite familiar with the methods that Jidao Martial Saint is currently using. From the beginning of Jidao Wushan, he couldn't even change his face and expression. The wool projection technique in crystal conception is much better than that of Jidao Wushan. However, the technique used by Jidao Wu Sheng, as well as the spiritual power contained in the wool projection, made Liu Sheng amazed. Jidao Wu Sheng didn't pay attention to what Liu Sheng said. His calm and indifferent eyes fell on Liu Sheng, and he said lightly, "It's been almost 100 years. I haven't been irritated to this extent." "Then you really have a good temper." Liu Sheng casually threw away the head of Jidao Qinglong in his hand, and smiled at Jidao Wushan. Jidao Martial Saint's eyes flashed, and the next second he disappeared. Then suddenly appeared in front of Liu Sheng, and Ping Ping slapped out a pilgrimage palm. This palm was unremarkable at first. After hitting it, there are invisible veins floating in the air. The airflow on the surface of the sea was abrupt, and the sea water below was lifted up suddenly. The palm of the Jidao Martial Saint seemed to be the center of a vortex, exuding an unparalleled super-strong suction, pulling the general trend of the world in the surrounding sea area. Liu Sheng's eyes were extremely bright, shining like stars at birth. In the state of the third level of the empty state, he could clearly see the palm of Jidao Martial Saint. Those various cosmic energies floating between heaven and earth. In an instant, they all gathered in the palm of Jidao Martial Saint, pushing his palm power to an incomparably terrifying height in a very short period of time. 200 stars? 300 stars? 400 stars? Not sure. A virtual battle strength test value seemed to appear in Liu Sheng's vision, following the palm of the Jidao Martial Saint. The data representing the combat power star value is beating wildly. Is this the Martial Saint? In an instant, Liu Sheng entered the strongest state of eliminating Valkyrie state and unparalleled state. In my mind, the divine whale and life-killing auras on the grey roulette shone brightly. Inside the martial body, 22 immortal cells seemed to be burning. The Venetian star map is completely lit up, and the mighty power of the stars is poured into the whole body. The third form of Shiquan martial arts. Divine illumination of Pluto Sutra, 70% Qi and blood increase. Martial Saint technique, my intention is like a knife, kill life. Layers of power are superimposed together. Liu Sheng held the inner wheel saber with both hands, and slashed fiercely towards the palm of Jidao Martial Saint. This knife cut out a thick golden wheel nearly 1 meter wide. The golden wheel cuts through the air, setting off numerous bones, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, murderous intent. Soar to the sky. Boom! The light of the knife collided with the palm. The slightest fluctuation appeared on the calm face of the Jidao Martial Saint. Crack! The sound of broken porcelain and the terrifying explosion sounded at the same time. Jidao Wushan stepped back a few steps, and Qian Dihao, looked at his cracked palms in disbelief. On the other side, Liu Sheng was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing deep into the sea, blasting a huge crater on the sea surface, setting off shocking white waves. Jidao Martial Saint stood in the air, staring at his broken palm for a long time. Soon, his expression returned to normal, he hid his hands in his sleeves, and put them behind his back again. It's over. The Jidao Martial Saint glanced at the sea that had gradually calmed down, and spoke lightly. He turned around, about to take a step. At this moment, a loud sound of breaking waves sounded behind him. Jidao Wu Sheng's figure freezes, turning back bit by bit. His eyes moved down, and his pupils shrank slightly. On the bottom of the sea, there was a huge gap in the blue sea, and the white waves were surging. A slender and tall figure came up step by step from the bottom of the sea. Back to sea level. Liu Sheng held a knife in one hand, and the battle uniform on his body was in tatters, revealing the muscular outline of the creation below. Water dripped from his hair and body. He is very embarrassed. A pair of eyes are frighteningly bright. All right. With a flick of his wrist, Liu Sheng wiped away the water stains on the inner wheel knife, and looked up at the Jidao martial saint, with a strange and inexplicable light shining on his face. Next, I'm going to start slaughtering saints. Let's move to see related works. 354 Legend has it that in the 5 realms, I will use a pair of fists to smash the clay sculptures. Under the blue sky, blue waves roam. The breeze blows the sea surface, causing ripples, blowing the clothes and robes, fluttering like flags. On the white sail deck, a kneeling soldier looked around, gritted his teeth suddenly, and got up from the ground. Then the second, the third. More and more sergeants and generals stood up, falling apart and scattered, like little sparks, ignited bit by bit, and began to reunite slowly. Marshals of the 5 military regions, generals, commanders, admirals, and top generals. He looked dazed. They are astonished, shocked, confused, nervous, longing. Their bodies tense slightly. In their eyes and under their bodies, there seems to be an inexplicable emotion surging, there is a tendency to intensify. Where countless gazes meet, there are 2 figures, one is in the sky, and the other is standing on the surface of the sea. The former looks indifferent, has an ethereal temperament, and his figure is between illusion and reality, like a god who is high above and overlooking all living beings. The latter's body was in a state of embarrassment, but his eyes were extremely bright, and an indescribable unruly aura rose from his body, sweeping across the sky. Where the eyes of the 2 meet, there seem to be countless sparks splashing in the middle. This is a peak that intends to smash the sky. Ordinary people want to challenge the gods, and those who are prostrate on the ground set off a battle of resistance and conquest against the sky high above. Something inexplicably ignited in the air. There is no expression on Jidao Wushan's face, his eyes are like glaciers that have not changed for thousands of years. Interesting. He opened his mouth softly, and his figure disappeared. It reappeared less than 10 meters away from Liu Sheng. Ping Ping stretched out his left hand, and Liu Sheng who was at the bottom stretched out his hand to grab it. The left hand is grasping, and there is a whirlpool in the palm. The general trend of the world within dozens of kilometers of Fang Yuan was affected, and a hurricane rose for no reason on the sea. The hurricane blew inward from all directions, bringing out beam-shaped ripples visible to the naked eye on the sea surface, and even some white sails and warships parked on the sea were blown. Even light. Liu Sheng's robes billowed all over his body. The sea water around him collapsed suddenly, but the sea surface under his feet bulged upwards. In his eyes, the 5 fingers of the Jidao martial saint are like 5 towering Tongtian white pillars, with an incomparably majestic aura. Although it is close at hand, it seems to be standing on the 9 heavens, descending the fire and thunder from the sky. Jidao martial saint's grasp is more than 10 times stronger than the previous palm. It's just unbelievable. As if there is no upper limit to power, it can be superimposed infinitely. So this is the 9th level, is this the martial saint? Liu Sheng's eyes twinkled like stars, and his lips were lightly pursed. Facing the grasping force in front of him, which contained unparalleled and terrifying suction, his shoulders shrugged slightly. In an instant, the muscles in Liu Sheng's whole body flowed like quicksilver. With a little struggle, he easily broke off the attraction wrapped around his body. Before the slightest fluctuation appeared in the eyes of Jidao Wushan. Liu Sheng's figure has shot out like an arrow. The direction of the lasing is not the side, but the front. Do not retreat but advance. Liu Sheng stepped out suddenly. He suddenly appeared in front of the Jidao Wushan, less than 1 meter away from the Jidao Wushan, almost touching his cheek. Afterwards, an unprecedented momentum surged from Liu Sheng's body. This momentum is so powerful, like a dragon breaking free from its shackles, it breaks through the invisible shackles in the air in an instant, and moves up to the sky. It fell again in an instant, and all of them were retracted seamlessly, all of which were attributed to Liu Sheng's right fist. In the body, the 22 immortal cells are extremely bright. The extremities of every branch of the stellar vein map are illuminated. An unprecedented terrifying force floated on Liu Sheng's body, and the sun seemed to rise in his eyes, which was extremely brilliant. The right fist seemed to become a black hole. When it was played slowly, a terrifying spectacle appeared. On the surface of the sea under Liu Sheng's feet, countless sea water frantically gathered, piled up, and condensed. Raised high, protruding upward. The shape is steep and majestic, as if an extremely huge rock is slowly rising from the sea level. There is an invisible water flow between heaven and earth. It came suddenly. Passionate torrent, splashed down. A huge gap was opened in the general situation of the world originally controlled by the Ji-Dao martial saint, all of which belonged to Liu Sheng's punch. Ji-Dao Wu Sheng's face finally changed. There was a hint of emotion on his face and eyes. He turned his grasp into a palm, and turned into a fist. A large number of heaven and earth forces were caught into a ball by him, and they met Liu Sheng's right fist head-on without fancy. The two fists intersect, but have not yet touched. There was already an invisible throbbing feeling spread out, spreading to the audience. The expressions of countless onlookers all changed drastically, and shocking light burst out from their eyes. But these lights are not as good as the light in Liu Sheng's eyes. Tracing this light all the way deep, it was the grey roulette slowly spinning in Liu Sheng's mind. On the roulette, under the divine whale method and the killing knife method, the third Dharma image quietly emerged, shining brightly. Tian Shui Xin Yan Shaolu Fist. Liu Sheng's second martial art. Within 10 steps, Liu Sheng's punch. Stronger than a knife. In the dream space. On the dilapidated street, a body running and fleeing like a shadow. Behind him, dozens of powerful figures chase after him. There was a bang, and clusters of grey fireworks exploded on the broken street, and earth and rocks splashed. Chasing and fleeing one after the other, it was like tearing down a house. Wherever they went, base 1359 was in a mess. Just when the chaser slowed down and was about to give up. Sudden! The fleeing figure stopped abruptly, and bounced back like a pinball. On the way to turn back, hundreds of dense figures separated from him, from different angles, different directions, counterattack. Dozens of figures who originally had the intention to retreat instantly surged with murderous intent, rushing forward. The two groups of figures collided fiercely like two torrents of steel. Boom! Boom! Terrible explosions sounded continuously. A moment later, a figure and dozens of figures separated on both sides, standing quietly. Liu Sheng was covered all over, and there was no place that was not injured. He was like a completely smashed rag doll, standing wobbly in place. But Liu Sheng's face showed inexplicable joy. He grinned, and said to himself, "Sure enough, this method is feasible. One life for another, anyway, I can resurrect infinitely. Made money." After finishing speaking, Liu Sheng fell down suddenly. At the same time, among the dozens of figures on the opposite side, a thin old man with a snow-white beard swayed from side to side, his body quickly weathered and disappeared like sand. In the end, it turned into a thick black air billowing into the position where Liu Shi's body fell down. Dozens of figures with one person reduced stood silently for a while, then turned around and returned to their original positions. Tian Shui rock breaking flow. The strongest fist should be like the water flowing in the sky, smashing all the rocks and mountains in the world. Founder of the genre, 9th level martial saint, master of boxing in the Four Realms, Hu Ping Chuan. Time returns to the present. Liu Sheng prepared more than just a few immortal cells for the destined battle with the Ji-Dao martial saint. 0. Ask for flowers. Liu Sheng's original boxing realm has already reached the Four Realms. After obtaining the inheritance of Gu Pingchuan's boxing attainments from the founder of Tian Shui Xinjian Soliu, the realm of boxing has climbed to a height that is almost comparable to swordsmanship. The pinnacle of the Four Realms. From the very beginning of martial arts practice, Liu Sheng learned boxing as the first martial art. Fists are also the most basic weapons for warriors. Fist is the beginning of martial arts. These words suddenly appeared in Liu Sheng's mind. Fighting against an unprecedentedly powerful opponent like Jidao Wushan, Liu Sheng is always under unparalleled pressure, and countless inspirations collide in his mind from time to time. An extremely active, extremely passionate, extremely excited state. Now that this sentence pops up, it acts like a catalyst. All of a sudden, countless perceptions about boxing flowed through Liu Sheng's heart like water flowing in the sky. At this very moment, his boxing techniques have undergone some wonderful changes. It seems that there is, from the peak of the 4 realms towards the legendary 5 realms, the trend of sublimation and transformation. Liu Sheng's eyes are as bright as the morning stars. There is great joy, and great joy emerges in the heart lake. The golden obsidian figure in my mind is shining brightly, emitting an incomparable light. God and fist are deeply combined, and a strange transformation occurs. The power of this punch was abrupt and surpassed. Liu Sheng punched out completely, and lightly collided with the face of Jidao Wushan's fist. I'll use a pair of fists to smash your clay sculpture to pieces, and see what the real body behind you looks like. Xiao xiao xiao. Liu Sheng let out a long roar. The right fist drove straight in, rumbled and shattered countless barriers, crushing the dead and smashing, from the bottom to the top. The general trend of heaven and earth condensed on the fist of Jidao martial saint only lasted for a mere few seconds. It quietly broke. It's like a rock under the impact of Tianxing water. Boom! Collapse! Broke in. An inconceivably startling light burst out from the eyes of the Jidao martial saint. His left arm, starting from the face of the fist, looked like crystal porcelain, with steep cracks and shattered layers. Kika. Liu Sheng's punch directly shattered an arm of Jidao Wushan completely. It even pierced half of his chest. The arm is deeply sunken into the chest of the Jidao Wushan, the domineering. Furious. Between the sea and the sky, 2 figures moved up and down, the fist of the latter passed through the chest of the former and was exposed in the air. It was as if his whole body was strung on his arm. Everyone was stunned and forgot to speak for a while. Even the Jidao martial saint himself stared blankly at his shattered chest, with many inconceivable expressions in his eyes. He looked up at Liu Sheng and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. Liu Sheng didn't give him a chance to speak. The right hand suddenly retracted, and then shot out quickly. Boom! Jidao Wushan's head exploded like a watermelon. Then there were several punches, and the remaining body of the Jidao martial saint was completely smashed to pieces by Liu Sheng, smashed to pieces. Turned into countless golden light spots. Floating in the sea breeze. Liu Sheng took a deep breath, and a stronger and greater fighting spirit rose up in him. His eyes were shining brightly, he clenched his fist in one hand and held a knife in the other. Twisting his neck, his body seemed to be heaving and breathing, and the halo stretched. Well, the altar has been smashed. Next, it's time for the real body. Don't talk nonsense, today's 5th watch is guaranteed, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for rewards, thank you soil. 355 Dawn and number 039, T bend your spine. Is this what it feels like to beat Wu Sheng violently? 2. The figures of the 5 military marshals shook slightly, and the expressions on their faces were indescribable. The generals, commanders, and generals behind them, as well as the generals who participated in the martial arts performance, all looked shocked. A sentence that Liu Sheng said before suddenly jumped out of my mind. I want to smash the altar and do things like cutting down the sky. Now they suddenly understand the true meaning of Liu Sheng's words. He had known for a long time that Jidao Wu Sheng would come, and he had already prepared for a battle with Wu Sheng. Even Liu Sheng really did it. He forcibly relied on a pair of fists to smash the wool projection clone of Jidao Wushan. Although it is just a wool projection. But it's also done. Unprecedented feat. One of the military marshals murmured. In the 300 years since the rise of martial arts, all levels of adversity have occurred. But grade 8 versus grade 9? Never had. It was a chasm across heaven and earth. But now, this gap has a tendency to be crossed. An indescribable brilliance flashed in the eyes of the 5 marshals. What should we do? A marshal spoke. The eyes of the other 4 flickered, and they suddenly turned around and issued a few orders. The commanding general September 47 looked shocked, but quickly took a deep breath, and replied in a deep voice, "Yes." Immediately afterwards, the warships displayed on the sea slowly began to operate. A tube of guns protruded from the front and sides of the battleship, and the BN formed a siege. It seems to be waiting for something. Liu Sheng is also waiting. He looked up at the sky, and his spiritual power radiated to the sky. His brain was running fast, absorbing the gains from that punch just now. A lot of understanding, constantly integrated into his boxing realm, breaking through the shackles of the 4 realms, and advancing towards another wonderful realm. Even Liu Sheng did not expect that the harvest of this battle would be so huge. Boxing accidentally broke through to the 5th realm. The 4 realms are domains, so what are the 5 realms? A flash of light flashed in Liu Sheng's mind, and he seemed to have grasped something. Just then, the sky suddenly changed. The sky suddenly darkened. It was clear that the sky was clear, and there were no clouds in the sky, but suddenly there was a scene of a storm coming. Liu Sheng's eyes lit up. He shook his body slightly. Pieces of pale gold metal flakes quickly sprang out from under his combat uniform. The number of golden blades is extremely large, hundreds or thousands. It's hard for Liu Sheng to hide so many odds and ends in one body. These golden blades converged on the top of his head, and quickly combined into the original appearance of the outer wheel knife. Coming! On the deck of the highest battleship, the eyes of the 5 marshals also flickered, and their expressions became solemn. Not long after, a figure appeared in the dim sky. When this figure appeared, the whole world seemed to have light immediately. He is truly the only one. Countless people in the field once again had the urge to bow their heads at this moment. But at this moment, a battleship on the sea level below suddenly trembled violently. The barrel roared. A dark blue cannonball rushed into the sky at a speed that the naked eye could not catch, but was gently grasped by a palm. The figure in the sky lowered its head, and a beam of gaze was projected down. After countless distances, it landed on a soldier in military uniform. The latter's face turned pale, and his body trembled. But he didn't wait for the figure in the sky to do anything else. Boom! Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. A second cannon fires. Boom! 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 Then the third, the fourth. Countless. All the warships on the sea aimed their gun barrels at the figure in the sky, and countless gun barrels roared and roared. Cannonballs shot up into the sky one after another. Although they were all stopped, they were all suspended around the figure. Densely packed, like a swarm of bees. But it didn't affect the liveliness below. The 5 marshals clenched their fists tightly, and their eyes flashed with excitement and madness. They didn't even expect that this mere human shell could cause any harm to Wu Sheng. All you need is an attitude. The military's attitude towards Liu Sheng. Hit me hard. A military marshal gritted his teeth and roared, "Fuck you! Wu Sheng! The altar is broken. The backbone of the Dragon Kingdom's army has been bent for too long. It's time to stand up. Even if it breaks." General trend. Amidst the roar of artillery fire, Liu Sheng could clearly perceive it. The disintegration of the military department before is slowly regrouping. Clang! Behind the head, countless golden blades have been completely combined into a huge golden knife wheel. He shook his hand casually, and the inner wheel knife sank into it. The eye of the huge golden knife wheel was lit up. Don't let this situation go away. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he took a step forward. This step spans countless distances in an instant. The momentum has reached the sky. His whole body instantly appeared in front of the figure in the sky. Wearing a white gown, the extreme martial saint revealed his real body. It looks similar to his wool projection. He looks like a young man, but his hair is snow white. His indifferent eyes contain the vicissitudes of time. I have to say that the realistic style is really full. Ji-Dao martial saint's gaze has been fixed on Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng saw the icy killing intent from it. The sound of artillery fire below is still continuous, and shells rush into the sky one by one. But as long as the bully is within 10 meters of the Ji-Dao martial saint, he will stop silently and hover for a while. Ji-Dao martial saint stared at Liu Sheng coldly, and suddenly waved his sleeves casually. All the shells densely packed around him flew backwards. In an instant, countless flames bloomed underneath. On the sea level, warships exploded one after another, and flames rose. The gunfire stopped suddenly. On the surface of the sea, it can be seen that warships have sunk one after another, and a large number of white sails are wrecked. Many sergeants with low martial arts strength were engulfed in flames, or floated in the sea. They all died because of you. Ji-Dao Wuxian looked at Liu Sheng and said coldly. Liu Sheng stared at the sea level under his feet for a while, then raised his head. There is no guilt and self-blame that Ji-Dao Wuxian wants to see in his eyes, but two groups of burning flames. Liu Sheng shook his head, a strange light flashed on his face. They are warriors, unbroken soldiers. A person like you who hides in the temple and pretends to be a ghost will not understand. Liu Sheng smiled slightly and said, you don't need to understand. As he said that, Liu Sheng thought about it. Below, the huge golden knife wheel spins at high speed and soars up. Jumping up to the sky in an instant, the golden glow on the wheel was dazzling, like a scorching sun. It feels cold. Liu Sheng raised his hands. There is a gap between the palms. Just hold the huge golden knife wheel. Then in the direction of Ji-Dao Wuxian, he made a gesture of swinging his sword with both hands, and slashed down fiercely. Pray for the Wheel of Swords. In an instant, the originally dazzling golden knife wheel shone brightly, spinning even more crazily. Transmitting an unparalleled cutting force, the invisible wave of the knife cuts the void with traces of black traces. In less than 1,000th of an eye blink, he had already appeared in front of Ji-Dao Wuxian. At some point, Ji-Dao martial saint raised his hands together in a clasping gesture, abruptly clamping the high-speed rotating knife wheel in the middle. But even so, the knife wheel still moves forward bit by bit. How can it be so easy to inherit the combat skills of the supreme spiritual teacher from the future of martial arts 10,000 years ago? The blade wave of the knife wheel sliced through the martial saint level force field around him layer by layer, pushing forward continuously. A slight expression of emotion appeared on the face of Ji-Dao martial saint, and deep astonishment emerged. Liu Sheng didn't want to give him a chance to breathe. With a movement of his body, he punched the Ji-Dao martial saint towards the boxing method of 5-level transformation. Tian Shui flows rocks and breaks. There was water splashing in the sky, and this punch, with a majestic aura of going forward and smashing everything, slammed on the chest of Ji-Dao martial saint. The body of Ji-Dao Wuxian was impacted by the terrifying punch, and he flew backwards. Liu Sheng's figure flashed like a light and moon, and he punched fiercely on the body of Ji-Dao Wuxian with one punch after another. Boom! 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 There were bursts of explosions, and holes in the dark sky seemed to be punched out one after another, and light fell down. The sound caught the attention of those below. Feng Kei's military headquarters was backlashed by Wu Sheng, and it was in chaos. Now into a moment of silence. Many people looked at the figure in the sky who was constantly being beaten up, their expressions were temporarily dull, and they murmured, "My dear." On the deck of the tallest battleship, the marshals of the 5 military regions looked excited. It was as if they were the ones punching Wu Sheng continuously at this moment. Well played! It's the martial saint! 10 punches! 100 punches! 1,000 punches! Liu Sheng didn't even know how many punches he had punched, he only knew that the stellar veins in his body were so bright that the 22 persimmon cells were almost on fire. A steady stream of majestic power poured out. His perception of boxing is getting closer and closer to the legendary state of 5 realms. He's about to get a full grip on that light. In the chest, there seemed to be a flame burning wantonly. Almost want to break out and burn all over the sky. Is this what it feels like to beat up a martial saint? It's really, so cool. With a long roar, Liu Sheng punched out like a dragon and rushed out. According to the face of Ji Dao Wushan, he punched hard. This punch seemed to have triggered some kind of general trend, just like the knife wheel before, it forcibly made circles of black ripples in the air. But the next moment, a hand suddenly grabbed his fist. Liu Sheng's indomitable momentum was suddenly cut off. Everything stands still. Liu Sheng's fist was opened bit by bit, revealing the face of Ji Dao martial saint behind him, calm and surging with monstrous anger. Have you, did enough? Ji Dao martial saint grabbed Liu Sheng's fist with one hand, his body leaped from extremely still to extremely dynamic. A heavy slap on Liu Sheng's chest. Crack! Liu Sheng's chest collapsed, and he flew backwards. 356 Regular boxing is hard to explain to a country martial artist like you. 3. With the palm of his hand, Ji Dao Wu Sheng slapped the wheel of prayer wheel, which was about to run out of strength, and flew out. His white shirt has not changed. It's just that the force field around him is in a dilapidated state. Although the force field cannot be captured by the naked eye, it can still be seen from the changes in light. The original Ji Dao martial saint's whole person, the whole aura is full. Now it looks like a rotten apple, full of pits and hollows. The weakest part of the force field is only a few centimeters. Almost just a little bit. Liu Sheng can touch his real body. Pity. Ji Dao martial saint took a deep breath and took a step forward. In just a moment, the martial saint's force field around him was completely restored to its original state. It's over, it's my turn. Ji Dao martial saint's body turned into light, and appeared in front of Liu Sheng, who was flying upside down in an instant. Liu Sheng hit Liu Sheng with a light palm. A terrifying suction power came out from the palm, and it was about to be Liu Sheng's time. The latter broke free from his attraction like a fish swimming, and disappeared. Ji Dao martial saint frowned slightly, his figure flickered, and he caught up with Liu Sheng again. But every time when he was about to hit Liu Sheng, he could be avoided by a slight margin. 4 realms of movement. Ji Dao Wushan's eyes flickered, his face was expressionless, and he stopped chasing. He swayed slightly. In the next second, the entire sea area was darkened. It was darker than before, as if going from day to dusk all of a sudden. But unfortunately, looking into the distance, the sky is still bright outside the imposing aura of the Ji Dao martial saint. Incredible! Ji Dao Wushan completely turned into a light source-like existence. The general trend of the world in the entire C02 area was aroused by it. The sea water below surged up in waves, rising higher and higher. Everyone present felt an indescribable heavy pressure on their hearts. It is more than 100 times stronger than the low pressure before the storm, which makes people feel suffocated and uncomfortable. Immediately afterwards, countless light spots appeared in the sky. These points of light converged toward the Ji Dao martial saint one after another. Point-to-point connection line, line-to-line interweaving. Gradually weave and outline a huge human figure hundreds of meters high. The human figure has 4 limbs and a torso, and the face is blurred, but it can be vaguely recognized as the appearance of the extreme martial arts. The entire human figure is fully presented, shining brightly, like a titan of light. People can't help but think of the giant spirit god in ancient mythology. And Dao martial saint himself is the heart of giant spirit god. Martial arts, Faxiong. Underneath, the marshals of the 5 military regions could not express complicated expressions. This kind of supernatural means to reflect myths into reality is the root of the true strength of the 9th level martial arts. What is the god of the world? This is the god on earth. So what about the top level 8th level sect? Killing the enemy is not done with one hand. No matter how much energy there is, it may extend hundreds of meters. And for a martial saint level powerhouse, with the martial art form hundreds of meters high, even an 8th level Dazong. In such an existence, it is like a real ants. A 9th level martial saint powerhouse let go of his hand. It would probably take less than a day to destroy a 2nd and 3rd tier city. No exaggeration. The eyes of the 5 marshals flickered quickly, and someone began to grit their teeth and whisper, "Think of a way, we must keep Lu Sheng." I see how you can escape again. After sacrificing martial arts and dharma, the extreme martial sage, man, and dharma merge into one, and even the voice of his speech is like thunder rolling from the sky, which contains natural majesty. He stretched out a hand and grabbed Lu Sheng. Although the body is huge, the movements are not limited to clumsy, on the contrary, they are much faster than when the dharma image is not sacrificed. Lu Sheng still had to dodge. However, the huge Dharma aspect's hand abruptly swelled and grabbed him in his hand. Insect. Dao Wushan let out a sigh of relief, and let out a cold snort. His right hand clenched tightly. Downstairs, the pupils of many military officers and soldiers who witnessed this scene also shrank severely, and their hearts seemed to be grasped. Collapse. A military marshal stepped forward abruptly, stomping on a large piece of alloy deck. But it didn't take long for them to be tense, but doubts and surprises appeared in the eyes of the towering and tall martial artist. In the next second, only the sound of creaking was heard. All to see. Dao martial saint's tightly clenched right fist opened bit by bit from inside. Dao martial saint's eyes flickered, and the quartz tightened. Under the confrontation of two forces. Boom! A fist with a size of tens of meters and flashing white light exploded, blasting into countless light spots. Lu Sheng walked out of the white light all over the sky. Ultraman, right! Lu Sheng's combat uniform on the upper body was tattered, with only a few strips of cloth. Simply tore it away, revealing the almost perfect body underneath. A large piece of his chest was deeply sunken, and it was shocking to watch. Lu Sheng didn't care at all, and took a deep breath. _. The sunken chest abruptly propped up again. The power of the indestructible star is revealed. Even if it is a 9th level martial saint, if you want to slap him to death, it is also impossible. Very good. The eyes of Dao Wushan's Dharma body flickered coldly, and said lightly, "If you are crushed to death in one fell swoop, it will be difficult to solve the hatred in my heart." Lu laughed. "How do you say that now?" Lu Sheng's eyes turned grey, and his expression quickly became calm and indifferent. "I'll wait. How can you swallow it back if you beat it?" After saying the last word, Lu Sheng's eyes turned completely grey. "It's a fantastic color. Represents unknown. Represents mystery. Represents the beginning of everything. It also represents the end of everything." Valkyrie state, enter. After Lu Sheng entered the state of martial god, the aura he had been chasing so hard before jumped into his hands obediently. All sublimation and metamorphosis will happen naturally. There was a strange light in Lu Sheng's grey eyes. He sighed in a low voice, "I'm so stupid, I can see the correct answer directly. I have to deduce and solve it myself. Wouldn't it be nice to hang up?" At this time, the Dao martial saint has already shot him again. Hoo! The 100-meter giant arm brought a strong wind, tearing the air, and even set off huge waves hundreds of meters high on the sea below him. The general trend between heaven and earth was tossed at will by him like dough. The 5 fingers, as thick as white jade pillars, easily tore out black traces in the air, bringing out a terrifying throbbing aura. This is the true power of a martial saint. Raise your hands and throw your feet, drive the infinite trend of the world, move mountains, and fill seas. No longer a legend. But this is like a giant's hand protruding from the divine picture scroll, but it is useless in front of Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng walked towards Jidao Wushan with a calm expression. Faxiong's giant arm came in front of him and passed through his body directly. Liu Sheng's figure flickered on and off, just as weird as a phantom. 4 realm movement skills. The 4 realm movement skills in the state of martial god are the real 4 realm movement skills. Jidao martial saint showed a bit of surprise in his eyes, and raised the other Dharma-like arm, but he hadn't waited for his other Dharma-like giant arm to make a move. Liu Sheng had already punched his Dharma body first. There is a strange white light beating on this punch, which seems to follow some kind of mysterious trajectory. As if made in heaven. Unconstrained and unconstrained style, antelope hanging horns and the like are not enough to describe. If I had to describe it in words, it would be. Liu Sheng punched. Grasped the veins of heaven and earth. Boom. Compared with Jidao Wushan's body which is hundreds of meters high, Liu Sheng's fists are simply insignificant. A punch on Faxiong's body is no different from a speck of dust falling on it. But this speck of dust. In an instant, it turned into a gigantic mountain. Boom 450. Where Liu Sheng's fist landed, Jidao martial saint's Dharma body immediately shattered in large pieces. The general trend of heaven and earth that constitutes the Dharma is easily shattered and disintegrated. With a few punches, Liu Sheng directly smashed half of the Jidao martial saint's chest. Located at the heart of Faxiong, the deity of Jidao martial saint, and the huge body of Faxiong, all showed shocked and moved expressions on their faces. What kind of boxing technique are you doing? Liu Sheng shook his head. It's hard to explain to a country warrior like you. 300 years of martial arts, the 4 realms are the limit of martial arts skills, known as the pinnacle of human skills. Warriors of this era don't know. There are 5 realms above the 4 realms. The 4 realms are domains, and the 5 realms. For the rules. The martial arts of the 4 realms are most commonly called, technology is closer to Tao. And Wujing martial arts is the real skill is the way. Liu Sheng's fist is the fist of heaven and earth. It represents the Tao between heaven and earth, the rule by which everything in the universe operates. What trend, what law? Under this kind of boxing technique, it is all falsehood. Liu Sheng smashed the chest part of the Dharma form body, and before the Jidao martial saint had time to mobilize the natural energy to repair it, he jumped in and drove straight in. In one step, he appeared at the heart of the Dharma aspect body, where the supreme martial saint himself was. Looking at the Jidao martial saint who was full of surprise and couldn't believe his eyes, Liu Sheng punched him directly. Come out! You are also equipped with a representative light? Why do you pretend to be an Ultraman with me? A figure flew out like a cannonball. After a few breaths. Suddenly, the huge Dharma body like a giant spirit and god swayed slightly, and then... crash! It exploded into countless white light spots all over the sky. Thank you for being another Lord of Life Yi Liang. Today will be the 5th update, and the 6th update may have to be released in the early morning. 357 The True Potential of the Immortal Cell, the Divine Flame, Die. 4. 2 minutes to go. Liu Sheng calmly looked at the Jidao martial saint flying upside down in front of him, and said casually, killing you is enough. In the state of Valkyrie, all aspects of Liu Sheng's abilities have been raised to a real limit that can be theoretically achieved. Coupled with Wujing boxing. 8th grade beats 9th grade. Is it too much? Liu Sheng didn't think it was too much at all. With a movement of his body, he suddenly appeared beside the Jidao martial saint. Ji-Dao martial saint is still in a state of trance and bewilderment when Liu Sheng forcibly blasted him out of the Faxiang body. Liu Sheng was not polite to him either, he raised his hand and hit him on the face. Shaobei head, right? God on earth, right? Forced Grauman, right? It's people like you who beat you. Boom. The boxing technique that followed the veins of the sky, punched on the face of the Ji-Dao martial saint. The invisible martial saint level force field that fills Ji-Dao martial saint's body. It was easily broken under this punch. Boom. Ji-Dao Wusheng flew out like a ball. Liu Sheng is always with him. Punch again. Boom. Another punch. His movements are not fast, but each punch follows a certain trajectory and follows a certain principle between heaven and earth. His fist is the law. His fist is the rule. Ji-Dao Wuxian was beaten into a pig's head with 2 punches by Liu Sheng, and his unrestrained demeanor was not there. There was a burst of anger in his eyes, and he waved his arms, intending to resist. His power stirred up the general trend of the world, but the way he played it was clumsy in the eyes of Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng continued his violent beating with ease. With some kind of revenge mentality, Liu Sheng deliberately picked the head and lower body of Ji-Dao Wuxian to greet him. The martial arts sage was beaten so loudly that he screamed indiscriminately. Fist is the beginning of martial arts. Liu Sheng started martial arts for the first time, and the first martial art to achieve perfection was boxing. Now beating the martial saint violently and breaking into the 5 realms first, his biggest reliance at this time is also boxing. End-to-end, synthesis. It's like a wonderful cycle. Liu Sheng continued to beat Ji-Dao Wuxian violently for a full minute. Wujing boxing, in the state of martial arts, Liu Sheng's martial arts skills are much higher than the extreme martial arts. The two fought hand to hand, and Wu Shengzhen was not even qualified to lift Liu Sheng's shoes. During the period, the people in the military department below were all dumbfounded. They have imagined countless tragic endings in their minds. Never imagined. In the end, the tragic figure turned out to be the ultimate martial artist. Liu Sheng not only fought against the 9th level in adversity, but also suppressed the 9th level martial saint, beating him like a sandbag. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in the sky, and little by little light began to bloom in their eyes, and it intensified. A single spark started a prairie fire. A mess, all over the sea of warship wreckage. Every soldier in the army straightened his back. In everyone's mind, there is a thought. God. From now on, their military department has its own God. On the deck of the highest battleship, a military marshal turned around and faced everyone behind him. With a smile on his face, his eyes flashed with brilliance, he said, "Masters, remember today. Our military department will usher in an unprecedentedly bright future." Boom! Liu Sheng didn't know how many times he punched the Ji-Dao Wuxian flying. Did not continue to attack, stopped. One is that the duration of the Valkyrie state is only the last minute. The second is because Liu Sheng felt that it was time for this senseless attack to end. Wheeze! The Ji-Dao martial saint stood hundreds of meters away from Liu Sheng, his whole body in tatters. One head was swollen into a pig's head, with bruises and purple spots everywhere. He has long since lost his demeanor like a god in the world. Ji-Dao martial saint's chest heaved violently, his eyes fixed on Liu Sheng, and his eyes were full of resentment and anger. He's about to explode. A dignified 9th level martial artist, he has been a god on earth for more than 100 years. Hundreds of millions of people praise, billions of people respect. But now he was beaten by a mere 8th rank in front of countless people. Wu Sheng's prestige is gone. At this moment, Ji-Dao martial saint hated Liu Sheng to the bone, wishing to eat his flesh and blood alive. The pain of killing his wife and son is not as painful as he is being humiliated at this moment. You, damn it! Ji-Dao Wusheng gritted his teeth and spoke. Liu Sheng looked indifferent, "You are the one who will die soon." He. Jidao Wushan smiled coldly. There was energy flowing all over his body, and in the blink of an eye, the injuries on his face and body quickly disappeared. After a few breaths, the whole person is completely restored to its original appearance. Even his face was rosy, his eyes were full of energy, and his state was not harmed at all. So what if your skills are strong? Jidao martial sage also saw that Liu Sheng was able to cross the gap between the 8th and 9th ranks, relying on the skills that can be called Tongxian. Far beyond his martial arts skills. Shock and jealousy aside, Jidao martial saint stretched his body and opened his mouth in a dark voice. You don't even know how powerful a 9th level martial saint is. I am connected with the heaven and the earth, my strength is almost endless. My martial body has been watered by the general trend of the heaven and earth for more than 100 years, and it has already reached a height that you can't imagine. How can you kill me with that little strength? Liu Sheng couldn't help shaking his head. If you say you are from the countryside, you really are from the countryside. Doesn't he know the power of the 9th level martial saint? He has even seen the strength of 11th level powerhouses. Wait until I beat you to death with my next move. Liu Sheng said lightly, I see you can still smile. The pupils of Jidao martial saint shrank slightly. Suddenly, an inexplicable throbbing rose from the bottom of his heart. That was a warning signal from the martial intuition of the 9th level martial saint. He had a strong intuition telling him that Liu Sheng's next attack will have the power to really hurt his body. You. Jidao Wusheng just wanted to say something. Liu Sheng has already punched calmly. Shattered, void. In the ultimate state, Liu Sheng's desperate move. He had said. When he actually used this trick in reality. His hands. Be stained with the blood of a martial saint. Wash hands with the blood of martial arts saints. It's now. The wind stops and the water stops. For a moment, take Liu Sheng as the starting point. More than 200 Liu Sheng appeared densely around the Jidao martial saint. Every Liu Sheng is lifelike. Every Liu Sheng is young and powerful. In my mind, on the grey roulette, dozens of martial arts flames of different colors were blazing. The true essence of the perfect master way. Interpret at this moment. More than 200 Liu Sheng shot at the same time. 3 kinds of martial arts skills, dozens of master skills, and many mastery martial arts, countless skills and abilities. Almost simultaneously bombarded the body of Jidao Wushan. The timeline is stretched rapidly at this moment. In Liu Sheng's eyes, Jidao Wushan is like a ball of plasticine. All parts of the body are sunken, twisted. Bone chips and flesh and blood splattered. When more than 200 Liu Sheng disappeared. Presented in front of Liu Sheng, there was only an indistinct mass of flesh and blood left. Then the general situation between the heaven and the earth stirred up, and the billowing energy formed a vortex, continuously rushing towards this mass of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood reappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The head that was first recovered was the head of the Jidao martial saint. The mouth of Jidao Wushan appeared first. That mouth opened and closed, speaking hoarsely and triumphantly. Hehe, have you reached the limit? What you can smash is my flesh after all. My martial arts spirit is immortal, how do you kill me? If you have the ability, you can improve your strength. I am a god among men. I am immortal. Isn't that enough? Liu Sheng stared at the wriggling mass of flesh and blood, narrowing his eyes slightly. He actually sensed a trace of divinity from the flesh and blood of the Jidao martial saint. It is very similar to his immortal cells, but much lower level. It was the aura contaminated by Jidao martial saint who had been the god of the world for more than 100 years. During the long years, he actually realized the supernatural power similar to rebirth of flesh and blood. It has to be said that the realm of the 9th level martial saint is really interesting after touching the mysteries of the nature of the universe. So, Liu Sheng looked at Jidao Wushan's increasingly clear face, his distorted and proud expression, and said softly, "As you wish, just increase your strength by another 10 points." Jidao Wuxian's laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked at Liu Sheng in horror and disbelief. Liu Sheng stretched out his right index finger, and lightly tapped the center of his eyebrows. Invisible waves appeared. In Liu Sheng's body, there are 22 extremely bright immortal cells. Puff! Golden flames ignited on every immortal cell. Divine flame! Immortal flame! With the appearance of the flames, the originally brilliant stellar veins Teuton, deadly, were filled with an unimaginably majestic force. What's more, this vein map is directly displayed on the surface of Liu Sheng's flesh. On his naked upper body, a complex and mysterious golden pattern emerged, like the most gorgeous and noble tattoo in the world. Especially the forehead and eyebrows are made of Jingxiang cloth. At this moment, Liu Sheng is no different from the innate gods who came out of myths and legends. "I am God." Liu Sheng opened his mouth calmly, and then leveled the martial arts master's fight with a punch. On his fist, there is also a golden divine flame entwined. When this punch was released, the void collapsed, and large black shadows appeared in the air. The true potential of immortal cells. Fully inspired by Liu Sheng in the state of Valkyrie. A look of fear and panic finally appeared on Jidao Wuxian's face. His martial arts instinct told him. Liu Sheng punched down. He really will die. Die? How many years have not been close to the experience I have felt? Jidao Wuxian looked in a trance. When he came back to his senses, a fist surrounded by golden flames was already reflected in his eyes. "Then let's die together." The eyes of Jidao Wuxian revealed a thick color of madness. He opened his mouth and spat out a light black piece of metal with an unknown pattern engraved on it. "Then use the arm I just reshaped. Crush hard." 358 above the 9th level, the future god of the military department, super shocking. 5. The moment when Jidao Martial Saint spit out that piece of metal and crushed it. Between Liu Sheng's brows, there was a tingling sensation of being pierced by a sharp sword. Unprecedented warning signs. It was stronger than the time when cracks appeared in his martial arts will. 5. Liu Sheng thought about what might be behind the Jidao Wuxian. Rebirth of flesh and blood before, he thought of it. But right now, this is beyond his expectation. When Liu Sheng wanted to stop it, it was too late. Watching the metal plate shatter in front of my eyes, strange fluctuations came out. Feelings of regret, powerlessness, and helplessness arose in Liu Sheng's heart. But soon calm again. Now that the deal is done, let's face it. But... a cold killing intent flashed in Liu Sheng's eyes. Ultimate Martial Saint, you still have to die. The fist of the 5 realms entwined with divine flames hit Jidao Martial Saint on the forehead without any flamboyance. No accidents happened. Jidao Wuxian's head exploded with a bang, and his newly reshaped body melted like wax. Immediately afterwards, a golden figure that looked like broken porcelain stepped out of the melted flesh in a panic. There is still a trace of divine flame wrapped around the human form, and the whole person is constantly being burned. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he was about to go up and punch him again. At this time, a strange throbbing suddenly came from the void beside him. Liu Sheng turned his head abruptly. Intuitively, the light and shadow intertwine in front of his eyes, and an illusory figure walked out. He stretched out his finger and poked at himself. Liu Sheng raised his fist, but the finger had already lightly pressed on his heart. Boom! Liu Sheng's chest exploded directly. Heart burst. Only one burning immortal cell remained alone. Kika. The power of this finger remained undiminished, and the willpower contained in the finger rushed into Liu Sheng's mind domineeringly. 787 is said to be indestructible, and it is the hardest crystal gold obsidian in the future martial arts 10,000 years to visualize the human form. There was also a deep fingerprint on the chest. There are large cracks spreading around the fingerprints, and there is even a faint tendency to collapse. Liu Sheng was directly shot down by an indescribably terrible impact. The figure fell to the bottom like a meteorite. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and his eyes were filled with blood. He saw Jideo martial saint's martial spirit like broken porcelain disappear into the sky in a stream of light. There was also that phantom figure that had severely injured him with just one finger. The figure couldn't see his face clearly, and his figure was tall and burly, as if he came from the starry sky of the universe. The style of clothes on him is quite weird, very different from the style of this world. Liu Sheng wants to see more. The illusory human form has quickly faded and disappeared. It's as if it never happened. Then Liu Sheng fell heavily into the sea. The terrifying force of the impact still didn't mean to stop in the slightest. His figure keeps falling in the sea, falling. 1 kilometer. 2 kilometers. 5 kilometers. He fell into the dark cavern of the abyss. A sea of strange beasts swam past him, trying to pounce on them, but they were smashed into blood foam by the terrifying impact just as they approached. Liu Sheng didn't know when he could stop. His stellar indestructible body and 22 immortal cells in his body try to repair the wounds of the body. But the power of the two was quickly swallowed up by the terrifying power of that finger. Liu Sheng's body seemed to be spreading a raging fire, and his own strength was the source of water. Now, obviously there is not enough water. It simply wasn't enough to put out the fire. Replenish energy. Liu Sheng ran his stinging brain, and managed to find a water source. At critical moments, I can't take care of so much. Liu Sheng raised one hand with difficulty, and took out a small bottle of fenjing from a side pocket of his trousers. Before he could open it in time, he swallowed it whole. It's hard for him to do this even after his heart exploded. Feeling the power of Saint's death bursting in the body, Liu Sheng used the last sliver of control in his martial arts state to manipulate the 22 divine cells in his body to devour this energy. As for whether immortal cells can be achieved, what kind of variables will happen in the future, he does not know. He only knows that when the fire is raging, the sewage is also water, and it can also put out the fire. At this time, the light completely disappeared before Liu Sheng's eyes, and his vision began to become blurred. Liu Sheng wanted to take out his phone from his pocket and send a message to someone close to him. But the body couldn't lift a bit of strength at all. Forget it, I won't die anyway. I should, right? Liu Sheng finally gave up on this idea and slowly closed his eyes. The last circling thought in his mind was, grass mud horse. In this world, why does there exist powers above level 9? Careless. Ningai. At sea level. All the people in the military department who had just witnessed a series of sudden changes were stunned. A second ago, they were still immersed in Liu Sheng's attitude against the sky, punching and killing the Jideo Wushan to the point of death. Their military department already has a new god. And it is a god that exists above the 9th level. An unprecedented god. The military is about to have an extremely bright future. But the next second, there will be sudden changes. Liu Sheng was counterattacked by Jideo Wushan's last hole card and fell into the bottom of the sea without a trace. Everything happened so fast. It was so fast that they didn't react at all. Many people had a look of deep bewilderment on their faces. They even began to doubt whether everything I have experienced today is just a dream. At a certain moment, I was pleasantly surprised that I was in the military camp. The 5 military marshals were the first to react. The first time, give the order. All generals, everyone. Let's all go into the water and search for Liu Sheng's whereabouts with all our strength. Immediately. Yes. The order was passed on quickly. The entire army was mobilized, and countless officers plunged stars into the water, conducting a sweeping search in the sea area where Liu Sheng disappeared. The 5 military marshals stood on the deck of the highest battleship, looking deeply at the busy sea in the distance. The initial joy was no longer on the face, only a touch of solemnity and worry. Do you think Liu Sheng is still alive? A marshal suddenly spoke. Several people were silent for a while, and someone answered. In the past 300 years of martial arts, on this planet, the youngest and most enchanting son of arrogance can kill martial saints in adversity at the 8th level. Such a person who is destined to shine like a great sun in the sky at noon, shining in the whole world, suddenly dies. Do you believe it? The marshal who spoke looked extremely serious, and shook his head. Anyway, I don't believe it. A character like Liu Sheng, even if he died, he wouldn't die here, under such circumstances. The marshal agreed. The rest nodded slowly. Then what happened today? Spread out. There was an inexplicable light in Marshal's eyes, and he said word by word, at least let the high-level people in the entire Dragon Kingdom know. Today, the Jidao martial saint was defeated in Ningyi, by the future god of our army, Liu Sheng. The next day, a piece of news was quietly circulated in the circle of high-level figures in Longguo. Liu Sheng, the military's peerless genius, at the age of the weak crown, in Ningyi, killed the Jidao Wuguan Jidao 4 elephants, with a total of 32 people in the 28 knights of the Jidao. Defeated Jidao Wushan is dying and fleeing. In an instant, the whole circle was sensational. Countless people were astonished, shocked, and dumbfounded. I don't know how many people, how many teacups and seat armrests were crushed. If the first half of the news was an earthquake of magnitude 10, it would be shocking. Then the second half of the news. It was like a nuclear bomb was dropped in front of them. Boom! The whole person was numb and stunned. Defeating the ultimate Dao martial saint Yu Ningyi. Wu Sheng. That's Wu Sheng. One of the 3 existing martial saints in the Dragon Kingdom, Jidao martial saint. High above the sky, as if sitting on a cloud, an out-and-out god in the world. Was defeated? And escaped from death. Jidao martial saint survived the Dragon Lion battle back then. He was not injured to the point of dying as the Dragon Lion battle was so tragic. The key is, the one who beat him to the brink of death, was actually a young man who was only 20 years old. Going crazy. Everyone who heard the news sat in a chair in a daze for a long time before recovering. Then immediately, send someone to confirm the authenticity of the news. If it is false, the person who spread the false news should die. If true, the name Liu Sheng is destined to be remembered by countless people. Moreover, in time, the brilliance belonging to this name will surely shine on every corner of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom. There will also be a huge earthquake. Tianhui Peak of the Tian Shan Mountains. Tianke Cold Pool. On the water surface of the Tianke Lake, which has not melted for thousands of years, the thick layer of ice suddenly split from it. A figure walked out of the water slowly stepping on the spray. Ice stubble fell down from his body thinly, and white air was steaming all over his body. Ying looked at the 6 or 7-year-old boy, with a handsome face, a slender body, fair skin, and black hair that was jet black and shiny. His eyes revealed a strong sense of vicissitudes. After the young man walked out from under the Tianke Lake, pain immediately appeared on his pale face. To put it simply, Jidao is bound to die, but he has to be used to lead the line, so he has to wait for Liu Sheng to come back before killing him completely. Don't worry, this will not mess things up again. There is another chapter in the early morning, do what you say. And then, the master volume is almost over, and the next is the martial arts volume. Sheng will take the route of martial ancestors and ping Tianxia to save the human race crisis in this world. By the way, he will open the following map of the starry sky and universe, as well as the dream space, the connection with the world of alien beasts, the deeper truth and so on. By the way, everyone can guess what Sheng's photo will look like. Thanks to the friends who have supported me all the way to the present. I told my wife when I opened this book. It is a gift for the child. The child will be born in 6 months, so I have to write it for at least another 6 months. I hope everyone is a witness. Thank you again for your flower monthly tickets and rewards. The monthly tickets on the monthly ticket list are too scary, more than 1,000 more than the second place. There are also flowers. I originally wanted to charge 4 million, but I didn't expect to charge 5 million now, or give me 5 million and forget it, haha. Everyone is really awesome, thank you again. Hope to have you by my side all the time. Vow. 359 I and number 039, am giving you face, right? Let me pretend to be a martial artist? 6. The pain was almost unbearable. He couldn't help but put his head in his hands and curled up on the ground. A large amount of bright red blood flowed out from his 7 orifices, like a little bloody snake, meandering around on his white body. This process lasted for more than half an hour, during which the boy did not know how much blood shed, almost completely dyeing the surrounding ice and snow red. After the pain subsided a little, he slowly let go of his hands holding his head. The whole person was panting violently, and there was not even a trace of blood on his cheeks. The boy struggled to get up from the ground, all the muscles in his body trembling. He was hurt badly. The body of the martial saint that has been cultivated for more than 100 years has been completely destroyed. Fortunately, I exchanged for a bottle of God Fusion liquid last time, otherwise, even if the martial arts spirit escaped, it would not be able to survive at all with the clone secondary body prepared long ago. But even so, he is still in a state of dying. How could it be so easy to replace the martial body? The fusion of the gods can only eliminate the barrier between his martial arts soul and this auxiliary body. The cohesion and fit between the soul and the secondary body have to be cultivated slowly. This process is very long, even in the peak period of G-Dao martial saint, it will take 10 years or even longer to finish all this. After the end, the strength will drop by at least 30%. Not to mention, the current martial arts soul of G-Dao martial saint is still on the verge of shattering. Just like a candle in the wind, it may be completely annihilated at any time. Lu Sheng. Ji-Dao Wuxian couldn't help gnashing his teeth when he thought of this name. But apart from hatred, there is more shock, horror, and deep fear that goes deep into the bone marrow. The older a person is, the more he fears death. Wu Sheng is no exception. Especially the old antiques like Ji-Dao martial saints who survived the Dragon and Lion War. He remembered the process of being repeatedly ravaged by Lu Sheng and being helpless. And Lu Sheng's last punch. The great horror of life and death. Ji-Dao Wuxian is still covered in cold sweat when he thinks about it now. If it weren't for the life-saving talisman that he sacrificed at the end with the martial arts will of a 10th level powerhouse, there would be no possibility of escaping back alive. It's hard to imagine that he, who is a majestic 9th level martial saint, can be forced to such a level by an 8th level martial artist. Monsters, inhumans. At the age of more than 200 years, Ji-Dao Wuxian couldn't find any words that could accurately describe Lu Sheng. How can there be such a level of genius on our 1st level resource star? 8th level has such terrifying strength. If it is 9th level, wouldn't it be possible to directly walk out of the planet? Also, he should be dead already. It must be dead. Ji-Dao martial saint shook his head, and said in a firm tone, a blow from a 10th level powerhouse, no matter how strong his combat power and skills are, he is still at level 8. How can a martial body survive without being condensed by the general trend of the world? Even at the peak of level 9, under that blow, if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Ji-Dao Wuxian couldn't help but feel a pain in his flesh when he thought of this. It took him more than 100 years of accumulated resources to exchange for the life-saving talisman with the martial arts will of a 10th level strongman. The original idea was not to save his life, but to use it to comprehend the Tao of 10th level and seek for that slight opportunity to be promoted to 10th level. Unexpectedly, there was a time when it came in handy. And it was still used on a mere 8th level opponent. It's just off the charts. The control over the inheritance of low-level resource stars is too strict, and they will not easily allow the birth of strong people with power beyond their own control. Otherwise, I don't have to use this method to spy on the 10th level. But these things are meaningless to Jidao Wu Sheng now. He is hanging like this now, he can survive smoothly, and he will be thankful to restore his strength to half the height when he was at the peak. What about the 10th level of Taoism? Jidao Martial Saint was thinking. At this time his brain began to stab like a knife again, and his 7 orifices began to bleed crazily. He stumbled towards a place, and found a boxy black suitcase under a boulder beside Tianqi. Take a few bottles of potion from the suitcase and quickly pour them into your mouth. After drinking the potion, after a while, he slowly recovered. He grabbed a handful of snow on the ground and wiped off the blood on his face. The icy snow slid across his cheeks, unexpectedly giving him a slight tingling sensation. It's been years since I felt this weak feeling. Jidao Wu Sheng took out another set of clothes from the suitcase and put them on indiscriminately. Then he stared at the suitcase for a while, glanced around, and said to himself, I can't stay in this place anymore, sooner or later someone will come to the door. I need to find someone to take shelter. Tan's Honggaihu, Lin Zhenjiahu. Jidao Wushen's eyes flickered, he struggled a little between the two names, and soon made a choice. The remaining things should be enough to exchange for his asylum. With his character, he shouldn't be able to do anything to take advantage of it. There is no way. Jidao Sixiang and Erbasuo under the command of Jidao Wushen died completely in this battle. Now he doesn't even have anyone who can use him. Although the Jidao Martial Art Museum is powerful, his real confidants are only Jidao Sixiang and Erbasuo, and the other people. Who knows what kind of ghost each is pregnant with, he dare not believe anyone. The safest way is to immediately find a reliable big tree to shelter from the wind and rain. He is now at his weakest. Once the news of the first battle of Ningyi comes out, God knows how many people who smell blood will come to him. After all, a legacy of a 9th level martial saint. Enough to make more than 90% of people excited. Maybe even foreign forces will come to join in the fun. Jidao Martial Saint packed up his things. I don't have any nostalgia for everything on the outside peak this day. Even at this moment, under the Tianqi lake, the bodies of his dead wife and children are still buried. Hastily descended the Tianyi peak. He used to be a martial sage, and he could cross an unknown distance with one thought, and it took only a few breaths to leave Tianyi peak. Now walking down the mountain, I realize how difficult this road is. Achoo! Jidao Martial Saint sneezed violently, wrapped his hands tightly around his clothes, his face was blue and purple from the cold, his whole body was trembling, and the clear water from his nose was almost running down his face. Why did I just choose such a place as a place to cultivate in the first place? And I haven't prepared a winter coat yet, I'm freezing to death. His secondary body is too weak, not even the strength of a master. Walking down this road, one foot was deep and the other was shallow, and he almost froze to death. 0. Asking for flowers. The key point was that his mind was injured, his brain was still hurting, and he felt like he was going to have a nosebleed again. Jidao Wu Sheng walked down in a daze. I don't know how long I walked, and suddenly... Shua! Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of him. Jidao Wu Sheng played cleverly and raised his head suddenly. I saw 2 tall and burly men standing in front of me, looking down at me. The energy and blood of the 2 were like an oven, and the ice and snow around them melted at a speed visible to the naked eye where they stood. Boy! A man with a square face between the 2 stared at Jidao Martial Saint, and said coldly, Is the Tianyi peak going up from here? What do you call me? Jidao Wu Sheng squinted his eyes, his cold light burst out, and his whole body suddenly exuded a lofty aura of looking down on the world and looking down on the common people. But when he said that, he was suddenly startled. Something is wrong. He doesn't seem to be a martial artist anymore. Oops! Gdao Martial Saint quickly raised his head, and suddenly found that the two masters in front of him were all staring at him in a daze. 0, 0. Could it be that you were intimidated by my aura? Gdao Martial Saint was overjoyed. Sure enough, even if I don't have the strength, the might of 100-year-old Martial Saint still exists. The more Gdao Martial Saint thought about it, the more he felt that it was true, and he couldn't help thinking, is it possible to take these two people under his command and escort me all the way to that person? Gdao Martial Saint hadn't finished thinking, when he suddenly heard the two people in front of him speak. What did this kid just say? My seat. Fuck, I was almost scared by him. Gdao Martial Saint hurriedly raised his head, but saw a big fan-like hand slamming towards him. It slapped him on the cheek and sent his whole body flying, rolling around on the snow. Give you a face, right? A Grand Master glared fiercely at Gdao Wushan. How can you let me pretend to be a Wushan with the strength to climb a mountain so that your nose is covered with cold? Claim yourself in front of us, and watch how I beat you to death. With that said, the gesture is about to come up. Fortunately, the person next to him pulled him back. Forget it, you dare to wear such little clothes on the top of the mountain with such strength. You must be a fool, and your brain is not very bright. We'd better go find Tianyi Peak quickly to find out the situation of Gdao Martial Saint. Don't delay business. The hands-on master's expression changed, and he finally nodded. Gdao Martial Saint spat, and said coldly, you are lucky, kid. See you next time and see if I don't punch your shit out. After finishing speaking, the two of them flickered and walked away quickly. Gdao Wushan struggled to get up from the snow, opened his mouth with a wow, and spit out two knocked-out teeth. He looked at the direction where the two left, covered his swollen left face, trembling with anger. Okay, wait for me. There was a strong venomous light in Gdao Martial Saint's eyes, and he said word by word, when I recover my strength, I will crush you both to ashes and torture you to death. After speaking, he was full of aggrieved, and continued to stagger down the mountain with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. On the road, the 7 orifices were bleeding again. All the way along the way, the snow was covered with red spots. It was very sad. 360 Even the martial saints have been disabled by him. And number 039, Ma Fart. 1. A building by the sea. The shape is cylindrical, and the whole body is white, and it looks like it is made of white jade. On the 20th floor of the Yuzha building, in an empty and clean room, 2 people were standing and chatting. How was the trip to North Lion Island this time? I heard that the scenery there is very beautiful, but I have always wanted to go but never had the chance. A tall woman with a ponytail, a smooth and full forehead, fair skin, and a cup of hot coffee was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in the room by the sea, talking casually while blowing the sea breeze. What she asked was the man who was sitting at a white desk next to him, typing on the computer in front of him. The man has clear features, thin lips, focused and calm eyes, and his white shirt and rimless glasses make him look a bit like a professional elite. But the solid forearm muscles revealed under the rolled-up cuffs give people the feeling of a quiet beast. When you are promoted to level 8, I can take you with me next time. The man's 10 fingers flew fast, and he tapped on the keyboard with a crisp sound of da-da-da. Level 8, how easy is it? Do you think everyone is you, Xin Yajun? The ponytail woman curled her lips, walked over, and glanced curiously at the man's computer screen. What she saw were large sections of text and data descriptions, and something similar to a map. It makes people dizzy just looking at it, but all this is quickly enriched and perfected under the sound of the male 050 tapping the keyboard with both hands. It seems that this trip has gained a lot. The woman blinked and spoke. The man pressed the last button, stopped his hands, took off his glasses, rubbed his brows, shook his head and said, how can there be any gains? It's just a routine. You have been running around outside for more than 10 years. What are you looking for adults? Can you tell me? The woman asked curiously. The man thought for a while and said two words, Nangjing. Nangjing. The woman blinked, and her eyes fell on the computer in front of the man. What is that? Don't look, you can't find it online. The man explained, energy crystal is a crystal that is known to contain the highest energy in a unit, and it can also be called an energy source. This kind of thing is extremely rare and precious. At present, there are only a few known production places, which are shared by countries all over the world. In the past 10 years, I have traveled almost half of the planet, just to find a new energy crystal production field for my lord. So smart. The woman asked in surprise, is it helpful for martial arts? Yes, but it's only useful for people at the level of an adult. Energy crystals are not only a precious cultivation resource for level 9, but also a currency. The woman's eyes were bright, and it felt as if a door to a new world was slowly opening in front of her eyes, which made her feel indescribably surprised. By the way, is it really okay to tell me these secrets? Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. The woman suddenly put on a vigilant look, and said, after you tell me, you're going to kill me right away. Hee hee. The man couldn't help laughing, shook his head and said, you have watched too many movies. Although this is a secret, you will know it sooner or later anyway. I just told you in advance. The World Grandmaster competition is about to start in 1 year, and you must go to participate when the time comes, and someone will naturally tell you the news about Nangjing. The World Grandmaster competition also has something to do with Nangjing. It was originally a regular competition created for the distribution of energy crystals. All the energy crystals produced in the world are assembled every year, and each country sends its own master-level powerhouse to compete, and the share of each country's martial saints is determined according to the final ranking of the competition. It turned out to be such a thing. The woman had a clever mind, and quickly thought, since there is competition among the martial saints of various countries, there should also be competition among the martial saints of our own country, right? Nature. The man nodded and said, this is also the meaning of our Ming Yutang's existence. It's like the 4 elephants of the extreme Dao and the 28 mansions under the command of the ultimate martial saint. There are also hundreds of disciples who surpass martial saints. The man said, sighed softly, and said helplessly, my lord is the youngest among the 3 martial saints in my dragon kingdom, and he has the longest time to become a saint. Our Ming Yutang has been established for the shortest time and has the thinnest background. There has always been a big gap between the overall strength and the power of Jidao surpassing the martial arts school. Almost every time the energy crystals are allocated, the adult's share is the least. There are the most extreme martial saints, followed by transcendents. This is also the reason why adults have been eager to find a place of origin for new energy crystals. It's better to save money than open source. The ponytail woman felt the heavy pressure on the shoulders of the man in front of her, and her expression became complicated. Thinking about how to comfort each other. Suddenly at this moment, an email popped up on the computer screen in front of the man. The ponytail woman's heek turned her head away, pretending to look at the scenery outside the window. A few seconds later. Boom! A loud explosion came from the side of the ponytail woman, and all kinds of fragments exploded flying in all directions. The ponytail girl was so startled that she almost spilled the coffee in her hand. She turned her head away quickly. All I saw was the man who was talking to her patiently before, now he was standing still, with an indescribably strange expression on his face. What's wrong? The ponytail woman was stunned. The man turned his head a little bit, looked at her, and said in a low voice with erratic tone, this time in the World Grandmaster competition, the adult's share finally doesn't have to be the least. Why? Women don't know why. Because. The man said in a low tone, the 4 phenomena of the extreme way, the 28 mansions are all destroyed, the martial saint of the extreme way is injured and dying, and the lineage of the extreme way is over. What? The woman's eyes widened suddenly, her expression was like seeing a ghost, she couldn't believe it. Really? Is this news reliable? The man did not answer, but said with a strange expression, you must not guess, who is the person who did these things? Who? The woman asked. The man's eyes flickered, and he said word by word, it is the boy who offended the Jidao martial arts school back then, and the adults ordered you to help him, but killed the Jidao master coaxing with his own power. Lu Sheng. If a woman is hit hard, it is as if she was struck by lightning on the spot. One mouth was opened wide, and the whole person was completely frozen in place, motionless. The coffee he had been holding in his hand also fell to the ground with a thud and shattered. The man ignored her and walked out quickly. I will go to see the Lord and report this to him. Soon, only the woman was left standing blankly in the room. The sea breeze blows in from the floor-to-ceiling windows, blowing the hair and clothes of the woman with ponytail. Her eyes were in a daze, and she murmured in a low voice, it's him? How could it be him? Sheng. Beyond martial arts. In the huge martial arts arena, many men and women wearing martial arts uniforms beyond the martial arts are performing martial arts in the arena. Under an old locust tree beside the martial arts arena, there was a young man sitting lazily. The young man has messy long hair, unshaven beard, cloudy and dull eyes, dirty clothes, smells of alcohol, looks like a tramp. There were two disciples from the Transcendence Martial Arts Academy, one big and one small, passing by. The young man who was still young saw the dejected young man under the tree and the wine bottles scattered all over the floor, his eyes were full of novelty, and he couldn't help but blurted out, fucking senior brother. Is this senior brother taking the path of getting into the Tao with wine? I've seen it in novels, but I didn't expect people to be like this in reality. We have surpassed the martial arts hall and are really full of talents. Hearing this, the older disciple quickly covered his mouth and said nervously, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is this? The older disciple spoke halfway, but he couldn't continue, he sighed softly and said, the martial path was interrupted by someone, and it has fallen to this point. Interrupt Wutu. The young disciple opened his eyes wide. The older disciple glanced at the direction under the big tree in the distance, and said with a complicated expression, this one was considered one of my top geniuses beyond the martial arts school before. One of the 3 disciples of Martial Saint Lord, he was promoted to the top Daizong realm in less than 40 years old. Originally, I wanted to try martial arts, but I was severely frustrated outside, and I never recovered from it. A top-tier batch of less than 40. The young disciple exclaimed, you can be defeated by someone who is so powerful, who did it? It is said that he is a super martial arts genius in the military region, but I don't know the details. Anyway, just remember, there are too many monsters in this world. Those who practice martial arts like us must not only have the courage to forge ahead, but also have a humble and awe-inspiring heart. Understood, brother? The two walked away quickly while chatting. When the two walked away, the dejected young man under the big tree slowly raised his head, looked at the two people's backs and laughed at himself. I always have a humble and reverent heart, hee hee. He casually grabbed a bottle of wine beside him and poured it into his mouth. Suddenly, the light in front of him dimmed slightly, and a pretty figure stood in front of him. Brother Dong. Lin Wanwan's pretty face flushed, and she panted slightly, as if she had come running quickly. Wanwan Junior sister. Dong Shenji replied lazily, you came to see my joke again at 4.5. Why? Lin Wanwan stomped her feet, squatted down quickly, and whispered a few words in his ear. After these few words, Dong Shenji's originally cloudy eyes suddenly shot out a strong light, and his face also showed extreme shock and disbelief. Real? Dong Shenji repeatedly confirmed in disbelief. Lin Wanwan raised her hand and swore, I heard what daddy said to the elder brother with my own ears, and, I even saw. Dong Shenji was stunned and dumbfounded. The light in his eyes suddenly became more and more intense, and something seemed to be slowly waking up on his body. Even Jideo Wushan was beaten to death by him. What am I? What am I? This pervert, I'll compare him to a fart. Boom! Horrific qi and blood erupted, and a beam of spirit qi rose like a column, shaking the leaves of the old locust tree like a rustle. Many disciples in the martial arts arena were startled by this movement, and they all turned their heads to look. They saw a figure rising into the sky and disappearing in an instant. Under the old locust tree, Lin Wanwan looked at the direction where Dong Shenji disappeared, her eyes sparkled, and she whispered to herself, "Brother Dong, you're finally back. In other words, Dad probably let me hear the news on purpose, so he came here to tell senior brother Dong." 361 Shocking speculation, the tip of the iceberg of disaster. 2. When the First World War in Ningyi caused huge waves to the outside world, the military was still tirelessly searching for Liu Sheng's whereabouts in the waters of Ningyi. Two figures stood on a battleship, looking at the busy crowd on the sea in the distance. The search range has expanded to 100 kilometers in the surrounding sea area, and the search depth has reached 8,000 meters. There is no trace of Liu Sheng. Then expand and deepen. Having entered the Haiwan catacombs, it may be difficult to go deeper. The marshal of the military region turned his head to look at the admiral beside him, and said calmly, "Do you think it is difficult for the military department to train another strong man who can suppress and kill martial saints, or is it difficult to search for deep cracks?" The admiral's expression froze, and he said quickly, "Understood." After thinking about it, he couldn't help but say, "Marshal, do you want to recruit the General Star team? Or set this matter as a mission of success? If there are a lot of 7th and 8th level generals to help, the progress can be much faster." The military marshal shook his head. "Not yet. The news of Liu Sheng's disappearance should be blocked as much as possible. Then his family and friends. Treat me with the highest treatment from the military department, don't let them know any news about this matter. Let's wait for Liu Sheng to come back." After a brief exchange, the admiral left in a hurry. Only the marshal of the military department stood alone on the deck, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the sea level in the distance. His pupils 02 are far-reaching, and there seems to be a light flickering in his eyes. The hope that the military has been looking forward to for more than 200 years, will not be extinguished just like this, certainly not. When countless people searched on the sea surface, 30,000 meters below sea level. In the depths of Haiwan catacombs, a little bit of golden light illuminates the darkness. This golden light is so abrupt and conspicuous in the depths of the dark and sunless crypt cracks, it is easy to attract curious guys. A ferocious beast with a body length of about 20 meters and a huge body, like a giant whale, gently swayed its body and swam towards the position where the golden light bloomed. The giant whale-like beast quickly swam to where the golden light was. It opened its mouth, and the small half of its body was turned upwards, revealing the spiral serrated teeth underneath, like a super-large meat grinder. The giant whale and strange beast pointed at the position of the golden light and inhaled fiercely, and a terrifying suction immediately came from the center of the meat grinder. This suction directly forms a vortex CI at the bottom of the abyss, into which tens of thousands of tons of seawater are pouring. Jin Guang was drawn and moved quickly. Just when the golden light was about to be sucked in by the vortex, the originally hazy and mysterious golden light suddenly changed with a somewhat dreamlike color. In an instant, it became violent and cold, fierce and fierce. It was as if the beautiful camouflage had been ripped off, revealing the cruel nature underneath. Two long black tentacles sprang out from the golden light. The tentacles are like guns, and with the help of suction, they penetrate the mouth wall of the giant whale's mouth full of spiral serrations. Digs deep with ease. Up and down. Then suck like crazy like a pipe. Roar. The giant whale and strange beast roared in pain, and the suction from the mouth stopped suddenly, and turned into a terrifying sound wave, which spread out layer by layer along the sea water. The two scaly black tentacles remained motionless, still firmly rooted in its mouth. Streams of flesh and blood essence were passed back through the tentacles visible to the naked eye. And the giant whale and beast also shriveled up quickly. In just a dozen blinks of time, the terrifying 8th level beast that was nearly 20 meters long turned into a piece of fleshy skin and gradually drifted away along the current. The two black tentacles that had absorbed the essence of flesh and blood slowly retracted, with a satisfied laziness in their movements. With the dim golden light, you can see the whole picture of this top submarine predator. It has a head like a human youth, fair skin, handsome facial features, every hair and every inch of muscle and skin are as perfect as the creation of heaven, possessing a thrilling masculine beauty. But when it reached the chest, the beauty stopped abruptly and was cut off with a single knife. A huge wound was entrenched on the chest. The entire chest cavity was opened, revealing the emptiness inside. A little golden light is solitary in this emptiness, and all the golden light comes from this. Going down, it looks a little scary and disgusting. At the lower end of the chest wound, countless black granulation sprouts are growing wildly. These granulations are like living things, proliferating and withering at the same time. A force entrenched in the chest wound easily killed the activity of these granulation, which is also the reason why the wound cannot be completely healed until now. Further down, it's the body of a monster. A fist-sized eye grew from the lower abdomen, and the feet were replaced by two tentacles covered with black scales. Its masterpiece was hunting 8th level alien beasts before. These two tentacles moved nimbly in the sea abyss, using the golden light in the chest as bait, searching for the next prey. A beautiful upper body and a terrifying lower body. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the product of a mixture of angels and demons. I am a little bit in the direction of Thulhu. Sheng looked at his whole body and said to himself. He's in a terrible situation right now. The golden obsidian figure in his mind was fragmented, and the huge wound on his chest could not heal. Because of drinking the half-bottle of Saint's death, his lower body was completely alienated into the present half-human half-monster appearance. If you use one sentence to describe it, internal and external troubles, mess everywhere. Sheng's mentality is quite good. At least, he survived. Successfully survived twice in one blow from the 10th level powerhouse. Across two great realms, he is only 8th level, and can survive the ultimate move of a 10th level powerhouse, and he is not considered dying, it can only be said to be seriously injured. It's really amazing. There are traces of 10th level powerhouses in this world. Sheng's eyes flickered, and he tried hard to recall the appearance of the 10th level strongman who injured him. Looking at the style of clothing, it doesn't look like people in this world or this era. Sheng guessed that there are 10th level powerhouses in this world, or they come from places other than the land under his feet. Or, characters from a very long time ago. Before the first year of martial arts, it was an era of pure science and technology, and there was no document about any ancient martial arts civilization, otherwise it would not be considered the first year of martial arts. The second is less likely. Then only the first guess is left. Sheng thought about it carefully. A strong man from an alien planet, advanced martial arts civilization. This possibility is really quite big. From the emergence of strange beasts to the rise of martial arts, it has only been a mere 300 years. From the very beginning, martial arts didn't even have a starting point for a third-level powerhouse. It took less than 100 years for the appearance of the 9th-level martial saint powerhouse. I didn't think much of it when I saw this in a textbook before. Thinking about it now. Isn't this speed of development too fast? Just imagine, now that all the routes from level 1 to level 9 have been specified, it would be so difficult for the world to produce a level 9 martial saint. Not to mention the early rise of martial arts, the road is blue, and everything has to be groping forward in the dark. If someone with a higher martial arts civilization helped open the martial arts, then everything can be explained. Someone taught and no one taught are completely two concepts, okay? Then why does the advanced martial arts civilization help to open the martial arts? Liu Sheng's brain was running fast, and he quickly thought of the key to the matter. Alien beasts. The invasion of alien beasts is the beginning of everything. Imagine that when a weak technological civilization is invaded by powerful creatures from another world, the entire civilization quickly falls. On the brink of extinction. 353. At this time, people with advanced martial arts civilization appeared, opened up martial arts, and passed down martial arts. Giving swords and fire to the weak, the civilization in crisis finally has a certain ability to protect itself, and can compete with powerful creatures in other worlds by itself. After Liu Sheng stroked it like this, he suddenly felt that the entire process of civilization transformation was quite smooth. Facing the crisis of alien beast invasion, it seems that everything has a mature and reasonable response plan, and it only needs to be done step by step. Why does it make me feel this way? Liu Sheng frowned, and a bold guess suddenly popped up in his mind. The battlefield invaded by alien beasts is much bigger than I imagined. For this planet, an advanced martial arts civilization that opened up martial arts. In fact, it has already begun to face the crisis of alien beast invasion. The planet he is currently on is just a small battlefield. Just like the eastern military region, new crypt cracks appeared, and the military dispatched troops one by one to lay down lines of defense. Methodical. It is entirely because I have experienced countless times like this before, so when a disaster occurs, I will make the fastest and most reasonable response method. Hiss. Liu Sheng took a deep breath. Billowing sea water was inhaled from his mouth and nose, and then poured out from the empty chest cavity. His heart was gone, but his mind was still trembling. When he learned that the dream space was not the real future, the urgency and pressure in his heart decreased a lot. Consciously, as long as he keeps going step by step, sooner or later, the alien beast crisis in this world can be completely resolved. But now, a sense of pressure and crisis that was 10 or even 100 times greater than before weighed heavily on Liu Sheng's heart. He suddenly realized. The disasters I have seen and touched so far. Maybe it's just an insignificant tip of the iceberg. That's all. 362 In the world of martial arts, honor the title of martial ancestor. 3. This guess shocked the two tentacles on Liu Sheng's lower body a little out of control. Quickly grabbed a passing 8th level beast to absorb the shock. Watching that unlucky, octopus-like monster with 2 heads and 3 heads being pierced by his 2 tentacles. Like drinking yogurt, Gyalo deflated quickly. Liu Sheng's empty chest settled down a little. The wound on the chest closed slightly again. That's why Liu Sheng thinks it looks good now. Thanks to being able to keep preying on the alien beasts in the crypt through the alienated lower body, he has a continuous source of energy. Although the remaining power of the 10th level powerhouse on the chest is as solid as a rock, but with a little bit of grinding, sooner or later, it will be wiped clean one day. And it seems that because he is in the catacombs now, the power of rules is much weaker, and the alienated cells have not shown signs of apoptosis. If my guess is correct, the dream space should also be a similar battlefield for alien beasts. The duration of the battle, and the intensity of the battle, are much longer and more anxious than my current world. And in the end it fell. Compared with the dream space, the battlefield in this world can only be regarded as a newborn. I just don't know whether the dream space is divided into battlefields in different corners of the universe, or divided into battlefields in different universes invaded by the same alien beast. At this time, Liu Sheng suddenly felt a strong desire to become stronger. Only become stronger, strong enough to walk out of the planet in reality and dreams. The guesses about the sub-battlefield and the dream space can be verified one by one. The first step to become stronger. Nature begins with recovery. Liu Sheng looked inside his whole body, looked at the mess everywhere, took a deep breath, and said calmly, then, from now on, rebuild the old mountains and rivers. Closing his eyes, Liu Sheng entered the dream space. He wasn't worried about any danger in the Highwind cavern after he fell asleep. The biological instinct of alienated cells is too strong. Even if he doesn't take the initiative to control it, his natural aggression and destructive instinct will drive him to continue to prey on all the creatures around him. A simple analogy is driving the alienated Liu Sheng, sleeping is also practicing on hook. Oh no, to be precise, it's hanging up to heal injuries. In the dream space, Liu Sheng's figure appeared on the dilapidated long street. His mental strength was injured, and he felt a little weak even when he entered the dream space now. In this case, it is obviously not showing if you want to go to Wugwan Street to find someone to change your life. Harvest some memories first, and mend the spiritual human form. The gold obsidian figure that Liu Sheng now has in his mind is like a broken crystal handicraft. The chest was completely shattered, and cracks spread all over the body. It has to be said that it is quite a big project to repair. Fortunately, he has a dream space to continuously obtain spiritual energy, as well as crystal conception ideas. The repair speed is estimated not to be too slow. It's actually pretty good to be broken. Just take advantage of this time to transform the gold obsidian figure into an amethyst figure. Liu Sheng grabbed the black knife left behind by Gu Xian, the sage of life-killing martial arts, and walked towards a nearby street. Mental power attacks are useless in a short period of time, and can only be harvested with knives. Thinking of this, Liu Sheng couldn't help but think of the inner and outer wheel knives he lost in the battle with Jidao Wushan. It is almost entirely made of dense gold, and I don't know if the people in the military department put it away for him. If it is really lost, he will feel distressed to death. In a flash, Liu Sheng appeared on the uncleaned long street. After a little mental power sweep, after confirming that there are only 2 7th level and 1 8th level in this street, he rushed straight up. The black long knife flipped lightly. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood burst forth with monstrous killing intent. Like a sickle cutting wheat, the zombies on the long street fell down one after another. Even 2 7th level masters and 1 8th level grand master are no exception. The zombies on the entire long street turned into black smoke and gathered on Liu Sheng's body one after another. Liu Sheng then cleared 2 long streets. A total of 5 7-level Grand Master wills and 3 8-level Grand Martial Arts wills have been harvested. Now Liu Sheng's Shiquan Martial Arts Grand Master Roulette already has 50 different martial arts wills. There should have been more, but some were too weak and similar to the Grand Master's will, so he simply classified them into one category and merged them. Because of the blessing of more and more martial arts will, the grey roulette representing Liu Sheng's Shiquan Grand Master Dao has also become much larger. The surface of the disc is about 3 times larger than it was at the beginning, like a sundial lit by divine fire. Will there be a qualitative change when it reaches 100 kinds? Liu Sheng had a wonderful guess in his heart. Feeling the long-lost swelling between the eyebrows, Liu Sheng stopped harvesting and returned to the original point. Putting the long black knife on his knees, he began to practice crystal conception with his eyes closed. A large number of memories were transformed into pure spiritual power and poured into Liu Sheng's mind. While looking at the memories of each deceased person, Liu Sheng speculated about the truth behind the disaster in the dream world, while repairing the broken and cracked gold obsidian figures bit by bit. This project is cumbersome and huge. Liu Sheng had to be patient and come a little bit. In a short time, Liu Sheng didn't really want to go out. With his current state, he would scare many people if he went out. Wait for the injury to recover partly, and then go out after eliminating the alienation characteristics. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to check the information in the Tinder resource library. Liu Sheng suddenly thought of this, and hurriedly took out the optical brain. Although he is basically certain now, most of what Curry has about the future of his world is fabricated. But the information it stores itself is real. Those martial arts inheritances, those medicine formulas, and those materials about the real world that it collected and integrated through unknown means. The help to Liu Sheng is still great. Still a treasure. And the key to unlock the treasure is authority. Retrieve my profile. Calling. Name, Liu Sheng. 1. Lifespan, Budo 297 June, Budo. Liu Sheng didn't even bother to read the above information. I glanced at the life experience part in the middle. Yu Ninggai seriously injured Ji Dao martial saint, the serious injury disappeared, and returned after 3 years. Killing the ultimate way, defeating martial saint Lin Zhenjiu, defeating martial saint Tan China's mouth. Extreme martial saint is indeed not dead. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered. Before he fell into the deep sea, he vaguely saw Jidao martial saint's martial arts spirit escaping away. At that time, he felt that he was not dead, but now that he has been verified, he is indeed not dead. It doesn't matter, anyway, sooner or later you will die. Even his martial body was destroyed by me, even if he was lucky enough to save his life, he would still be an old dog lingering on his last legs. Liu Sheng thought calmly. Read on. Entered the 9th level at the age of 25, and is the youngest martial saint in the history of martial arts, with the title Shiquan. Try martial arts around the world, and you will be invincible. At the age of 30, he established the Holy Martial Art Museum, spreading martial arts all over the world, and made an incomparably great contribution to the development of human martial arts civilization. Ignore the age and so on. Liu Sheng mainly reads the following text. It is roughly the same as the previous martial arts experience, the only difference is the experience of setting up the Holy Martial Arts Hall and spreading martial arts all over the world. It coincides with my thoughts. Did it capture the fluctuations in my thoughts? What Liu Sheng is most curious about now is the way and means of collecting information in the dream space. Combined with the information deviation of Lian Su's pregnancy before, he still hasn't figured out how this thing obtains information resources. It's strange, I used to be known as the strongest person under the sky, but now my achievements have become higher, why hasn't I lost this title? Liu Sheng thought, and continued to look down. Then, his gaze freezes. The 10 sages under his seat broke through the 10th level at the age of 100 and became the first 10th level powerhouse in the history of martial arts. Open up the 10 level way for future generations, and the honorary title Martial Ancestor. For the next 2 years, he disappeared. Later generations speculate, Martial Ancestor Liu Sheng may have walked out of the blue star and headed for the starry sky of the universe. Wuziu! Liu Sheng's mind hummed hard. It was as if an incomparably huge golden halo suddenly fell from the sky, covering his head heavily. I was actually called Wu, Zhao Dezao, Ziu. Liu Sheng suddenly had a very strange feeling. What is Wuzu? The ancestor of martial arts, the first teacher of martial arts, is worshipped and praised by thousands of people in later generations. It's almost the same as the Kong Shen Gren in the previous life. Far higher than any god in the world, I don't know how many grades, that is the supreme reputation passed down through the ages. He was overjoyed for a while, but Liu Sheng couldn't help being puzzled. Wrong. Judo martial saints can take out the life-saving talisman of a 10th level powerhouse, proving that there should be a Qian level way in this world. How can it be my turn to open up the 10th level of Taoism and be the martial ancestor? Combined with the follow-up, 2 years after I achieved the 10th level, I disappeared. Immediately, there was a strong sense of strangeness in these few paragraphs. Could it be that the big data collection information is incomplete, resulting in huge deviations in the prediction results? Still, Liu Sheng's eyes flickered slightly. There are still many secrets that I don't understand at the top of the pyramid in this world. Liu Sheng thought about it for a long time, but he couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up. He couldn't wait to check his current authority level. They are all martial ancestors, so the authority should not be low. The 4th chapter was posted in the early morning, and the condition is not very good today, so the writing is slow. 363 Fist pushes the ancient times, but the magic shows the myth. Level 12 Exercises. Super Quality. Character Historical Evaluation, 10 stars. Tinder Resource Library Authority, 10th level. Liu Sheng's figure trembled slightly, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Martial Ancestor did not call for nothing. He used to be known as Super 9 and number 1 powerful under the sky, but his evaluation was only 7 stars, and his authority was only at level 7. Now the honorary title Martial Ancestor, the evaluation and authority are directly 3 levels. Reach the height of level 10. Estimated from past experience. The 7-level authority opens the way of 7 promotions and 8. The 8th level is 8 advanced 9. The 9th level is 9 Jin 10. The 10th level is 10 Jin and 11. From now on, I have cleared all the paths from level 9 to level 11. Liu Sheng's eyes were burning, and he gave orders directly to the light brain. Call out all the 11th level skills in the Fire Resource Library. The 9 exercises quietly appeared in front of Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng's heart relaxed completely. Sure enough, all the laws in the Tinder Resource Library. It has been completely opened to him. There are actually 9 11th level exercises. Liu Sheng read one by one. The Art of Indestructible Stars, Crystal Conception Ideas, Natural Breathing Method, Spiritual Illumination of Pluto Sutra, Praying for Heaven and Wishing Wheel Knife. The first 5 chapters are all learned by Liu Sheng. The last 4 articles. The first one is called 5 Seasons of Boxing. Liu Sheng looked at the creator, and immediately lifted his spirits. It came from Wang He. The only 11th level killing martial art he has learned is Praying to the Heavens and Wishes Wheel Knife, which comes from the 11th level Strongman Duan Yai Feng. There is no doubt about the power of the prayer wheel knife. So far, it is still the number 1 in cold weapon martial arts mastered by Liu Sheng. What's more, the saber technique he is using now is not just the skin of Qi Tian Xiaolun Dao style. Because he has been using the way of killing life inherited from Gu Xian to control the prey for the Wheel of Swords. And Gu Xian? To put it bluntly, 557 is simply an abandoned disciple who prayed for the round of swordsmanship. The essence of praying to heaven and wishing the round of swordsmanship has not been grasped at all. It is already so powerful, one can imagine how terrifying it is to be able to enter the first level killing martial arts. Liu Sheng had even imagined it in his heart. As far as he knows, there are 3 level 11 powerhouses, Wang He, Duan Yaifeng and Yang Yizhu. What exactly is the killing martial arts that each is good at? If he learns all of them, then he is equivalent to mastering 3 11th level killing techniques at the same time. Right now, the dream is coming true. The second 11th level martial arts was presented in front of him. 5 Seasons Boxing. Legend has it that in ancient times, between heaven and earth, there was a 5th season besides spring, summer, autumn, and winter. When the 5th season arrives, the 10 suns will appear in the sky. The infinite light and heat will scorch the mountains, rivers, and the earth, and all living things will die in the heat. The sky and the earth become an oven, the setting sun. That's why the so-called 5 Seasons of Boxing uses boxing techniques to go back to ancient times and reproduce the terrifying scene of 10 days and the same sky. Hiss! Liu Sheng took a deep breath, and a dazzling light burst out of his eyes. Push the ancients with fists, and act out myths. This is how majestic boxing. The idea alone must surpass any martial arts skills Liu Sheng has learned before. It's no wonder Shi Shenning's master technique is called 10 days same sky. It turns out, what Wang He performs is the meaning of 10 days same sky. Liu Sheng couldn't help but think of the first Grand Master level martial arts treasure he had obtained from Shi Shengning. Now he can still recall Shi Shenning's inspiration, ecstasy, and excitement after seeing Wang He throw a punch. He once thought that Shi Shengning didn't even learn a little bit about Wang He. Now that I think about it, that's not the case. At least Sheng understood the true meaning of Wanghe boxing, although he couldn't copy everything, he at least tried his best. It's like a child watching the sun for the first time, being infected by the majesty and magnificence of the sun, and carefully drawing a circle on the ground. The two really cannot be compared. But the spirit of the latter is also worthy of respect. If Sheng is given another 100 years, he may not be unable to achieve higher achievements. Sheng thought silently in his heart. Then continue to look down. He originally thought that in the next 3 11th level exercises, he could see the killing martial arts of Yang Yizhu, the most mysterious of the 3 11th level powerhouses. As a result, the expression after reading it is like this: The last 3 chapters are 11th level exercises. Inner Universe Part 1. Inner Universe. Inner Universe Part 2. Sheng. The founder of the 3 exercises is indeed Yang Yizhu. You want to say whether it has anything to do with killing martial arts? Can really get involved. Sheng read through all the content of the 3 exercises, and his head ached from reading. There is a feeling of reading Xinhua dictionary from beginning to end. But the general idea is to understand. The content of these 3 exercises mainly talks about how to build the inner universe. There is also the connection between the outer universe and the inner universe. What are the benefits of the successful construction of the inner universe? There's a lot in it that could, maybe, should. It is completely a theoretical exercise. Like the Shenzhou Pluto Sutra, the creators have not completely practiced the theoretical exercises that have been successfully practiced. The key grade is also frighteningly high. Any one of the upper, middle, and lower articles is taken out to be level 11, and the 3 are combined into one. Go straight to level 12. Good guy, this should be regarded as the deduction process of the 12th level road, the embryonic form of the 12th level road. Sheng didn't know either. Anyway, every time he reads the description of Yang Yizhu's exercises, it's like reading a heavenly book. It's like a liberal arts student. If you ask him to listen to science courses, his brain waves are completely out of tune, and he can only hear in a fog. One thing to say, if it can really achieve the inner universe, it is indeed the number 1 in ancient and modern times. What about 5 seasons boxing, what praying for heaven and wishing wheel knife, all stand aside. What kind of martial arts can compare to smashing people with a cosmology? Sheng put these 3 exercises aside, and planned to study them slowly when he was stuck at the 11th level. Too difficult. Put the difficult things to do later. 5 seasons boxing is enough to surprise Sheng. Originally, his boxing skills had already reached the legendary 5 realms. 5-level boxing combined with 11-level boxing, God knows how powerful it can be. I don't know if it's possible to punch a martial arts kid, or even challenge the senior level. Sheng is still brooding over the 10th level powerhouse who injured him. After reading the exercises, Sheng thought for a while, and then ordered the optical brain, call out the entire content of the fire plan. You have insufficient permissions. Sheng was not too disappointed, as expected. It is estimated that I will have to wait for my authority to be raised to level 11 before the layer of gauze of lies outside the dream space will be completely torn off. Sheng ignored it and focused on checking the content of the Martial Saint chapter of his 3 cornerstone exercises. His next step is to be promoted to Martial Saint, so he mainly understands the specific process and principle of the 8 promotions and 9 promotions. Then take a look at the follow-up arrangement of the 3 exercises. First of all, of course, is the art of immortality of stars. After reading the Wu Sheng chapter, Sheng has a thorough understanding of Beijiu. Pretty much what he had thought before. Essence, energy, and spirit are completely melted into one furnace, and then they are combined with the Tongtian land to forge their own brand of martial arts with the help of the general trend of the world, and to build a martial arts law. At this point, the gap between warriors widened again. The difference in appearance will directly lead to the gap in strength between Wu Sheng and Wu Sheng. According to what is said above, the martial arts of 9th level warriors are also divided into grades. The most intuitive distinction is made at the height of the first birth. Less than 1000 meters is low grade, 1000 to 5000 meters is middle grade, and above 5000 meters is top grade. And the ancient golden crow Dharma amulet taught in the stars are not extinct is a top-level super-grade Dharma image that exceeds 10,000 meters. Liu Sheng's expression was slightly moved, and he carefully recalled the appearance of the Jidao martial saint. It seems that there are not even 500 meters. Good guy, the low rank of the low rank, he is really right when he said that he is a country martial artist. The Jidao guy is completely relying on the divine nature of the god of the world for 100 years. Liu Sheng was full of contempt. He also looked at the natural breathing method and the crystal conception thought martial arts phase cohesion method. They are also top-notch products. Liu Sheng reached out and touched his rough, bearded chin, and thought, if I can combine the 3 super-grade methods and integrate them all into my Shiquan martial arts, what grade of martial arts will be born? Super product. Can't think about it. It's easy to drift if you think too much. It is very difficult to melt all the 11th level Taoism of the 3 schools into my Tao. Liu Sheng pursed his lips tightly and said nothing. This path was originally chosen by him, wanting to break the shadow and shackles brought to him by the 3 of them. Naturally, we must walk out of the way beyond the 3. Don't worry, let's slowly smelt my spirit, energy and spirit into one furnace. Anyway, now that the 5 seasons boxing technique has been passed on, with the power of his ever-increasing immortal cells. Even if you get stuck at the peak of the 8th level for a little longer, it's okay. Still being able to kill a martial saint is like killing a chicken. Who made the martial saints of this era too rural? A martial sage with a low-grade Dharma appearance can be a god in the world for more than 100 years. Once my 3 super Dharma forms are successfully condensed, Liu Sheng said to himself, it is only natural that the later generations honor him as the martial ancestor. Then there is also the cultivation method of the 4th stage of the immortal golden body and the Jew of immortality of the stars. It's a pity that Liu Sheng can't practice now. In the 4th stage, the immortal golden body needs to be washed and refined with the general trend of the world after achieving the Dharma, and it can only be carried out after reaching the 9th level. I don't understand why so many people say I'm ghostwriting. Yes, yesterday, because there were too many explosions in one breath, the way to lead to new maps and new settings was a bit too blunt. Looking back, there is indeed a better way to deal with it. You can say that my turning point is blunt, that my handling is rough, that I am bad, but don't say that my attitude is not correct. I lost a gun for a book that made milk powder money? I am stupid. I admit that my level is limited and there are many loopholes in the setting, but I have tried my best to make up for it. There are 13,000 updates per day. It is really not easy to be perfect without any problems. Brothers. This chapter has stuck with me for a long time. Thinking about the name of the exercise, I feel bald. The main reason is that I feel too depressed after reading the comment area. Sitting in front of the computer and smoking a cigarette for a long time. Also, I hope that everyone can book all, especially the fighting plot. Each chapter wastes a lot of my brain cells. That's it, thank you friends who can see here, thank you. Hey! 364 The Cloak of the Four-Phase Spirit Realm. The Problem of Alienation, 1. I also looked at the follow-up pages of Crystal Conception and Natural Breathing Method. Crystal Ideas is still smooth and stable. A stage has a stage of visual objects, which are promoted layer by layer and progressively. The object visualized in Level 9's Crystal Conception is a crystal named Bona Vibration Crystal. This is a dynamic crystal. The countless constituent molecules in the crystal are in a state of motion all the time. Presented as a whole, it is a wonderful crystal that emits bursts of tangible waves from time to time. A magical substance that is both dispersed and aggregated. Liu Sheng searched the Tinder resource library with his optical brain, and the results he got were still theoretical substances. But is it really just a theoretical substance? Liu Sheng looked up at the dark grey sky above his head, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. Not necessarily. He feels like the hero in the Truman world now. After tearing open the studio curtain, God knows what kind of world lies behind. Self-heating breathing method gave Liu Sheng a small surprise. In the content of the 9th level martial arts chapter, there is an extra attack martial art for the first time. It's called 4-Phase Spirit Realm Cloak. Liu Sheng was taken aback by this name. What the hell? Cloak of the 4 Phases Spirit Realm? Is it a martial skill or a cloak? After reading the whole article by Liu Sheng, I was stunned to see whether this martial art is boxing, palm, sword, or something. In the 3 11th levels, Liu Sheng stared at Yang Yasu's name and gritted his teeth, looking aggrieved and helpless. Why did you get mixed up with such a riddle man? Can't you make a good inheritance? A complaint from an unnamed scumbag. Good harvest. Liu Sheng's healing schedule, which was already full, became more and more fulfilling. Liu Sheng did not delay, and began to practice intensively. Next, Liu Sheng basically hid in the dream space, harvested memories, repaired the spiritual human form, and practiced the newly obtained 11th level method by the way. Wake up occasionally to see if your lower body of Thulhu is lazy or getting into trouble. The Haiwan catacombs were dark. Time is like flowing water in an undercurrent, passing silently. After January. Above Ninggai, the old man Huafa in the marshal's uniform stood on the sea, looking at the blue mirror-like sea with no expression on his face. A burly man in an underwater battle suit, holding an alloy long knife, came out from the bottom of the sea covered in water vapor and blood, and quickly walked up to the old man. Marshal. Any clues? Without. The big man shook his head. The search range has been extended to 200 kilometers in Fangyuan, and the cracks in Haiwan real estate have also been explored to a depth of nearly 20,000 meters. Still can't find any trace of Liu Sheng. The marshal of the Eastern Military Region's eyes flickered, nodded, and said, "Keep looking." A look of hesitation flashed across the big man's face, and he opened his mouth to speak. But in the end, he still didn't say the words in his heart. Just answer yes and plunge into the deep sea again. At sea level, the tall and straight old man stood with his hands behind his back, without any expression fluctuations on his face. Eastern Military District. Inside a heavily guarded manor villa, a middle-aged couple in plain clothes sat in the yard, surrounded by straight soldiers, and a beautiful woman in military uniform with a sassy look. There was a small table in front of them, which was filled with all kinds of refreshments. In front of them, there are two figures who are fighting. Every movement and stillness. Jing Zhe is a big bald man with a fierce face and a green scorpion tattooed on the back of his neck to his ears. The bald man stood still in place. A figure surrounded the bald man and attacked continuously, like a snake wrapped around a big tree. No matter how this figure attacks, the bald man can easily block it. Obviously, the strength gap between the two is quite huge. After a while, the attacking figure leaped back and landed firmly on the ground. It revealed a tall, 16 or 17-year-old girl with a youthful face. "Stop fighting, the bald man is worthy of being a master, I can't even make him move half a step." Liu Qinghe said helplessly. Next to it, two maids quickly brought up towels and tea. Liu Qinghe quickly took it and said thank you in a low voice. The bald man grinned, and said haha, Miss Qinghe is excellent enough. As expected of Master Lu's own sister, it's only been a while, and she has already entered the stage of 3-level physical training. At least I am at Miss Qinghe's age, and my strength is not half as good as yours. The last sentence of the bald man was serious and sincere, as if it was true. Liu Qinghe's two brows raised their eyebrows, as if he was quite happy. But then he couldn't help but said, "Uncle Bald, Do you know when my brother will come back? The bald man's eyes flickered for a moment, he shook his head and said, how can we, low-level generals like us, know the whereabouts of Mr. Lu? But I think it's probably too soon. Miss King He, Mrs. Lu, Mrs. Lu, Miss Dong. I'll go first, Miss King He, white noodles will come tomorrow, you should prepare in advance. After speaking, the bald man hurriedly turned and left. Lu King He curled her lips, but didn't say anything, turned around and returned to Lu Dahai and his wife, grabbed the snacks on the table and quickly stuffed them into her mouth. Brother, it's true, you've been out on a mission for so long, and you still say you'll come back to play with us. It's been almost 2 months. Zheng Yufen couldn't help but said, yeah, Xiao Feng has been on this mission for too long. Dong Qingxiu on the side said, and, in the military area, generals usually go on missions. It's normal not to come back for a few months or even half a year, so don't worry too much. No matter how busy you are, you should send a message and call back. It's been 2 months, and there is no news at all. Zheng Yufen complained. Lu Dahai next to him said, hey, don't worry if you don't understand. Didn't Ren Qingxiu say it a long time ago, many places Xiao Sheng went to had no signal at all, how could he call you without signal? As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Xiao Sheng is now a general, and he doesn't know how many soldiers he has under his command, but he can still use his mobile phone to swipe and swipe every day like King He. Dad, you're talking about me again. 0. Ask for flowers. Dong Qingxiu watched the three of Lu's family chatting, and couldn't help but smile slightly on her face. Turning his head, there was a touch of sadness wrapped around his brows. The phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. Dong Qingxiu quickly took it out to check, but the light in her eyes quickly dimmed. Staring at a chat profile picture that hadn't been moved for a long time, he looked dazed, not knowing what he was thinking. 2 thick black tentacles entangled a nearly 30-meter-long, black-haired, fish-tailed alien beast with 3 monkey heads, and sucked it. The latter's 3 heads opened their mouths wide, and there were shrill and painful sound waves from their mouths. A moment later, this 8th-level beast, which was considered a small overlord in the Highwind Grottos, was completely turned into a piece of skin, stirred by the tentacles, and dispersed in the sea water. The black tentacles retracted contentedly. Compared with before, the 2 black tentacles are much thicker, almost as thick as a water tank, and the black scales are shiny, and they are so full of food. As the tentacles moved upwards, a watermelon-sized eyeball spun around, searching for the next predatory target in the dark. 0. Further up, the chest that had opened a big hole has been completely closed, covered by dense black scales. The trauma has almost healed, and the 5 internal organs have also grown new. Lu Sheng looked at the part below his chest, and finally began to feel uncomfortable. In this more than a month, with the alienated lower body, he can be regarded as completely expelling the remaining prestige of the 10th level powerhouse on his chest. Trauma. It's a recovery. The mental damage is not bad. Not even a 10th. Mainly, Lu Sheng thought about taking advantage of this injury to completely transform the gold obsidian figure into an amethyst figure, healing and practicing, so that the progress was very slow. But it's almost the same, you can prepare to leave. To leave, Lu Sheng must first solve the problem of body alienation. Out of the cracks in the catacombs, without the support of the flesh and blood essence of alien beasts, and without the cover rules of the ground and black seasons, it should be resolved soon. The solution is quite simple, but Lu Sheng couldn't help coming up with the idea of turning alienated cells into the same level as immortal cells. As long as all the alienated energy is concentrated on a single alienated cell, it's fine. But it is easy to say, but difficult to do. Alienated cells are very different from immortal cells. Each cell of the former is filled with the will to violence, destruction, chaos, and killing, and is extremely aggressive. Want them to self-sacrifice, for the growth of a single-cell individual. It is simply a fantasy. Try to enter the Valkyrie state. Sheng pondered. At this moment, strange fluctuations appeared in the water flow around him. This fluctuation contains a certain kind of consciousness, constantly feeling and calling Sheng to dive. Under this kind of consciousness fluctuation, Sheng's lower body alienated his body, as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and became completely excited. The two tentacles hurriedly parted the water and were about to rush down. But it was forcibly controlled by Sheng with his own will. Sheng was not afraid, and his mental power radiated, responding to the wave of consciousness in the water flow. 365 Noisy again, I and number 039, LOL hammer you to pieces, abyss gap space. 2. The consciousness fluctuations dissipated silently. Sheng was expressionless. Obviously this was not the first time this had happened to him. This Highwind burrow is similar to the several land estates he has been to before, and there are strong people from different worlds in the depths of the crypt. Maybe it's because Sheng has stayed under the Highwind catacombs for so long, and he still looks very qualified. Half of the body is alienated, it looks like a good seedling. This guy would run out every now and then to disgust Sheng. Sheng was almost used to it. Leave Highwind catacombs and try to cultivate a single alienated cell in the Valkyrie state. Sheng made up his mind and simply swam to the top of his head. The two tentacles on the lower body are reluctant, and the eyeballs on the stomach also look pitiful and reluctant to part. Obviously quite dissatisfied with Sheng's behavior of beating mandarin ducks just now, preventing them from falling into the embrace of consciousness deep in Highwind catacombs. Sheng had black lines all over his hair, and he became more and more determined to go to Tian Tian. If we stay here any longer, God knows what will happen. The two black tentacles swung fiercely, and Sheng rushed upwards like an arrow breaking through the water. There are still 22 immortal cells in Sheng's body. It's just that the immortal cells that were originally located on the 390 legs were squeezed into the chest by the alienated cells, and the 22 immortal cells all had dim light, appearing a bit empty. It's because I haven't received energy supplement for a long time. Most of the energy plundered by the alienated cells was used to heal the wounds, and the rest was eaten up by himself. Go to the Highwind catacombs, solve the alienation problem, and reshape the indestructible star. After 1 month, I will still be a good man. Sheng was thinking about it. Suddenly, the immortal cells in the center of the eyebrows suddenly sent out bursts of warning signs. And the released mental power also detected the source of this warning sign. In the depths of the burrow below him, an extremely huge shadow is rushing towards him quickly. Sheng's pupils shrank slightly. 9th level alien beast. Boom! The abyss below him collapsed layer by layer, and the sea water poured down for irrigation. On the seabed at a depth of 30,000 meters, a short-lived vacuum and waterless area unexpectedly appeared. An unimaginable terrifying suction came from below. Within the radiating range of the mental power, there are all 7th and 8th level beasts that are unwilling to growl and are pulled down by this terrifying suction. Sheng's body also fell down involuntarily. He didn't look back, but he could see under his feet a huge whirlpool with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters. This scene is like... The bottom of this sea-deep cave is like a leak. How big is the strange beast that can create such a terrifying scene? Sheng didn't know. Because his mental power was swept away, and he was also sucked and distorted by the attraction of the super-large vortex, so he couldn't detect its whole picture at all. Can only be roughly judged from the shadow outline. This 9th level beast. The body size is at least over 1,000 meters. The 8th level beast is only tens of meters, and the 9th level is dozens or even hundreds of times that of the 8th level. Regardless of the shock, Sheng crazily activated the 2 black tentacles, the 22 immortal cells in his body bloomed together, and the spiritual power was also released. Under the urging of the 3 forces, the whole person abruptly got rid of this suction and continued to climb upwards. He is not in his prime now, he can only escape, but cannot fight. I don't know how many meters the depth of this ocean is, and God knows if there are any other 9 levels below. In case a few more heads pop up. Liu Sheng didn't want to add to the injury. Whoosh whoosh w. At this time, countless dense blood-red tentacles suddenly shot out from the super CI vortex below. Each tentacle has sharp teeth and suction cups, like a living thing, they all grabbed Liu Sheng. Wipe. Liu Sheng raised his eyebrows, and only then did he understand what was going on. The target is him. Obviously, the consciousness fluctuation deep in the burrow is playing tricks. A month's coaxing failed, seeing that he is about to leave, this is planning to force him to stay, right? Twisted melons are not sweet. Liu Sheng raised his eyebrows, and there was a sense of treasure rising on his face. With a shake of his arms, like 2 heavenly knives, he cut out waves of transparent knives visible to the naked eye in the sea water. The knife waves chopped on those blood-red tentacles, and the latter broke off one after another. Just like mowing grass, large pieces fall down. Buzz! An angry sound wave came from under the sea. Boom! The suction at the bottom suddenly stopped, and turned into a powerful momentum rushing up. Liu Sheng changed his palms from slashing to clapping, and with a few palms, he jumped up at a faster speed with this momentum. Dimly, you can see. In the depths of the abyss, there seems to be a huge shadow silhouette that looks like a suction cup and quickly emerges. Don't give it away, see you next time. Liu Sheng took a deep look, turned around with a calm face, and immediately wanted to get rid of this pursuit completely. But the moment he turned his head, the pupils contracted severely. A piece of grey suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. This grey area is not much. It was barely big enough to hold him alone. Liu Sheng didn't have time to react at all, he rushed into the grey with a swish. Wait until Liu Sheng's figure disappears. The restless Haiwan calmed down immediately. The 9th level beast retreated quietly, and the water flow in the depths of the sea slowly eased. Everything seems to have returned to its original calm. Only the grey chasm was quietly suspended in the water. The shape is like a big grinning mouth, with the corners of the mouth raised, as if silently mocking something. Call! Liu Sheng suddenly rushed out of the chasm. When he stopped, he was still in a daze. Depend on. He was actually tricked by the consciousness fluctuation deep in Haiwan Grotto. The pursuit of level 9 alien beasts was simply a cover. The guy's real purpose was to trick him into the chasm. Liu Sheng's face twitched, and he forcibly calmed down the shock in his heart. He scanned his surroundings. It's a rather odd place. The space is not big, and the top and bottom are a kind of misty grey. There is thin air. Liu Sheng tried to take a few deep breaths, but found that he could barely breathe. He looked back for the chasm that had come out. But it was suddenly found that the place where it came from was flat, without any cracks. The whole space is seamless, without even a single gap. Abyss space. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, his face sank slightly, this time I'm in trouble. Liu Sheng leaned close to the surrounding grey and reached out to touch it. It feels like the palm of your hand has touched a layer of elastic diaphragm. Use force. The diaphragm stretches outward and the grey color fades. Liu Sheng vaguely saw similar grey spaces all around him. One by one, like bubbles still in the glass. That's right, it's the gap space, but it's very small, far from reaching the height of the second battlefield. Now Liu Sheng can be regarded as knowing why all the people who entered the gap space did not come back. Once in, the way back is gone. Even if there is no danger here, they will be permanently lost in these countless grey bubbles. No, not right. Liu Sheng narrowed his eyes, denying what he just said. It didn't disappear, it was somewhere else, but I didn't find it. In these grey bubbles, there must be a gap to go back to. Otherwise, those 10th level and 11th level powerhouses in the dream space would not be able to go back and forth to the second battlefield. The question is, how to find the gap to go back. Liu Sheng stretched the grey diaphragm to the maximum, and as far as the eye could see, there were grey bubbles of all sizes. There is still a layer of black area between the bubbles, and it is not known whether it is dangerous. I don't know which grey bubble hides the way back. It is undoubtedly a needle in a haystack. It may be hopeless for ordinary warriors, but not necessarily for me. Liu Sheng looked calm and quietly entered the state of Valkyrie. Then reach out and lightly touch the center of the eyebrows. In the body, the 22 immortal cells immediately ignited raging golden flames. Stimulated by this divine power, Liu Sheng's alienated lower body immediately twisted crazily. The black eyeballs on the lower abdomen rolled around. Boom! Liu Sheng punched the eyeball so hard that it sank, and the two black tentacles immediately shrank back and became quiet. I'm so annoying, I'll beat you to death. Liu Sheng scolded impatiently, his sunken eyeballs stopped moving immediately, and 4.9 lowered his eyebrows and was pleasing to his eyes, so obedient. Liu Sheng dealt with this well, then concentrated his mind, borrowed the ultimate control power in the state of Valkyrie, and frantically tapped the potential of the 22 immortal cells in his body. Direction. I need a direction, show me a direction. Liu Sheng's eyes were shining brightly, as bright as stars, and his eyes moved slowly among countless grey bubbles. Soon, his gaze stops. Is it here? The flames of immortal cells in Liu Sheng's body went out. After catching that mysterious premonition and intuition, he didn't have any doubts or hesitation. At this time, if he doesn't even believe in himself, that's really a dead end. The direction is determined, and then we only need to find the specific position of the bubble. Liu Sheng stared at the grey bubbles and the black area between the bubbles, frowning. He wasn't sure if there was any danger between the black areas. Even if there is no danger, what if he falls as soon as the grey bubble pops out? The unknown always brings fear. Try it with mental power first. Liu Sheng's eyes flashed, thinking of the skill of will projection. 366 Facing the head with a white blade is like cutting the spring breeze. Alienated cell sublimation. Liu Sheng tried to use mental power when he first entered the chasm. But he found that with his current strength of mental strength, it was extremely difficult to get in and out of the grey bubble diaphragm, and the extended distance was much shorter than usual. A few grey bubbles could not be detected at all. This is also one of the reasons why he chose with intuition instead of using mental power to find the direction of the chasm. Now it is appropriate to use will projection to judge danger. The projection of will is much more realistic than the simple exploration of mental power, and the five senses are strong. The mental power difficultly passed through the diaphragm of the grey bubble, and then transformed into a little bit of golden light polymerization on the outside of the bubble. After a while, a pale golden human figure appeared outside the bubble. It is different from the will projection that Liu Sheng condensed before. The color of this human figure is much lighter, and the golden color is mixed with purple lines. This is because Liu Sheng's mental power has not yet recovered, and part of the golden obsidian human form has been transformed into an amethyst human form. The will projection avatar is suspended in the black void, giving Liu Sheng various feedbacks. Without air, and without gravity, the distance to the next grey bubble. The will projection walked forward for a certain distance, and walked to the nearest grey bubble. Stretch out your hands and forcefully tear off the grey membrane on the outside. The distance is much greater than what I perceive visually, but it's not too far away, within the range that can be achieved. After investigating clearly, Liu Sheng has nothing to hesitate. Reaching out to tear open the diaphragm in front of him, the whole person rushed out. Natural breathing method moves 02 naturally in the body, and internal breathing brings a steady stream of fresh oxygen. With the projection of will as an anchor, weightlessness is not a big problem for Liu Sheng. It took him less than a minute to successfully reach the second grey bubble. And then the next one. Without stopping, Liu Sheng continued to approach step by step towards the direction that the immortal cell intuition brought him. Everything seemed in order. It's like a progress bar leading to the end, advancing bit by bit. 20%. 30%. 40%. Liu Sheng didn't know how many grey bubbles he had passed through. He only knew that he was getting closer and closer to the end point in his intuition, and the joy brought to him by the immortal cells was getting stronger and stronger. In this process, due to frequent use, Liu Sheng's proficiency in willpower is also rapidly improving. It was a surprise. Just when Liu Sheng passed through a grey bubble again, he was one step closer to the goal. The 22 immortal cells in the body suddenly shook together. At the same time, there was a tingling sensation like a needle prick. Warning sign. Liu Sheng raised his head abruptly. His eyes looked out through the layers of grey bubble diaphragm. In the boundless black void, grey bubbles in the distance suddenly trembled violently. A black shadow was accompanied by billowing huge fluctuations in consciousness that Liu Sheng couldn't describe in words at all. It spread quickly here. Wherever the shadow passed, those grey bubbles exploded one after another. Liu Sheng could almost make up the popping sound of bubbles in his head. It's him. He has found it. Liu Sheng's heart trembled violently. With just one glance, he can be sure. This shadow exists in the depths of the abyss catacombs, the guy who failed to seduce him, and then used the 9th level alien beast to force him into the space of the abyss gap. He. Hiss. Liu Sheng took a deep breath, and he sucked up all the thin air in the grey bubble. His eyes are quiet. Without hesitation, he tore off the grey bubble membrane in front of him and rushed forward. 1, 2, 3. Liu Sheng is getting closer and closer to the end of the goal. Every time he feels that this is the end, but every time he finds that it is the next one. However, the direction in which he was moving was the same as the direction in which the black shadow came. The two were getting closer and closer, and they would meet soon. Liu Sheng quickly shuttled through the grey bubbles like a fish. Ahead of him, black shadows flowed like a tide, and large swaths of grey bubbles burst. The shadow quickly came to Liu Sheng like a tide. Gun's consciousness fluctuated down, with a bit of inexplicable joy. Got you. Call. An indescribable big hand protruded from the shadows, and quickly grabbed Liu Sheng. There was no emotion on Liu Sheng's face, and his eyes were calm. From the beginning to the end, he didn't delay his actions for a second, and he never looked up at the black shadow for a second time. Mount Tai collapses in front but does not change its color, the elk thrives on the left without blinking. On the brink of death. Just like, chopping the spring breeze. He broke in through the ashes, and the two black tentacles danced wildly, and rushed towards the indescribable big hand. Like a wanderer desperately eager to rush into the arms of his mother. Shua! An invisible wave of knives slashed across the black void, and the two black tentacles were cut off at the same time. Liu Sheng submerged into the grey bubble. The grey bubbles were squeezed and deformed in the next instant, and then shattered in the indescribable hands of the black shadow. And at this time, all that appeared inside was a grey crack more than half a meter long. Like a laughing mouth, twisting in the void, silently mocking. As originally. It was like the grey rift that he tricked Liu Sheng into. Surprisingly similar. Boom! The indescribable hand slammed heavily on the grey crack, causing ripples. Ripples spread, and countless grey bubbles exploded. I will find you. He in the black shadow raised his head and roared. Liu Sheng suddenly jumped out of the gap. Surrounded by cold and pouring sea water. Still in the Highwind catacombs. Liu Sheng's eyes flashed, and without the slightest hesitation, he pushed forward with mental power, and his whole body rushed upward like a cannonball. On the calm sea, the Rizaza glacier floats quietly. Boom! The tranquility was broken, and a figure like a dragon broke through the water. Liu Sheng was suspended in mid-air, and the sea water dripped down his hair and body. The first thing Sheng did after he came out. Without hesitation, he punched Lang Lang at his lower abdomen. Boom! Before the huge eyeballs in the lower abdomen could react, they were directly blasted by him. Stretching his hand into the depths of the popped eyeball, Sheng forcefully pulled the whole eyeball out. It is my body, so I have to follow my will. Otherwise. A cold light flickered in Sheng's eyes, and he crushed the remains of the black eyeballs. Go to hell! He doesn't care if the alienated body has his own little thoughts on weekdays. At the critical moment of life and death, how dare you betray him and join the enemy? This is really unbearable. If you can't even control your own body, then what kind of martial arts and Taoism are you practicing? In the body, 22 immortal cells ignited flames, and the shattered vein map of the immortal star began to grow again, continuing. The alienated cells were killed one by one, and turned into billowing energy to feed back 22 immortal and star martial bodies. After Sheng joined the battlefield with his own will. This is simply a war without suspense. Not to mention, at this time even the power of rules has begun to play a role. Sheng's entire lower body was wailing, and countless alienated cells ushered in the doomsday. If you don't want to die, back it up for me. Cohesion. Transformation. Sublimation. Sheng kept passing on his will to those howling alienated cells. The light in his eyes was brighter than the morning star. This is an unprecedented attempt. Sheng really wants to know, when alienated cells take the path of immortal cells, what kind of existence will be born? Can it resist the obliteration of the rules? Sheng watched helplessly as the alienated body of his lower body shrank rapidly and decayed. A brand new human body belonging to the indestructible star grows out. The two immortal cells that once belonged to the feet were the vanguard of this battle, charged forward, and purified a large number of alien 087 cells. In desperation, Sheng repeatedly threatened and brainwashed. The few remaining alienated cells finally began to succumb. Their strength began to condense toward one point. One by one, the alienated cells are actively dying, and all the energy left behind is attributed to that point. Sheng locked on that point mentally. Seeing the king who was hurriedly selected by the only remaining alienated cells, under the infusion of huge amounts of energy, he transformed rapidly. Just like he had watched the birth process of immortal cells 22 times. In just a few seconds, this alienated cell completed 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000. Metamorphosis. Sheng's eyes became brighter and brighter. He could already feel that the eradication of rules had weakened the effect on this alienated cell. Its apoptosis rate is slowed down and elongated. Million times, subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Billion times. Seeing that the alienated cell is about to completely enter a new realm. At this time, all transformations came to an abrupt end. Sheng was taken aback. Suddenly, he found that all his martial bodies had grown. That alienated cell that has transformed 100 million times, the color is close to pure black, quietly dormant on the sole of his left foot, motionless. The energy is exhausted, so the metamorphosis is suspended. Pity. Sheng had a regretful expression on his face, but he wasn't too disappointed. Anyway, this path is completely gone out, just continue to try later. Just then. There was the sound of a ship's whistle on the sea. Sheng looked up. I saw a blue and white medium-sized ship coming here from a distance. On the hull of the ship, it is written in 8 different languages Explorer. Under the ship's name, there is also an inconspicuous, golden circle logo. Today I could have completely completed the ode change, but my friend called me supper, let's delay it for another day, vomit blood. 367 Ring India Research Group, Professor Napsun, 4. Somebody is coming. Liu Sheng narrowed his eyes. When he came out of the gap in the abyss, what he returned to was not the original position. He had already been mentally prepared for this. This sea area is full of glaciers, and the temperature is much lower than that of Ningyi. Judging by the sun above the head, it should be near the Antarctic Circle. Just right, I can use this to determine where I am now. The world is still the same. Liu Sheng can confirm this. After all, it is a planet where we have lived for 20 years, and you can feel the familiar taste after taking a breath of fresh air. Liu Sheng made up his mind, and his mental power transformed into a wool projection. The pale golden figure flew towards the distant ship like light. After a few breaths, Liu Sheng appeared right above the ship. He dilutes the shape of the wool projection, and the whole person is completely integrated with the air. Even if ordinary people stand in front of him, their naked eyes cannot perceive his existence. Liu Sheng looked at the ship below. It looks no different from a normal scientific research ship on the outside, but its spiritual power penetrates. But he sensed more than one powerful warrior's chi and blood. 30 fighters below the 7th level, 2 grandmasters at the 7th level, and 1 grandmaster at the 8th level. It's interesting that a mere scientific research ship can dispatch an 8th level large group to sit in command. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he stepped gently down. When he reappeared, he was already on the ship. He turned a blind eye to everything, easily passed through the steel walls, and went straight to the uppermost room in the cabin. The people you meet on the road, whether they are ordinary crew members, warriors with live ammunition, guards. The hair, color, skin color, and appearance are all very different from those of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Judging from the place of registration of this ship, it is from the Lion Kingdom. The language used by the people on board to communicate is also the Lion language. Liu Sheng went all the way to the door of the room on the top floor, and his whole body penetrated gently. The entrance is a rather spacious and luxurious room. The overall decoration style is more classical, with the luxury of the royal family. Lying on the armchair in the middle of the room was a tall, blonde middle-aged man with a straight nose. The man's eyes were slightly closed, and he had red wine and steak in his hands, as well as a beautiful and classic old-fashioned vinyl record player. It is slowly rotating and playing melodious blues. The man was immersed in the music, and his feet swayed slightly with the music. Liu Sheng's gaze swept across the man's body little by little, and suddenly froze on his folded hands on his lower abdomen. He sees. The man wore a golden ring on the little finger of his right hand. The surface of the ring is smooth without any texture. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered slightly. He had seen this style of ring once before. It was worn on a man in a white suit, who was later killed by him. Ring print, W. The word popped into Liu Sheng's mind. Is this a research ship of the Ring Seal organization? Liu Sheng didn't say anything. Standing in the room, he quietly looked at this 8th-level martial arts expert for a while. Then he turned around and walked out through the wall like a ghost. It was just 1 second after Liu Sheng left. The blonde-haired middle-aged man on the recliner suddenly opened his eyes and straightened up. He looked at the position where Liu Sheng had just stood, with a look of doubt in his eyes, but he quickly dissipated, took a sip of the red wine, and continued to lie down. Immediately afterwards, Liu Sheng went to find the other 2 7th-level grandmasters on board. One is hiding in the room watching TV, and the other is pulling a hot female crew member to do something indescribable. Likewise, Liu Sheng saw similar gold hoop rings on both of their hands. In addition, Liu Sheng also found that almost every person on the ship who is not bad in martial arts also has similar rings on their hands. Just different colors. Some are silver and some are black. It seems that the scientific research ship of the Ring Seal organization is correct. Liu Sheng walked randomly from room to room in the cabin. While passing through a room, Liu Sheng saw a young girl with dark brown curly hair who looked like she was in her early 20s was sitting at a desk writing a diary. Curiosity drove Liu Sheng to stop, walked to the girl and stopped. In the diary, the graceful and beautiful lion characters jumped out of the girl's writing one after another. 317. The weather on February 14th, sunny. On the 25th Valentine's Day in my life, there is no red wine and steak in a high-end restaurant, no music for the occasion, and no handsome and charming dating partner. I will be alone in the cabin of the Discovery, with the severe cold of the Antarctic Circle, penguins, and stuffed animals. This is the 28th day I have come out with Professor Napsun's research team. In about a week, after collecting the last batch of fresh alien animal gene samples, we will return to the ring seal. If I were to describe this trip in one sentence, I would describe it as an interesting and fulfilling adventure. Professor Napsun is one of the greatest geneticists on this planet this century. His profound knowledge, genius ideas, and attitude towards academic fanatic pursuit are all worthy of my study. Being able to follow Professor Napsun may be the luckiest thing in my life. Here I would like to thank my university tutor, Miss Selina, if not for her strong recommendation. The young girl wrote furiously, and wrote a diary eloquently for nearly 2,000 words without stopping. Through the contents of the diary, Lu Sheng thoroughly confirmed that the ship was the information of the Ring Seal organization. Whether it's Ring Seal, Dark Star, or Black Demon Society, these international mysterious organizations have always been keen on the help of the alien beast gene to martial arts, and after achieving some results, they became more and more enthusiastic about it. This Discovery research ship is obviously the team in the Ring Seal that is responsible for the collection and research of alien animal genes. This also explains why there are Daezong and Grandmaster powerhouses on board. If you want to collect fresh genetic samples, someone has to hunt the beasts. It's like when Dong Shenji escorted Lin Wanwan into the crack of the cave. And the leader of this team should be Professor Napsun, who is constantly mentioned in the young girl's diary. From the information in the diary, it can be seen that this Professor Napsun's status in the Ring Seal should be quite high, and he belongs to the existence of a golden bump. At this time, the diary of the young girl also came to an end. Let's end today's diary here. It's worth mentioning. Professor Napsun seems to have a different mainstream understanding of the origin of alien beasts and martial arts. He interpreted the origin of the two as demon and god in myths and legends, and has been trying to prove this point. I often hear people say that the end of science is myth. Is it really? The girl stopped writing, and stared blankly at the wallflowers on the wall of the desk with her chin propped on one hand. At this time, a pale golden stalwart figure appeared from the void behind her. There was a faint purple light in the humanoid eyes, and the invisible mental fluctuations were released accordingly. Who is Professor Napsun? The girl's body shook slightly, her pupils dilated, and her eyes instantly lost focus. She stupidly turned on the computer on the table and called up a photo. Pointing to an old man with curly grey hair in the photo, messy piled on his head like a chicken coop, and wearing black-rimmed glasses, he said, "This is Professor Napsun." The pale golden human-shaped pupils flickered and melted into the air silently. After about a minute or so, the girl woke up from a state of trance. Did I just fall asleep? She glanced at the diary on the table, as well as the glowing computer, frowned, and said to herself in doubt, "It's strange when I turned on the computer. I also called up the photo of Professor Napsun. God, it's Valentine's Day, I don't think I have any illusions about Professor Napsun." The girl looked at the ugly old man on the screen, and immediately got goosebumps all over her body, and quickly turned off the computer. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng has appeared in another room. This room is very big, almost not inferior to the room of the 8th level master of the ring printing that he had been to before. The whole room was in a mess, with all kinds of papers, documents, and books scattered on the table and on the floor. Zhao Hozeo, an old man whose appearance and figure are similar to those in the photo of the girl, is lying in front of the desk, reading a book through two glass lenses with thick bottoms of beer bottles. He kept repeating something in his mouth. The myths and legends of the Xiong kingdom are very different from those of other countries, maybe it can bring me new enlightenment. Liu Sheng scanned the bookshelf behind the old man, looking at books labeled Summary of Ancient Myths and Legends of the Dragon Kingdom, Summary of Ancient Myths and Legends of the Lion Kingdom, The Origin of the Myths of the Eagle Kingdom. Looking at the old man talking in front of the desk again, a bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Ring seal, should be very rich. Could you use this to squeeze them hard? The pale golden figure walked out of the room, dissipating in the sunlight and air like light. The eyes of Liu Sheng, whose body was suspended in mid-air, were shining, and a rather mature idea had already formed in his mind. Try it, it might be fun. The corner of Liu Sheng's mouth curved slightly. He turned and flew towards the iceberg. Finding a suitable iceberg, the whole person slammed into it like a cannonball. Boom! A human silhouette appeared on the iceberg. But soon, the billowing cold air overflowed from it, and in a short while, the big hole was blocked again. 368 The ancient gods sealed in the glacier. 1. Antarctic Sea at night. The scientific research ship moved forward steadily. At the bow, the captain and first mate of the Discovery stood on the deck, each holding a glass of high-purity spirits. While drinking, he picked up the binoculars and looked ahead from time to time. Around them, icebergs stood quietly on the sea level, like cold and silent graves. There's still a week to go back. The captain of the Discovery took a mouthful of spirits and smacked his lips in satisfaction. The first officer put down the binoculars and said with a smile, "Maybe it can be faster, I think the adults in the group can't stay still anymore." Working hard with a scientific expedition team, such a boring life is naturally unbearable. But it still depends on what Professor Napsun means. Regardless of his physique, he is not as good as us, and his status in the organization is no worse than that of several top Lord Wang Yin. Ordinary Wang Yin would not dare to offend him. Then I hope that dear Professor Napsun can successfully achieve his scientific research goal, and let us go back soon. The first mate joked with a smile and raised the wine glass in his hand. The two were about to clink glasses when they suddenly felt a slight vibration under their feet. When he came back to his senses, he suddenly found that the ship below him turned around, deviated from the established route, and headed straight in another direction. The two frowned slightly, and the captain immediately took out the walkie-talkie to contact the helmsman in the bridge. What happened? A panicked voice from the helmsman came from the walkie-talkie. Undercurrent. A strong undercurrent suddenly appeared at the bottom of the water, and our boat was diverted. Are you kidding me? The captain's voice turned cold. The helmsman wanted to explain, but suddenly the voice of the first mate sounded in the captain's ear. My God! The captain turned his head abruptly, and his pupils shrank instantly. I saw that the hull was moving towards 603 at a fast speed, and there seemed to be a force pushing the ship under the hull. And just in the direction of the ship, the outline of a huge iceberg is rapidly enlarging. A second later, the captain's roar sounded on the deck. Steer the rudder! Steer the rudder now! Boom! In the sky, two figures fought. One gold and one black, the confrontation between light and darkness, gods and demons. Under the power of the two, the sky and the earth cracked and collapsed. Space trembled. I don't know how long this battle lasted. Finally, the two figures separated. The black one fell into the ground, smashing a huge gap in the ground, billowing black air gushed out, and there was also the ugly monster of the great emperor. The golden figure slowly turned around from a high altitude, finally being able to see his appearance clearly. He was a handsome young man with short black hair. There is gold flowing in his pupils, and the whole person is like a dazzling sun. His appearance and figure are perfect like a masterpiece created by God. There were raging golden flames burning all over his body, and on the surface of his fruity body, there were bright golden lines emerging, just like the root system of the wrathful star Shenmue. He stared quietly at the bottom, the flames on his body suddenly went out, and the whole person suddenly fell from the sky. Crashed on the ocean, wrapped in sea water, covered with frost. In the end, it sleeps in the glacier, never seeing the sunday. Hoo hoo! Napsun was suddenly pleasantly surprised from his sleep, sweating profusely, as if he had just been fished out of the water. Napsun didn't care at all, still immersed in the previous dream. What a magical and wonderful dream, mythical and epic. Napsun recalled the dream he had just had, and unexpectedly found that every picture and even every detail was vivid in his mind, especially the young man who was as powerful and dazzling as the sun in the dream, which made him remember deeply, and he couldn't help sighing in surprise. Perhaps it is God's revelation to me in the dark, I should record it immediately. Napsun pushed away the messy books on the table, found a pen and paper, and began to quickly record his dreams. But before he wrote a few words, the table suddenly shook violently, and the pen drew a long black mark on the paper. Damn it! Napsun jumped up violently, frowned, and simply put away the pen and paper and walked out of the room quickly. When he came to the deck, he saw many sailors and warriors with ring marks rushing to the bow of the ship. Napsun stopped a black sailor casually and asked, "What's the matter? Why did the ship stop?" The black sailor said nervously, "Dear Professor Napsun, it is said that the ship hit an iceberg." "What?" Napsun's expression tightened, and he hurriedly ran towards the bow of the ship. The damage to the hull was minor, and if his scientific research progress was delayed, that would be the really bad thing. When Napsun ran to the bow, he found that many people were gathered there, and many of them went into the water wearing diving suits. On the deck, two burly men with powerful auras were standing there. The captain and first mate nodded submissively in front of them. "Professor Napsun is here." The appearance of Napsun attracted the attention of several people, and one of them, a slightly frivolous man, smiled and said relaxedly, "You guys report to him directly, this is his scientific research team after all." We went back. With that said, the two men greeted Napsun, passed him and left the deck. Napsun walked up to the captain and the first mate with a sullen face, and asked, "What happened?" The captain wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, pointed to the iceberg not far away and explained, "The influence of the undercurrent on the bottom of the sea caused the hull of the ship to scratch a little against the iceberg on the sea surface. Fortunately, the damage is not serious and will not affect the navigation." "Then why stop?" Napsun was dissatisfied. The first mate said cautiously, "When the ship rubbed against the iceberg, something fell out of it, we sent people to check it, and we can start again soon." "Something that fell out of an iceberg?" With a puzzled expression on his face, Napsun went to the bow and lay down on the deck rail. At night, the cold wind on the sea made his nose red. He squinted his eyes and could barely see the foot of the huge iceberg not far away. A group of people in diving suits seemed to be carrying something down. The group of people slowly turned back, dragging what they found on the iceberg. Before they got to the side of the ship, someone was already standing in the water and shouting loudly at the people on the deck. "Man! There is a man in the iceberg!" Even through the vast night, you can still see the shock and disbelief on the face of the person who shouted. "People!" The people on the deck were all startled when they heard this sentence, and they rushed forward one after another. There was an inexplicable throbbing in Napsun's heart, and he couldn't help but jumped onto the fence, cursing, "Damn it, move faster!" "Yes, Professor." Not long after, a group of people finally returned to the deck. The thick rope was lowered, and a huge ice block like a coffin rose slowly. Napsun's eyes were fixed. When the figure sealed in the ice was completely exposed in his field of vision. Boom! Napsun's brain seemed to be hit by a thunderbolt, and he took 2 steps back, his eyes fixed on the figure in the ice, and he almost forgot his words. "I saw the person sealed in the ice, with a tall and straight figure, a handsome face, and black hair." Although his eyes were tightly closed, Napsun recognized at a glance. This person, with the sun-like existence he just dreamed about. Exactly the same. Turned out to be. Napsun's expression was dull, and he whispered in his mouth, "In this world, there are gods." In the next second, his whole body was enveloped by unprecedented ecstasy and excitement, and he couldn't help trembling slightly. "Quick! Get this ice cube, to my lab!" In the room on the top floor of the cabin, the blonde middle-aged man leaned on the recliner, his eyes were slightly closed, and his body swayed gently with the music. The two men who had appeared on the deck before were kneeling on the ground and reporting quickly. The hull crossed the iceberg, and there was a little accident, but nothing serious happened. And then, the body of an Oriental man was unearthed in the glacier, which looks lifelike. "Oh!" The blonde man opened his eyes with surprise and curiosity on his face. "An Oriental body? Is there anything special about it?" "Without." The reporter shook his head, "I went to see it, it's a very ordinary corpse. It should be an extreme ascetic monk who came to the Antarctic Circle in vain to seek breakthrough in the extreme cold. The one who finally froze to death in the iceberg." "Oh!" When the blonde man heard this, he lost interest and closed his eyes again. "But..." The reporter showed some amusement on his face, and continued, "Our Professor Napsun seems to be very interested in the corpse, insisting that it is the corpse of some ancient god, and saying that the god gave him instructions or something like that. He even decided to end the expedition immediately and return tonight." The blonde man with his eyes closed twitched the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, "Napsun has always been such a godsend, not to say that alien beasts and warriors are products of mythology. Let him go, as long as he likes. This kind of scientific research talent is more or less eccentric. He had the better idea that we could go back sooner. The days on the boat are really boring." "We thought so too." The two reporters agreed with a smile. Immediately, the two left the room. The blonde man was still sitting leisurely on the recliner, his body swayed slightly, immersed in the classical music of Hai Chen. 369 Resurrection of the Gods. All is well, Dawn and number 039, T. Read, Lu Sheng, 2. In the laboratory at the bottom of the cabin. Huge chunks of ice lay upright on the floor of the cabin. In the ice cube, a black-haired young man described as majestic, like a creation of the gods, fell asleep quietly with his eyes closed. Napsun stood in front of the ice, looking up on his cheek, in his eyes under the thick lenses of his glasses, obsession. Exactly the same, exactly the same. Every detail is the same. Can't be wrong, it's the god in my dream. Napsun murmured for a long time, then suddenly became excited. I want to write down the scene in my dream, oh no, draw it down. This is the real origin of alien beasts and martial arts, this is the real truth. Once published, I will become the greatest scientist of this century. Napsun turned around, found a table and chair to sit down, and began to write and draw on the paper. The moment he turned around, the dark-haired young man sleeping in the ice suddenly opened his eyes. Lu Sheng quietly looked at the excited Napsun, and looked at everything around him expressionlessly. This is a huge laboratory. In the middle is a super-large experimental operation table, and there are a lot of unknown instruments. The surroundings of the laboratory are filled with glass chambers that are as tall as half a person, and each glass chamber is soaked with a small piece of organ or tissue of a strange animal. Obviously, it was the genetic sample of the alien animal that Napsun collected during this trip. Lu Sheng mentally scanned, and finally found what he wanted in a huge refrigerator in the corner. A whole row of newly extracted different marrow fluid. There are all from the 3rd level to the 8th level, and the total number is no less than several hundred. Sure enough, just as I expected, generally, this kind of scientific research will have sufficient financial resources in their hands. Lu Sheng's eyes brightened slightly. After a lot of twists and turns, he sneaked into the research ship of Huanyan, just for the resources. As the research leader of the Ring Seal organization, which specializes in the genetics of alien animals, Napsun would not be able to justify it if he didn't have some different marrow fluid in his hand. It turns out that is exactly the case. In fact, it is very simple for Liu Sheng to do this. Just like how we dealt with Li Dai back then, a mental illusion. Napsun was already obsessed with the connection between myths and legends and the martial arts of alien beasts, and he has always tried to prove this point. Superstitious, stubborn. At this time, I only need a little hypnosis and induction, and I can easily let him fall into the lies I wove for him. Although Napsun has a high status in the ring India. But to put it bluntly, he's just a normal guy, that's all. It couldn't be easier for Liu Sheng to do this. The next step is to continuously strengthen the psychological hints of dreams and reality, deepen hypnosis, and brainwash. Napsun will be the most ardent believer of my ancient god. Liu Sheng thought to himself. At this time, Napsun, who was sitting at the desk and writing vigorously, suddenly stopped. No. These are just my own dreams. I can confirm the existence of gods, but how can I prove this? Napsun finally realized this. His dream is not everyone's dream, he has been enlightened and others have not. How could he prove the existence of the ancient gods? Just with a dead body? Obviously not enough. Is it possible to break open your own head and show it to others? Napsun scratched his messy head irritably. At this moment, a calm voice sounded in his ear, just let the gods tell them by themselves. Let the gods tell them. Napsun was puzzled, how can the gods tell them by themselves? The calm voice continued, it's very simple, resurrect the gods. When God comes to this land again, all doubts and illusions will be broken. When God comes to this land again, all doubts and falsehoods will be broken, when God comes again. Napsun looked confused and muttered to himself. Suddenly, dazzling brilliance bloomed in the eyes, and the whole person became excited. Yes. Bring the gods back to life. What could be more convincing than a living god? Haha, I'm such a genius. Resurrect the gods. I want to resurrect the gods. This world, Napsun will make this world great again. Napsun was so emotional that he strode to the refrigerator in the corner of the laboratory, took out a bottle of different myeloid fluid, and walked excitedly towards the ice cube. Looking at the majestic young man sleeping with his eyes closed in the ice, Napsun had already fantasized in his mind that when this ancient god opened his eyes, he would recreate the majestic scene in the dream. He was thinking about how to inject the different marrow fluid into the ice cube. From the beginning to the end, the excited Professor Napsun didn't realize the voice that just talked to him and induced him to revive the gods. Where did it come from? Eastern Military District. In an officer's villa. Dong Qingxiu sat cross-legged on the soft cushion in the center of the martial arts practice room, practicing silently. Suddenly, the cell phone beside her vibrated slightly. Dong Qingxiu woke up from her practice, and casually picked up her phone to check. It's a short message. An unknown contact from across the ocean. Dong Qingxiu frowned slightly, and wanted to ignore it directly, but in the end she clicked in and took a look. The message is simple, only a few words. Everything is fine. Don't go back, don't read. Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng. Seeing the last two words, Dong Qingxiu's pupils contracted, and she drank and jumped up from the floor. It's Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng finally messaged her back. For more than 2 months, Liu Sheng disappeared without a word. When asked about the military area only said that Liu Sheng was performing a special mission and would not be coming back for the time being. The language is vague, and even deliberately concealed. It is false to say that there is no doubt and worry. And this worry, as the days go by, grows day by day. According to Dong Qingxiu's understanding, the military exercise should have ended long ago. Fortunately, there is finally news from Liu Sheng. The big stone that had been weighing on her heart was finally a little lighter. At this time, the phone rang. Dong Qingxiu picked it up, and Liu Qinghe's cheerful voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Sister Qingxiu, I have news from my brother. The corner of Dong Qingxiu's mouth raised slightly, and she said softly, I know. On the waters of Ning'ai. A 2-month blanket search. Every fish and every shell in this sea area is about to be turned over by the people of the military department. But there are still no clues about Liu Sheng. Compared with the initial period, the morale of this search and rescue team seems to be much lower. 0. Asking for flowers. Many people participated in this search with unswerving hearts at the beginning, but after 2 months, some bad rumors gradually spread among the team. The peerless pride of their army, Liu Sheng. Has it been buried in the sea? After all, it is the bottom card of Jidao Wushan. If nothing happened, it would have appeared long ago. If it weren't for the determination of several big figures who are still very firm, it is estimated that many people can't help but give up. The Marshal of the Eastern Military District stood on the deck of the battleship. Just like 2 months ago, he quietly looked at the distant sea level with his hands behind his back. He has imagined countless times that the scene of Liu Sheng breaking through the sea level and jumping out of the water is just like when he broke through the water and defeated Dong Pakai's kind of Jidao martial saint. But he waited for 2 full months, but the expected picture never appeared. Even with the marshal's state of mind, his face couldn't help being covered with a faint haze. At this moment, a general came hurriedly from behind with rapid steps. The alloy boots stepped on the deck, making a crisp sound of dong dong dong. 0. Marshal, there is an urgent report from the military headquarters. Explain. The Marshal of the Eastern Military Region spoke lightly. The general held back the excitement on his face, and said loudly, Liu Sheng took the initiative to send back news. What? The Marshal of the Eastern Military Region turned around abruptly, his expression shocked. Bring me the news, hurry up. The general immediately handed over the document in his hand. After reading it, the eyes of the Marshal of the Eastern Military Region suddenly shot out a strong light, and his face also burst into incomparable brilliance. Good. The old man was radiant and said a few good words in a row. He quickly ordered, inform everyone, close the team immediately, and return to the military area. Yes. The general ordered to go on, and the Marshal of the Eastern Military Region read the few words in the intelligence again and again. A long-lost smile finally appeared on his face. Although I don't know what Liu Sheng's situation is now and where he is. But as long as it's okay, that's fine. The Marshal of the Eastern Military Region looked up at the horizon and the blue sky in the distance. It seems to see the only Yajiao figure in the world there. The military has waited for this day for more than 200 years, and it doesn't care much. It won't be long before the future god of the military will return. He was looking forward to that day. After half a month's long journey, the scientific research ship Discovery finally returned successfully. Sail into a certain sea area deep in the ocean where the lion and the eagle meet. A small island that is so remote that it is not shown on the satellite map. Golden Circle Island, this is the name of the island. The entire island is covered by various modern defense equipment, thousands of warriors live in it, and there are also a large number of ordinary people. There is also a huge underwater base thousands of meters deep under the island. After the Discovery sailed into the base, the people on board disembarked one after another. The 3 Grand Master Day Zongjing powerhouses who escorted them got off the boat first. It's over. The 7th level Grand Master with short chestnut hair stretched fiercely, and said casually, it's really boring, to be honest, this kind of mission is better than going to the Dark Star and the Black Demon Club to have a good fight. 370 super cool training ground, soaring number of immortal cells. 3. Adults are also bored. The blonde man walking in front of the 2 said lightly, depression is also practice. My lord has a lofty realm, and we are far behind. The 2 of them just paid for their flattery. Suddenly, I heard a loud noise coming from my ear. Hurry up and be careful. Stop bumping. The three of them followed the Prestige and saw an old man in a down coat shouting loudly at the pier where the ship was moored in the distance, directing the crew to lift a huge alloy coffin off the ship. Yelling and yelling, running back and forth in a hurry, lest the alloy coffin be damaged a little. This Napsun guy. The two strong men with 7th level masters showed rather speechless expressions on their faces. I really regard that corpse as a treasure. I heard that he still wants to resurrect the corpse. Crazy. While the two were complaining, the blonde man's expression moved slightly. After thinking for a while, he raised his foot and prepared to walk over to the place where everyone was carrying them. He was also a little curious. What kind of corpse would make Napsun identify it as the remains of an ancient god, and even give birth to the crazy idea of resurrecting it? The blonde man came to the coffin in a flash. 857. Many crew members who were transporting stopped one after another, saluted the blonde man respectfully and fearfully. Lord 10th King Seal. The blonde man didn't say anything, he reached out and grabbed the alloy coffin. What are you up to? A figure rushed up quickly, opened his arms to block the blonde man, raised his head and shouted vigilantly, "This is my precious experiment. Have a look." The blonde man said something lightly, and the aura on his body moved slightly, and Napsun's thin body was pushed aside by an invisible force. Elton! You robber! Scoundrel! Napsun jumped up and down and roared, his old face flushed red with anxiety. The blonde man turned a deaf ear and continued to reach for the alloy coffin. On the way of the blonde man's hand stretching towards the alloy coffin, Sheng, who was soaked in the golden marrow liquid inside the coffin, opened his eyes silently, and there was a cold flash in his eyes. Just as the blonde man was about to open the coffin, something seemed to shake slightly on his body. The blonde man freezes. He retracted his hand and took out a mobile phone from his pocket. After checking it out, his complexion changed slightly. Afterwards, he no longer cared about the alloy coffin, and disappeared in place as soon as he turned around. Inside the coffin, Sheng's heart relaxed a little. By a hair's breadth. Almost exposed. Although his mental power can cover up all the fluctuations of vital signs in his body, it is not certain whether he can hide from the 8th level master of the ring seal at such a short distance. Not to mention that many details of his body cannot withstand observation, Napsun is brainwashed and hypnotized by him, and can ignore the past. Others are not fools. Once exposed, he can only kill the opponent and escape forcibly. Fortunately, at the last moment, the blonde man was called away by other things. Damn it, I will definitely speak ill of you in front of Lord Shinayan. Napsun stomped his feet in the direction where the blonde man disappeared, vented a little for a while, and then continued to return his attention to the coffin. He directed a group of crew members to carefully carry the alloy coffin all the way back to his laboratory. Drive everyone out. Then carefully opened the alloy coffin. I saw a black-haired young man with a handsome figure lying quietly in the alloy coffin. The golden marrow liquid that had completely submerged the young man was no longer left. Napsun was excited. Useful, really face. The gods are gradually recovering. As long as enough energy is provided, the god will be fully resurrected sooner or later. This discovery made Napsun extremely excited. He walked back and forth in the laboratory a few times excitedly, and then dialed a video communicator on the wall. I'm Napsun. Immediately, exchange all my research resources for this month into high-grade different marrow fluid. Let's go together next month too, pay in advance. Also, I need a large amount of animal cerebrospinal fluid and cell tissue fluid, send them all to me. That's all. Within half an hour, a large amount of high-grade different myeloid fluid was sent into the laboratory. Napsun lay on the edge of the alloy coffin, and poured the bottle of different marrow fluid into it himself. He filled the entire alloy coffin in one breath, and watched the level of the dark golden marrow fluid drop quietly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Napsun, who was sitting in an empty tube all over the floor, was so happy that he almost jumped up and clapped his hands. That's it, quickly absorb. The more you absorb, the better, so, you can wake up as soon as possible. Napsun's face flushed, and his expression fell into an inexplicable excitement and madness. Inside the alloy coffin, feeling the energy continuously pouring into his body, Sheng was so relieved that he almost groaned. He had just recovered from his injuries, and his star-immortal body and 22 immortal cells were in a state of extreme emptiness. It's like a sponge that has been squeezed dry and thrown into a clear water basin, almost greedily absorbing the energy from the different marrow fluid. The dim immortal cells quickly became bright and full. The stellar vein map in the body was also relit inch by inch. On the chest, a blood pill appeared out of thin air, and then grew rapidly. Shatter again. The 23rd immortal appeared quietly. The bright star map is a few minutes more mysterious. This is called cultivation. Sheng secretly calculated in his heart that he had just absorbed at least 7 or 8 bottles of 8th grade different marrow liquid in one breath. In exchange for meritorious deeds, that would be a full 8 million meritorious deeds. And more different marrow fluid is still being replenished in a steady stream. As long as the different myeloid fluid in the alloy coffin is slightly less, Impson will fill it up immediately. This guy's monthly research funding is outrageous. They were all replaced with 8th grade different marrow liquid, and there were more than 200 bottles. Enough for him to absorb for a long time. After a month, I'm afraid I'll be able to add dozens of immortal cells. Huanyan Zhen Nima is rich. This wool must be plucked hard to be cool. Sheng now feels that his sneaking plan is too wise. Sufficient training resources, if there are few people to supplement, it can also repair mental injuries by the way. Is there a better practice place in the world than this? If you can stay one more day, you will earn 0. If someone finds out, they will be found out, at worst, when the time comes, they will just type it out. According to Sheng's knowledge, the most powerful person in the Ring Seal organization is only a 9th level martial saint. When he has 22 immortals, he can fight like a dog. Wait until the cultivation level goes up. A mere 9th grade, he really puts it in his eyes. Okay, let's officially start the retreat. Half a month of dream hints, as well as spiritual hypnosis and brainwashing, Napsun has completely become a loyal fan of Sheng. As long as Sheng gives an order, he will do everything possible to collect cultivation resources for Sheng. While slowly absorbing the energy of the different marrow fluid, Sheng used the crystal conception to repair his spiritual human form. From time to time, I would go to the dream space to practice 5 seasons boxing or something. As time passed day by day, there were fewer and fewer cracks on Sheng's spiritual figure, and the composition gradually changed from gold obsidian to amethyst. The number of immortal cells in his body continued to increase. 23. 24. 25. In the perfect body like a creation of God, more star maps on the stellar vein map are lit up by immortal cells, becoming more brilliant, more complex, and more mysterious. 1 year later. Golden Circle Island. The underground base, a huge arc-shaped meeting room. The floor, wall, and ceiling of the conference room are all smooth silver grey, with almost no gaps between them, as if they were a natural one. A large golden circle logo is projected on the ceiling. Directly below the logo is a long black conference table. There are high-backed chairs next to the table. The closer the chair is to the back of the chair, the higher the height, and the more complicated and gorgeous the pattern on the chair. It's like a ladder. At the end of the long table, there is a chair whose back is almost flush with the ceiling. There is one person sitting on each high-backed chair, male or female, each of them has a strong breath, a good temperament and aura. On the oversized high-backed chair at the far end of 5.9, there is a holographic projection portrait. The face of the portrait cannot be seen clearly, but the whole is very huge, sitting on the oversized high-backed chair, overlooking everyone like a titan. This meeting will mainly discuss 2 things. Sitting at the first place on the right hand of the titan, a woman with short silver hair and a delicate face said, "There is news about this World Grandmaster competition and the origin of new energy crystals. There is nothing to say about the World Grandmaster competition. We have 20 king seals dispatched, and the share we can get will at least not be less than in previous years." A middle-aged man with profound facial features sitting opposite the silver-haired woman said in a deep voice, "It is said that half of the top 10 demon god pillars of the Black Demon Society were broken in Dragon Kingdom last year. Maybe we will withdraw from the competition this time, and this time our share will only increase and not return. Is the news reliable? Who did the Black Demon Society provoke? I don't know, Dragon Kingdom is very strict on this news. But it is said that it has something to do with a new martial saint from the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom has a new martial saint?" When many people in the meeting hall heard the news, their faces were shocked, and they immediately became commotion. 371 Your light will surely shake the sky and the earth. 4. Impossible, if there is a new martial saint level powerhouse in Longguo, it should be publicized long ago, and it won't be as low-key as it is now. However, it is certain that one of the 3 great martial sages of the Dragon Kingdom was seriously injured, and many senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom have confirmed this. Is it possible that the other 2 martial saints shot? It's very unlikely. The strong Wang Yin on the long table was arguing endlessly. At this moment, the titan sitting on the highest seat in the form of a holographic image said in a low voice, "This matter has yet to be verified. If there really is a 4th martial saint level powerhouse in the Dragon Kingdom, I should have gotten the news long ago." Titan opened his mouth, and many ring-sealed powerhouses in the conference hall immediately looked solemn and stopped arguing. "Continue." "Yes." Titan waved his hand, and the silver-haired woman continued, "About the new energy crystal origin. The location is on the north side of the Great Eagle Ocean, longitude." The silver-haired woman reported a coordinate point. Titan said lightly, "Are you sure?" The silver-haired woman said, "Over 70%. The dark lines we have placed in the Dark Star, the Black Demon Society, and several other organizations have sent information, and the Dark Star and others have also taken corresponding actions." Titan was silent for a while, and said, "The King's Seal is the 1st, the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th, and the Zong Seals 4th to 10th, follow me to go." The man with profound facial features on the left said, "My lord, do you want to go there in person?" Titan nodded, "If it's really the place where new energy crystals are produced, Dark Star and martial saints from the Black Demon Society will definitely go there. If I don't go, you will just die in vain if you go." Several people nodded silently and said no more. Immediately afterwards, everyone discussed other issues in the organization, and after about a while, Titan's holographic projection blurred a bit. "If it's okay, let's end this meeting." At this moment, a tall man with short hair suddenly stood up, gritted his teeth and said, "My lord, there is one more thing I want to report." All eyes focused on him. Titan stopped and looked at him. "Explain." The short-haired man quickly took out a piece of information he had prepared a long time ago from under his body. With a look of resentment flashing across his face, he said loudly, "I will report to Napsun, the deputy director of the research institute, and under the guise of your name, I have been extorted and blackmailed with huge sums of money. Resources, as long as half a year." "What?" The short-haired man hadn't finished speaking when the other man suddenly stood up in shock and said, "Is what Napsun said a lie? Didn't it say that the organization has a problem with the recent capital turnover, and the distribution of resources has been suspended for 3 months? Third person. Damn it. He told me it was an investment. In just half a year, the profit can be multiplied tenfold." The short-haired man's words were like a fuse, causing many people in the conference hall to stand up. After communicating with each other, a ridiculous, and crazy scam gradually surfaced. More than 15 Zhong Yin and 7 or 8 Wang Yin were arrested by the well-known Professor Napsun, deputy director of the Institute of Tissue Genomics, for various reasons, defaulting on and defrauding financial resources, involving more than 100 billion lion coins. Uproar. The silver-haired woman who is the second seal of the king also frowned and added, "A few days ago, I also received news that Napsun's research funds have been advanced in advance until July next year. Not only that, in the past 6 months, he has already this is the 4th time to submit an experimental application for research with energy crystals. For the latest time, invite Nanjing's high-ranking minister." This greedy and cunning demon. A member of Wang Yin complained loudly angrily. This guy was one of the worst ever cheated by Napsun. Using the reason of investment and financial management, Napsun not only defrauded him of his share of resources for 2 years, but also defrauded more than 3/4 of his personal savings. Before the matter was exposed, this guy was still immersed in the dream of quadrupling in half a year and 10 times in a year. Looking at the faces in the conference hall full of anger, aggrieved and shame. A group of top Wang Yin sitting on the long table looked at each other in blank dismay. Even the Titan was silent. Who would have imagined that a nerd who had been in the organization for decades, worked hard, and only devoted himself to research could come up with such an astonishing scam? Regardless of the identity and status given by the organization, Impson is just an ordinary person who has not even started martial arts. To be able to turn around so many 7th-level Grandmasters and 8th-level Great Masters. It's even more outrageous than the president of the Lion Country having diarrhea in public. Why does Napsun need so much money and resources? What kind of research does he need to use so many resources? Once things are revealed, doesn't he know the consequences? Many people have this doubt in their minds, which is difficult to understand. Titan was silent for a while, and finally said, "Warner, after the meeting, go to Napsun in person, and make sure to investigate this matter thoroughly." A man with short red hair and a calm demeanor nodded. That's the end of that meeting. Everyone proceeded as planned. Titan waved his hand, and the holographic image suddenly disappeared. "If I don't get my money back, I'll skin Napsun alive." As soon as the Titan disappeared, a Wang Yin master stood up and said angrily, "Warner, I'll go with you." In the conference hall, some people echoed angrily, while others were relatively silent, looking at these people with foolish eyes. The eyes of the silver-haired woman presiding over the meeting flickered, and she quickly walked out of the conference hall. At the same time, in the laboratory of the Research Institute deep in the seabed base, 2 figures stood in front of a transparent cultivation chamber. One quickly gave orders, and the other continued to add various resources into the cultivation chamber according to the order of the former. 20 copies of the 8th grade different marrow liquid. 3 copies of the 9th grade different marrow liquid. The concentrated ratio of number 5 gene optimizer. A portion of the precious resource solution was added to the cultivation chamber, and the cultivation chamber that was about to dry up was filled with golden solution again. A pair of oriental man's body floating in the golden body like a creation of God. His eyelids are drooping, his short black hair is floating in the golden color, as if he is just sleeping. He can almost hear the bang bang coming from the cultivation chamber. The ancient and heavy heartbeat. Even though she has seen it many times, every time she sees it, Lucia will still feel a deep shock that cannot be suppressed. She once ridiculed Professor Napsun's excessive obsession with ancient myths in her diary, but she never thought that she would have such a firm belief one day. When the scientific research team dug up this corpse from the iceberg, she experienced the whole process and saw it with her own eyes. At that time, Professor Napsun proposed the idea of resurrecting the other party, but many people laughed at it, thinking it was a madman's idea. But now, she really heard the beating of his heart in his chest. Professor Napsun is on the verge of success. He's really about to resurrect a dead god. Incredible! Have you heard that wonderful voice? Standing in front of the huge training barn, Napsun looked at the stalwart man in front of him, with joy and obsession in his eyes. He's recovering, he's about to wake up. He has given me enlightenment in a dream, and the day when God really descends into this world. It's not far away. Nampsun was talking. Suddenly, a beep-beep alarm sounded in the laboratory. Nampsun frowned, and Lucia immediately ran to check. After a while, he ran back in a panic. It's not good, Professor. 320, many Lords Wangyan and Zhongyan are walking towards the laboratory, looking aggressive. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Nampsun's expression changed, and he could sense that something had happened to him. These short-sighted idiots! What an honor it is to be able to participate in the revival plan of the great god. Nampsun cursed a few times with an ugly face, gritted his teeth and made up his mind. No, I can't let them spoil it. I'm only one step away from success. Lucia, activate the laboratory's highest defense system immediately to prevent them from entering. Professor. Lucia froze. Go, wait for the gods to recover, and they will know who is right. Nampsun urged loudly. Lucia's face was tangled for a while, then she gritted her teeth and ran to open the defense. Soon the entire laboratory was surrounded by layers of protective facilities. This is a defense mechanism built according to the highest standards. In order to allow the experimenters time to escape when foreign enemies invade, at least they have time to destroy the results. This defense mechanism can last at least an hour under the full force of 20 top blockbusters. Of course, the members of the same organization will not be so reckless, they can only go to Lord Shenayan to apply for permission to open it forcibly. Going back and forth will at least buy Nampsun half a day. Long time? Should be enough. Add all the resources, including those few grams of energy crystals. Nampsun barked orders. Then he knelt down in front of the training barn with a plop, facing the handsome oriental young man with his eyes closed, with an extremely pious and fanatical look on his face. God, please wake up quickly. Your light will surely shake the sky and the earth. Perhaps hearing Nampsun's prayer, the heartbeat in the body of the black-haired young man in the training barn gradually became clearer and faster. 372 Cutting the Sky Finger Flow, 183 Immortals. Amethyst Figure. 1. Boom. Liu Sheng stood quietly in front of a zombie with the appearance of a white-haired old woman. The face of his fist was printed on the dry forehead of the latter, which was slightly sunken. There is a slight airflow surrounding the punch. Half a second later, the crooked body of the white-haired old woman shook slightly, and weathered into smoke silently. Liu Sheng closed his eyes, billowing black smoke poured into his body. 7 Profound Finger Flow. Founder, 7 Suanwu Sage, Ding Kaihuyu. Martial Saint Skill, 7 Profound Stars. 4 Realms Fingering. Liu Sheng experienced his new martial arts skills, stretched out his hands, his fingers were slender, and his minister was white. With a flick of the fingers, the fingertips of the 10 fingers are a little bit starry, giving people a feeling of coldness. Finger-killing skills. Liu Sheng couldn't help lowering his head, looking at his chest, recalling the 10-level fingering that hurt him. Will simulation. Liu Sheng's mental power fluctuated slightly, and Tianji stretched his field. Gradually, traces of terrifying aura emanated from his fingers, which was several times stronger than before. A strange feeling merged into Liu Sheng's mind, the 9th level fingering that he had just inherited. At this moment, a wonderful transformation occurred, faintly rising to a higher level. This is... Liu Sheng's eyes brightened slightly. Martial Saint Skill Fusion? Sublimation. He didn't know how to describe it. All I know is that the Dachan Kikshuan finger flow inherited from Ding Kaihuyu, a female martial artist, after absorbing the fingering wool of a 10th level powerhouse simulated by him, broke through the original shackles very easily, and even directly reached the height of the 10th level. The accumulation has been polished for a lifetime, and it is only a short step. Now with the fingering of a 10th level powerhouse as a guide, a breakthrough is a matter of course. Ding Kaihuyu's long-cherished wish has come true in my hands. Liu Sheng fiddled with his 10 fingers, which were comparable to works of art, feeling the terrifying power contained in them, and said to himself, "It's not appropriate to call it Kixuan Dian Xing again, just call it Cut off the sky. Cut off the sky." There is no special meaning, it is simply nice and compelling. Liu Sheng's consistent naming style. Liu Sheng is in a very good mood with another powerful martial arts whole card. The 10th level of martial arts, apart from the 11th level's prayer wheel knife and 5 seasons boxing, is the strongest martial art in his hands right now. An absolute surprise. However, it is also inseparable from his healing this year. This year, when Liu Sheng was repairing the wounds on the spiritual power figure, he also figured out the 10th level and one finger that injured him. Otherwise it would not be so easy to simulate. One drink and one peck, cause and effect, can only lament the wonder of the world. Is this considered a customs clearance reward? Liu Sheng finished sorting out the harvest and turned around. Behind him is an empty Wuguan street. It took Liu Sheng a whole year to finally open up the entire martial arts street. A total of 38 warrior-level zombies were killed, and the 7th-level masters and 8th-level masters were worthless. Kixuan refers to Liu Saint Ding Kai Hu. Exactly the last one. At this time, the Shiquan martial Dao will roulette in his mind has as many as 41 martial arts imprints on it. There are 98 kinds of fire of will burning on the roulette. And the grey roulette itself has grown more than 10 times, just like a sundial carrying a totem fire. In terms of spiritual power, it can be regarded as a successful goal. Looking inside, the original golden obsidian human figure has completely disappeared, and instead it is a purple human figure made of amethyst with a whole body that exudes beauty and mystery. This amethyst figure is more than 10 times stronger and stronger than the previous gold obsidian figure. Purple, which represents nobility and mystery, is like an innate god born in chaos. Liu Sheng raised his hand casually, and an invisible knife wave swayed out. This wave of the knife turned invisible into tangible, with a hazy purple meaning, abruptly leaving traces of black traces in the air. That is a sign of splitting the air and touching the essence of space. Previously, he had only played such a peak attack strength when he was at full strength and fighting against Jidao Wushan. Now, this can be done by memorizing the knife waves. If you use a star rating, you must have at least 500 stars. Liu Sheng didn't know. Anyway, he felt that with a knife wave at hand, it would be no problem to kill any existence under the martial saint like mowing grass. Watch Wu Zhu again. Liu Sheng saw a bright and mysterious vein star map. For a year, he couldn't remember how much different marrow fluid and how much high-energy substance he had absorbed. Anyway, the blood pill was condensed and shattered, shattered and condensed. The number of immortal cells keeps increasing and increasing. Even in the future, the energy required for each birth of an immortal cell will be greatly increased. Over the past year, the number of immortal cells in his body has also reached 183. 3 digits. 9 times as much as a year ago. 22 immortal cells, igniting the fire of divinity, can kill martial saints. Now there are 183 immortal cells, how far can he do it? Liu Sheng didn't know. All he knows is, under the same realm, even Wang He is far inferior to me, and can't do what I do. Because there is no star indestructible body in Wang He. His martial body has an upper limit, and it is impossible for a level 8 bulky martial body to hold so many immortal cells. A large amount of divine power has accumulated, if you don't break through, it will be directly cracked and exploded. However, I'm almost at the limit. To accommodate about 300 immortal cells, it's probably the limit of an immortal star at level 8. Liu Sheng smashed the blood pill once now, and under the washing of huge energy and blood, the effect of stimulating the growth of the indestructible star has been negligible. The star pattern has spread all over his surface, and if he wants to go down, he must enter the 9th level, use the power of the general trend of heaven and earth, and break the shackles of the stage of immortality. But level 9. Lu Sheng frowned slightly. So far, he has not even been able to integrate the spirit, energy, and spirit into one furnace, let alone create his own brand of martial arts and build the body of Dharma. The main reason is that his accumulation in all aspects is too strong. It's like, you put 3 doughs together and pinch them together easily. But 3 steel balls are squeezed into one. Only a high-temperature flame of tens of millions of degrees and a high pressure of 10,000 times can be successful. All in all. Stress. I need stress. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered, incomparable pressure. Only under the unprecedented high-pressure battle, it is possible for me to complete this step. This kind of pressure is not something that a mere extreme martial saint can do. In 1 year, Lu Sheng's abilities in all aspects have undergone earth-shaking changes. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is reborn from the ashes. Even the spiritual illumination of the Pluto Sutra has been practiced by him to a height of 90% increase in qi and blood. There is only one last step left before the growth of flesh and blood is completed. This step can only be done after becoming a martial saint, because once he breaks through the 9th level, he suspects that his indestructible stellar body will undergo a huge new transformation. At that time, some parts will have to be revised again. It can be said that Lu Sheng's polishing in all aspects is close to the extreme. It's time to prepare for the path to rank 9. Just as Lu Sheng was sorting out the harvest, his expression suddenly changed slightly. A slight sound of praise and prayer came into his mind. Can't hide it. His eyes flashed. After getting feedback from outside information, he understood Napsun's current situation. Just in time, it's time to go out. Lu Sheng looked calm. During this year, under his brainwashing, Napsun completely became his personal fanatical believer. Do everything you can. He was deceived and used all means and power to collect various resources for him. It can be said that Lu Sheng can have such a harvest. Napsun. Great credit. It's time to fully realize the pious Napsun's dream of a god coming to the world. Lu Sheng's figure quickly faded and disappeared in the dream space. Boom. A series of alloy doors fell before the eyes, a brown-haired man rushed up, and punched the alloy door with a punch. There was a loud boom, leaving a shallow fist mark on the gate. Damn it! The brown-haired man was full of energy and blood, and his face was ugly. Napsun has activated the highest level defense mechanism of the Research Institute. Is he crazy? It's made wrong. I'm going to kill him alive. The crowd behind Zhongjian and Wangjian, who were deceived by Napsun, were excited, and each of them gritted their teeth with hatred. Lord Warner. Someone seeks help from the leader. The red-haired man leading the team had no expression on his face, and said, I'm going to apply for the highest authority now, and the adults will allow it. Thank you, Lord Warner. Cunning and greedy Napsun will pay the price. Surrounded by a kind of strong man, the red-haired man turned around and returned. At the same time, on the Golden Circle Island, ships were sailing out of the pier. The silver-haired woman who stood on a high tower and witnessed this scene with her own eyes lowered her head and quickly typed a few words and sent them. The news crossed countless distances in an instant, and landed on a small island thousands of kilometers away from Golden Ring Island. A dark-skinned man who was lying on the beach leisurely basking in the sun felt the vibration of his phone and picked it up to check. After reading it, the man smiled, took off his sunglasses, and said to a strong and tall white man beside him, "Our little cutie has texted back. Harold has already brought his golden ring knights and set off for the new energy crystal producing area." The white man stood up, revealing a fair and handsome face, and his dark blue eyes were as deep and calm as the sea. Okay. Then we can start to act. 373 Thank you for waking me from my deep sleep, Napsun, too. Accompanied by the sound of a certain protection being released, the alloy walls covering the laboratory went up one by one. Lucia stood in front of the computer sweating profusely, and turned her head in a panic. "Professor, the defense is gradually being lifted." Namsun turned a deaf ear to it, and knelt down in front of the glass cultivation chamber, staring fanatically at the stalwart body floating quietly in the cultivation chamber. Below Napsun's feet, there are scattered medicine test tubes, resource storage boxes and so on. In just half a day, he has put everything in his. All bets are placed in the training warehouse. Put all one's eggs in one basket. And the effect is obvious. The heartbeat sound that seemed to be absent before has become extremely obvious at this time. Bang 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 bang. The indescribably vigorous heartbeat sound became more and more clear, and even vibrated the air, causing many bottles and cans in the entire laboratory to tremble with the rhythm. "God, wake up quickly, my God! Tell the world the truth buried by time." Professor Napsun had a pious face, and whispered in his mouth, like a prayer. Boom! At this time, the last protective wall outside the laboratory also rose. "It's over." Lucia held her forehead weakly, then turned her head helplessly and said to Napsun, "Professor, the defense mechanism is completely disarmed. At this time, there is no longer anything that can stop outsiders from coming in." Although Lucia didn't know exactly what Professor Napsun had done, but thinking of the angry faces of those Wang Yinzongyian adults seen in the video surveillance before, I knew it must be a bad thing. "I hope that the God you believe in 843 can really protect you." Lucia murmured a word in her mind, offering Napsun her deepest sympathies. She was ready to see Professor Napsun being forcibly taken away by a mob. But surprisingly, what Lucia waited for was not the many organization masters who came in from outside the laboratory, but the flashing red lights and the urgent alarm. There are defense mechanisms that are triggered once again. The enemy has invaded, the highest defense system has been activated. Boom! The alloy gate, which had just risen for a short time, fell down again. Lucia froze for a moment, and before she could figure out what happened, she heard Napsun's excited voice behind her. Lucia turned away hastily. Then the whole person's eyes widened and he froze. In the cultivation chamber, the pale golden liquid rapidly decreased in a swirling shape. That stalwart body was fully revealed. In the next second, a pair of golden eyes suddenly opened. Boom! The training chamber crashed into pieces. A figure walked out of the training cabin. Napsun knelt at the feet of the figure, lowered his old head deeply, and touched his forehead to the floor. He spoke softly in an excited and pious tone. "Great God, welcome your arrival. Your brilliance will eventually shine on the whole world." Lucia's body was stiff, her expression was shocked, her mind was blank, and only one thought was spinning wildly. Damn, the God, really resurrected. Boom! A figure fell like a meteor, hitting the ground fiercely from mid-air. A deep pit was directly smashed on the hard sea reef, and large pieces of reef collapsed. In mid-air, a figure like a demon god stood. He was wearing a set of black ancient armor, and there were actually two wings behind him. One is like a bat, and the other is like an eagle. The expression of a middle-aged man with short red hair at the bottom changed slightly. He glanced at the flames and the bursts of explosions in the distance, and couldn't help but say, "Aga Rice, you black devils really want to? Are you going to war with us?" The man with wings on his back stared at him indifferently, shaking his head slowly. "Dear Sixth King of the Ring, India Warner. This is not a war. This is massacre." After finishing speaking, the pupils of the man with short red hair shrank, and a figure with wings on his back quickly enlarged in his eyes. Boom! Similar scenes keep happening on the small Golden Circle Island. The masters of the two major organizations, the Dark Star and the Black Demon Society, besieged Golden Ring Island at the same time. In the absence of the first God Seal of the Ring Seal and many top King Seal masters, the entire battle situation is almost one-sided. As Aga Rice, the second demon pillar of the Black Magic Society, said, "This is not a battle, this is just a massacre." At the same time, 3 figures stood on a luxurious 5-story cruise ship, quietly admiring all this. A dark-skinned man in a floral shirt and big pants, wearing sunglasses, and a handsome white man in casual attire. Beside the two, the silver-haired woman who used to be the presiding speaker in the conference hall was standing beside them respectfully. "You did a good job this time, Katie." The man in sunglasses smiled and said, "When Harold reacts, bring someone back. The entire Golden Circle Island has long been in ruins. You got what you wanted, Ray." The man in sunglasses raised the champagne in his hand and said loudly, "Let's toast to the first cooperation between our Dark Star and the Black Magic Society, as well as the long-term friendship in the future." The man named Lay squinted at him, and said calmly, "If you are willing to renegotiate the shares, I will recognize this friendship and drink to you." "Haha, didn't you say that a long time ago? You really like to joke." The man in the sunglasses laughed, and drank the wine in the glass by himself. The World Grandmaster competition is just around the corner, and it's time for energy crystal quotas again. For these Marshall Saint-level powerhouses, this is a big deal. In an operation of the Dragon Kingdom, the Black Demon Society lost more than half of its top elites. Instead of waiting until the great competition to divide up the interests of Ring Seal and Dark Star, it is better to strike first and directly destroy Ring Seal in one step. The extra profit is 28 points to the Dark Star, so not only will the loss be stopped, but even a small profit can be made. As for the news about the origin of the new energy crystal, the Marshall Saint-level powerhouse Harold who led the seal, they also took the initiative to release it. "Get ready!" Thunder, the first demon god of the Black Demon Society, said in a low voice, "I can already feel the breath of Harold's coming back. We will soon start to meet his wrath." The man in sunglasses pulled the corners of his mouth, revealing a few white teeth. "I cannot wait any more." The man in sunglasses said with a grin, "Get ready to see Harold's frightened and angry old face." The silver-haired woman next to her kept her head down, with a respectful and humble attitude. Talk is the top of the pyramid of power on this planet. She is qualified to listen to. It has been a great honor. What do you say it is? Nanjing. Liu Sheng sat on a chair in the laboratory, casually playing with a small crystal that was translucent and contained a trace of flocculent substance in his hand. Both Nampsun and Lucia knelt before him, reverent and reverent. "Yes, this is a treasure that is enough to make even 9th-level martial saints crazy about it. It contains unimaginably huge energy, such a small one in the hands of adults is enough to be worth a small nuclear reactor." Nampsun explained quickly. "There is such a thing." Liu Sheng's eyes sparkled slightly. At this time, he suddenly had the urge to immediately go to the dream space and search for the location of the energy crystal mine through the fire resource library. He had never come into contact with this kind of thing before, and he didn't know that there were such resources in the planet under his feet. Now that I know, the corresponding information in the dream space will naturally no longer be hidden from him, and he will definitely be able to search for relevant information. And it is such a small crystal that weighs less than 1 gram. The energy contained in it is even greater than that of the 9th-level different marrow liquid. Just 2 of them directly pushed the number of immortal cells in Liu Sheng's body from 183 to 119. There are 7 more in one breath. It's outrageous. Leave one as a sample. Liu Sheng casually stuffed the energy crystal into his pocket. Now that he was no longer naked, Lucia found him a clean researcher uniform, which made his demeanor calm and somewhat bookish. Liu Sheng grabbed a mobile phone on the table and fiddled with it casually. "Thank you for waking me from my slumber, Napsun." Liu Sheng randomly took a selfie with his mobile phone, and then sent it to his close relatives and military regions across the ocean. From time to time during this year, Liu Sheng would send a few messages to his family with the help of Nampsun, just because he was afraid that those close to him would worry. But the text is thin after all, and photos are naturally more convincing. "It's my honor, my lord." Napsun's face was full of piety, and he couldn't help but raised his head and asked, "Please also tell me your name, sir." "Lu Sheng." Lu Sheng said casually. He was going to leave anyway, so he didn't care. Huanyan has the ability to ask him for money, to see if he can punch out Huanyan's martial saint shit. Lu Sheng. Napsun repeated the two awkward syllables, as if trying to memorize them. Lucia, who lowered her head, was full of doubts. So far, she had been terrified of the god Professor Napsun had brought back to life. It's not ancient at all. She even saw the other party take a selfie with a mobile phone very skillfully just now. Hey guys, can a newly resurrected ancient god take a selfie? Lucia thought wildly. Suddenly, the communicator on her wrist flickered and connected automatically. A voice came from the communicator, "Lucia, the second King Seal betrayed the organization. The Dark Star and the Dark Magic Society joined forces to attack the Golden Ring Island, and all the King Seals and Zong Seals were killed in battle and Professor Bison escaped quickly. Hurry up, it's too late." Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream, the sound stopped abruptly. The laboratory suddenly fell silent. Lucia looked up and found that both Napsun and Lu Sheng were staring at her. 374 As you wish. Interesting, more interesting is yet to come. 3. The Dark Star and the Dark Society join forces to attack the Ring Seal? The world's three major international terrorist organizations are in conflict, and dogs are starting to bite dogs? When Lu Sheng thought about it, his mental power radiated like light. In just 1/1000th of a blink of an eye, the entire Golden Ring Island came into his view. Lu Sheng had a good grasp of the fire, and in an instant he found two 9th-level martial saints standing on the cruise ship watching the battle. It is difficult for Lu Sheng not to notice that the 9th-level martial sage communicates with the general trend of the world. In addition, there is also a 9th-level martial saint who is rushing here from a very far away place. 3 9th-level martial saints? Lu Sheng's eyes flickered slightly. He urgently needs pressure to melt and transform his spirit and martial body. Now that he sees 3 9th-level martial saints, his heart suddenly starts to move. Golden Ring Island is about to fall. Napsun was also taken aback by the news. Previously, because he was immersed in the joy of Lu Sheng's resurrection, he almost forgot about the sudden sound of the laboratory alarm. Looking back now, I realize that the matter has become so serious and urgent. Napsun's face changed rapidly, and Lucia asked nervously from the side, as soon as the adults left, the second King Seal betrayed, obviously it was premeditated. People from the Dark Star and the Black Demon Society might attack soon. Professor, let's go quickly. Before I leave, at least I have to take away my research results over the years. Napsun spoke quickly, and his body was about to move. But suddenly, he stopped and raised his head abruptly. Go? Why are we going? A strange light bloomed in Napsun's eyes, and he turned his head to look in one direction. At that position, a black-haired young man who was wearing an ordinary researcher's uniform, but couldn't hide his majestic and peerless demeanor, was watching him quietly. The dark and deep eyes seemed to penetrate his heart and read all the thoughts in his heart. Napsun looked devout, respectful, and authentic. Pray for the Holy Spirit to save the Golden Ring Island and the Ring Seal. The black-haired youth spoke calmly. Napsun, is this your first wish? As you wish. He stood up and walked to the door of the laboratory. At this time, the door has long been blocked by a thick alloy protective door. The black-haired youth turned a blind eye. There are invisible fluctuations emanating from him. Immediately afterwards, under the shocked gazes of Lucia and Napsun, the alloy protective door of the laboratory, which was said to be able to withstand 20 top-level bulk lords for at least an hour, was silently separated from it. Swish, swish, swish. Not just this alloy door. Taking this as a starting point, along the way, dozens of hundreds of alloy gates are separated from it. Like butter cut by a knife. The black-haired young man walked out unhurriedly, and disappeared in front of the two of them in an instant. It took a long time for Namsun and Lucia to recover from the shock. It is said that those who revive the gods will receive gifts from the gods, and 3 wishes can be fulfilled. It turned out to be true. Namsun's whole old face glowed with excitement. He frantically urged Lucia. Quickly, call up the monitoring screen. Next, it's time for the Holy Spirit to perform. Oh. Lucia nodded hastily and proceeded. Golden Ring Island is in a mess. A large number of corpses were suspended on the water near the island, and the blood almost dyed a small area of the sea red, which shows the tragedy of this battle. There are dozens of ring seals and more than a dozen king seals, and only a few people are barely alive at this time. But they were all bruised, and the masters of the Dark Star and the Black Magic Society played with them like cats and mice. At this moment, the sky in the distance was suddenly stormy, and the changes in airflow and air pressure made everyone in the field turn their heads to look. I saw large spots of light appearing in the sky. These points are condensed into lines, and the lines are woven into shapes. Visible to the naked eye, a white light figure hundreds of meters high is rapidly appearing. And there is a sound rolling like thunder, from far to near. Dark Devil's Society. Dark Star. Damn you! Gilyalu. On the luxury cruise ship, the man in sunglasses took a deep sip of the juice drink in his hand and said with a smile, Harold is back. The white man in casual attire didn't speak, but just took a step forward. The moment he took this step, the whole person had already appeared above the sea area. Similarly, a large number of general trends in the world are induced, and light spots appear. Not long after, a hideous demon with a hammer in his left hand and a ball in his right, with 2 horns wrapped around his head to form a crown, appeared on the sea. A large black cloud appeared over the sea area, and purple lightning fell down like a waterfall, pouring on Faxiong. The Faxiong, hundreds of meters high, raised his head and roared, making a sound like thunder, and the sea water in the entire sea area shook with waves, and his power were really like the arrival of a demon god in myths and legends. Seeing this, all the members of the Black Devil's Society were fanatical and shouted in unison. Soon, the magic god's form and the white light man's form collided fiercely. The 2 statues are hundreds of meters high, standing on the sea and attacking each other. Every wave of fist and foot can cause huge waves, the sea trembles, like a battle between gods. When the 2 martial saint-level powerhouses were fighting, there were more than a dozen small figures rushing through the wind and waves under the feet of the 2 Dharma statues, towards the Golden Ring Island. It was the top ring-printed masters who left with Harold. Without any nonsense, this group of people just joined the battlefield, and they fought with people from the Black Magic Society and the Dark Star. I should move too. On the cruise ship, the man in sunglasses drank the last sip of drink from his cup and stretched his waist. He said to himself, otherwise, that fellow Ray would say afterwards that I took the benefits for nothing and didn't do anything. As he said that, the man in the sunglasses flickered and walked towards the battle group in the distance. As he walked, countless light spots appeared around him, forming a brilliant white light bridge under his feet. Such a spectacle attracted the attention of many people. All the Dark Star people stopped their hands one after another, knelt down on one knee, and shouted respectfully, "Welcome, Your Excellency." The masters on the ring printing side are all discolored. Dark Star Martial Saint. The Dark Star Martial Saint actually made a move in person. A man who had just joined the battlefield not long ago, with profound facial features and extremely strong chi and blood aura, broke free from his opponent, and fled to the distance in a flash. The man in the sunglasses just smiled, and raised one hand to make a slapping motion. When his black arm was raised, there were countless light spots in the air that quickly condensed into a big dharma-like hand covered with black spots. Zero-looking fir flowers. The big hands are tens of meters in size and nearly 100 meters long. Call. Whistling and waving, they pulled out one after another dark traces in the void, stirring up the general situation. Snapped. The big hand slapped it down hard. The man who tried to escape didn't even make a sound, and was directly smashed into a ball of meat sauce by the big hand. The number 1 expert under Herald in the ring seal except the God seal, the first King seal, die. The onlookers all shuddered fiercely, and a lot of rose from their hearts. 9th level martial saint. It's just too powerful. Even if it is the peak of the 8th level, the super top Grand Master who has been polished to the extreme in all aspects. Under the hands of the 9th level martial saint, even the slightest splash can't be turned over. Like a fly. Just one shot and it's dead. The man in sunglasses smiled, as if he was playing some kind of interesting game. He only condensed a hand of Dharma. But under the blessing of the general trend of the world, it is still a terrifying force that makes the 8th level Daezong despair. The man in the sunglasses flickered, and appeared in front of the second ring seal master, who was photographed casually by the hands of the Dharma primer. 0. Snapped. Another dollop of pate. And then the third. One by one, the men in sunglasses kept obliterating the only remaining top experts in the ring. With his relaxed and freehand look, the only ring-printed powerhouses left on the field were icy cold, and their faces all showed deep despair. Wu Sheng killed it himself. Where is there any way out? The bridge of light under the man's feet is a nightmare, no matter where it extends. Where it brings death. Oh? I didn't expect there to be Orientals in the ring. Mitsuhashi Nobushin, the man in sunglasses, saw a handsome young man with black hair and black pupils appearing in front of him. Slightly surprised, the Faxiong's hand continued to slap it down relentlessly. But what's weird is that the man in the sunglasses is the target of obliteration this time. The Oriental youth with black hair and black pupils did not have any expressions of fear or despair like those he had killed before. On the contrary, he was extremely calm, his eyes were like glaciers that had not changed for thousands of years, looking at him quietly. Faxiong's hand snapped it down. But the expected ball of meat sauce did not appear, instead there was a resistance. The Dharma primer's hand, which was tens of meters long, hovered in mid-air. He was caught by the black-haired and black-eyed Oriental youth with one hand. The size of the two is so different that it looks like an ant reaching out to hold up a thigh of an elephant. The man in sunglasses froze for a moment, blinked his eyes, and said subconsciously, "Interesting." "Interesting, isn't it?" The black-haired youth calmly said, "The more interesting thing is yet to come." Kika. Starting from the position of the palm, the huge Dharma Buddha's hand shattered into pieces. Immediately afterwards, the young man stepped forward and suddenly appeared in front of the mirror man. He punched the man in the sunglasses casually. This punch seems to have grasped the veins of the sky. Boom! The chest of the man in the sunglasses collapsed, and he flew upside down like a cannonball, and the white light bridge under his feet also collapsed one after another. In an instant, on the huge sea battlefield, countless people's eyes protruded, wondering if they were blinded or saw something wrong. There is one more chapter in the early morning, which can be considered to be able to make up all the ode, sweat. Fan. 375 Killing the martial saint with 3 fists, of the 2 of you, only one can live. 4. Crackling. The man in the sunglasses seemed to be able to hear the sound of the heaven and earth intertwined in Wu Sheng's body breaking down in his chest. If it is said that his body was originally a perfect whole. Well now. This whole body was broken with a bang, and countless cracks spread rapidly from the hollow of the chest to the whole body. "Who are you?" The man in the sunglasses let out a voice of surprise and anger. But the next second, the pupils under the sunglasses shrank accordingly. A majestic and handsome body quickly magnified in his eyes. "I am." Liu Sheng took a deep breath and punched out violently. God! In the martial body, a total of 190 immortal cells burst into light at the same time. The stellar vein map, which was more than 10 times more complicated than before, was quickly lit up inch by inch. Unprecedented majestic power filled Liu Sheng's body and gathered in his stone house. When Liu Sheng first started to practice the stellar body refining technique, the general outline of the stellar body refining technique was described as follows: to the deepest level, the density of the martial artist's physical body will reach an extremely terrifying level, and the majesty of qi and blood is unimaginable, as blazing as holding a star. Liu Sheng once thought that was an exaggeration. Now, he found that he was wrong. At this very moment, he is stellar. It's the sun. Boom. 640. Endless light and heat emanated from Liu Sheng's body, and an indescribably terrifying heat wave spread out. The thousands of meters of air around him were directly distorted to an exaggerated level. The sea level under his feet sank even more suddenly. A huge pit is formed. As for the original sea water in the pit, it disappeared without even having a chance to evaporate into water vapor. Filled with infinite light and infinite heat, the unimaginably majestic and mighty fist, driven by the 5 realms of boxing. Following the veins of the sky, he punched the man in the sunglasses hard on the head. Puff! There is no bloody picture. Liu Sheng's right fist was more than a dozen centimeters away from the man in the sunglasses, and the extreme twisting force directly dented his head. As Liu Sheng's fist moved forward, the head of the man in the sunglasses disappeared without a trace. The whole head seemed to evaporate out of thin air. Below the wound on the neck of the man in sunglasses, it was ticking down like a candle melting. He staggered, struggled to jump up, a lot of power in the world was stirred by him, and countless light spots emerged, trying to condense the body of the Dharma. Liu Sheng didn't give him this chance. There is no trace of Wujing boxing. With a punch, it landed abruptly on the chest of the man in the sunglasses. It was also the place where he bombed for the first time. Cracks were everywhere, and the dilapidated body was directly torn apart. Together with the light of the sky, Bang disappeared without a trace, including martial arts soul. Liu Sheng withdrew his hands calmly. Feel the mighty power surging in your body. A total of 190 immortal cells. 3 fists blasted Wu Sheng head on. This feeling. Very good. Very good. Quiet. Deathly silence. There was no sound of people in the huge sea area, only the sound of 2 martial saints fighting each other in the distance, hitting and colliding with each other, and the sound of waves rolling over. Everyone was stunned. Standing there stupidly, his eyes fixed on the blazing figure on the sea like the sun in the sky, he had completely forgotten his words. Each of them was thinking about a question over and over again in their minds. Is the scene I saw just now real or fake? Is it a dream? Or hallucination? A black-haired young man with an oriental face suddenly rushed out of the ring printing organization. Then with 3 punches, he directly beat Dark Star Wu Sheng to death and destroyed him. The Dark Star martial saint who was arrogant before and brought endless fear and despair to many ring-sealed powerhouses. At this time, it was like the world evaporated. Completely disappeared from this world. He didn't even have time to release the martial arts body. When everyone was immersed in deep confusion and trance, the underground base of Huanyan, the lowest laboratory. An old man with hair like a chicken coop was trembling uncontrollably. God! This is the radiance of God, even a 9th-level martial saint cannot resist it, and it will be wiped out under this light. Namp Sun was so excited that he couldn't restrain himself, his old face flushed, and an unprecedented brilliance bloomed on his face. He was incoherent. It's exactly the same as what I saw in my dream. At this moment, in Namp Sun's eyes, dreams and reality are quickly converging on the stalwart body on the screen. Lucia, who was standing next to Namp Sun, had her mouth wide open, her pretty face was full of shock and disbelief, and it took a long time to calm down. Liu Sheng has a general understanding of his current strength. It was also because of understanding that his expression became quite dignified. With my current strength, is there really anyone on this planet who can bring me pressure? Liu Sheng was in a heavy heart, worried and anxious about his path to become a martial sage. In order to alleviate this anxiety, he couldn't help but quickly rushed towards the two martial saints who were fighting in the distance. Sheng flew across the sea. A clear trace of a deeply sunken trench appeared on the sea level below him. From the perspective of the onlookers, it was as if a round of blazing sun slammed into the two titans who were fighting. Then, boom! In the next scene, the 200-meter-high titans were directly pierced by the sun and shattered. Two bewildered figures fell out of Faxiong's body one after another in embarrassment. Who? Before the two could make any unnecessary expressions, a figure had quietly appeared in front of them. In an instant, Lei, the #1 demon god of the Black Demon Society, and the #1 god seal of the Ring Seal organization felt it together. There was a huge shadow rising rapidly from in front of him. Which of you two? They couldn't see Liu Sheng's face clearly, they could only see a dazzling brilliance, and in the brilliance, there was a pair of extremely bright eyes, leaning against the shadow and the sun, staring at them coldly. Only one can live. In the next second, an unprecedented sense of life and death crisis came out from the bottom of their hearts. For a moment, the scalp was numb and the hair stood on end. This is a feeling that teenagers have never experienced after they achieved 9th level martial arts. Ah! Dominated by fear and anger, Zhu Lei, the #1 demon god of the Black Demon Society, roared loudly. Countless great forces of heaven and earth gathered together, and in his hands condensed a blazing spear like lightning, exuding a trace of terrifying aura. This is the method of the first demon god pillar to suppress the bottom of the box, martial arts supernatural powers. But before he could throw the spear in his hand, the sun's fist wrapped in a thick twisting heat wave suddenly descended. Boom! The fist shattered the spear, and it continued to smash into the chest of the first demon god Zhu Lei. ____. The strong chest of the first demon god pillar Lei quickly collapsed, destroying everything. The fist with twisted edges ends up poking straight out of Rei's back. A bowl-sized hole was forcibly punched in Lei's body, and light shone through the hole. The eyeballs of Harold, who was standing beside him, almost popped out of their sockets. If he hadn't fought against the #1 demon god pillar for such a long time, he would almost have thought that Lei's body, the #1 demon god column of the Black Demon Society, was made of foam board. Is it that crispy? It was pierced in a single blow. This is not over yet, the body that really looks like a demon god. Withdrawing his arm from Lei's chest, he punched again lightly. The punch hit Rei's head. Boom! Lei's eyes shocked and horrified head just disappeared. Only a headless body with holes remained, swaying in mid-air. Then the body of the demon god made a third punch. Boom! Lei's headless body exploded directly. A translucent figure lonesomely appeared in the void. There are cracks all over the body of this figure, like a beautiful crystal that is about to break. It looks like Rei. He stared fixedly at the majestic body in front of him, which looked like a big sun, like a demon god, with a look of deep confusion and disbelief on his face. He seemed about to say something. He opened his mouth, but didn't say a word. The whole person collapsed silently and shattered into bright spots all over the sky. Until the last moment of his death, this #1 demon god pillar of the Black Demon Society, a top powerhouse of the 9th level martial saint realm, didn't fully understand. Why did he die? What is he? By whom? All this seems to be slow, but it actually happens in a few breaths. As the closest spectator, Harold's face became extremely pale, without a trace of blood. It was as if something was pressing against his scalp, constantly trying to get out. The part above the forehead has long been numb into a piece of iron. When Liu Sheng's gaze fell on him, Harold shivered violently. At this moment, he has long forgotten his identity as the first god seal of the Ring Seal, a dignified 9th level martial saint. With a plop, he knelt down on one knee in mid-air. My lord, you have already 0.2, killed one. Drops of cold sweat crazily rolled down Harold's forehead and back, and now he just want to live. 9th level martial saints are also human beings. People will be afraid. Lu Sheng looked at Harold, who was kneeling in front of him calmly, his heart full of emotions. He hadn't intended to kill Harold in the first place. He hid in the ring seal for a year, relying on Napsun to pluck the ring seal's wool for so long, if he still beat the ring seal leader to death. That is really unreasonable. Lu Sheng ignored Harold, who was trembling slightly, and his gaze crossed Harold's shoulder to the golden ring island in the distance. His gaze fell from the sky. In the huge sea area, whether it is the ring seal, the dark star, or the members of the Black Demon Society, all knelt down in unison. His posture was humble and respectful, his forehead was close to the ground, and he didn't make the slightest sound. At this time, Lu Sheng somewhat understood why the people in the military department had to kneel down when the Ji-Dao martial saint came. The day suddenly fell upon you. You can't bear the pressure and choose to crawl. Now, he is God. After completing the repairs, the next step is Sheng's horizontal push, achieving invincibility in the world, and then leading to the map of the starry sky. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.